Chapter 571. Damn it, open for me. The Chaos Demon God was unwilling to give up after being bound by the creation Dao light. He struggled with all his might in an attempt to break free. Unfortunately, although there was only a difference of 3 levels between Chaos Origin Realm Level 9 and Chaos Origin Realm Level 12, the difference in strength was huge. Therefore, no matter how hard the Chaos Demon God struggled, he couldn't break free from the creation Dao light and was gradually pulled into the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda. Refine. The Celestial Emperor's shadow formed a Dao seal and the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda began to rotate slowly. The creation Dao light turned into raging flames and burned the Chaos Demon God in the pagoda. At the same time, endless and majestic celestial demon phantoms appeared and circled around the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda. They chanted continuously to strengthen the creation Dao fire and increase its power. Boom! 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 Inside the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda, the Chaos Demon God attacked the walls of the pagoda again and again, trying to break free. In the beginning, the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda shook from their attacks as if it would break apart at any time. But as time passed, the creation Dao fire burned more vigorously and the Chaos Demon God gradually showed signs of being refined. His strength weakened bit by bit and he gradually lost the ability to resist the pagoda's refinement. Huff. 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 Under the refinement of the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda, strands of chaos origin surged out of the Chaos Demon God's body and merged with the pagoda. The Chaos Demon God grew weaker and weaker until he was unable to resist the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda until he was refined to death by the Dao fire. Something's not right. As he watched, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but be surprised. After devouring so many Chaos Demon God's origins, the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda's power didn't increase at all. That was the Chaos Demon God's origins, a peerless material that could be used to refine Chaos Spirit treasures or Khanate Cardinal treasures. Even if the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda was a top Khanate Cardinal treasure, after devouring so many Chaos Demon God's origins, it shouldn't have improved a little. But after half a day, the Meiluo Heaven Premier Pagoda's power didn't increase at all. In that case, where did the origin of the Chaos Demon God that he had devoured go? He couldn't just disappear into thin air. At this moment, a doubt surfaced in Feng Zichen's mind. Let me take a look. Curious, Feng Zichen secretly activated his Heavenly Dao God Eye and looked at the boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda. Today, he had to find out where the origin of the Chaos Demon God had gone. Whoosh, in an instant. The scenery in front of Feng Zichen changed drastically, and countless grotesque scenes flashed before his eyes. These images were of the present, the past, and the future. They were endless and surged toward him, dazzling him for a moment. A purple light flashed, and Feng Zichen found what he wanted to see from these messy images. The whereabouts of the origin of the Chaos Demonic God. In his eyes, there was a line that didn't seem to exist on the boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda in front of him, piercing into the depths of the void. The origin of the Chaos Demon God that had been refined by the Dao fire of creation followed this line and left the boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda. Looking down along that line, one could see that the end was the deepest part of the Heaven Realm, the place where the boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda was born. Good fellow. This boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda has such high intelligence. At this moment, Feng Zichen couldn't help but praise in his heart. How could he not understand what had happened? In this situation, it was obvious that the boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda was unwilling to exist in the future forever. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to refine the Chaos Demon God to send the origin of the boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda that was being born in the present world to accelerate his birth. To be honest, this method was very clever. What was the origin of the Chaos Demon God? It was a treasure that even a saint would be jealous of. The 6 Chaos Demon Gods were the best resources for the boundless Heaven Primordial Pagoda that was being born. There was no need to devour all of them. As long as one of them was devoured, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda would truly be born. Moreover, even if this method was discovered by outsiders, they wouldn't be able to stop it. That was why it was said to be a wonderful method. At this time, the only way to stop the boundless heaven primordial pagoda from sending the origin was to stop refining the chaos demon god. However, it wasn't easy to seize the opportunity to refine the chaos demon god. How could Feng Zichen give it up? Therefore, even if he knew that this would allow Haotian to obtain a connate cardinal treasure, Feng Zichen couldn't destroy it. In the face of righteousness, Feng Zichen's little calculations were really nothing. Haotian is really lucky. Putting away his magic, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh at Haotian's luck. If it weren't for the appearance of the chaos demon god that interfered with the normal trajectory of the primordial world, Haotian wouldn't have had the chance to obtain a top-grade connate cardinal treasure like the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. If this treasure was successfully nurtured, perhaps Haotian would become the biggest winner in this great calamity. He didn't do much, but he became the biggest winner. This luck was really, TSK. In the land of origin of the heaven realm, the connate cardinal treasure embryo that was being nurtured, the aura of the boundless heaven primordial pagoda, was getting stronger and stronger. Endless runes flickered on its body, interweaving into mysterious Dao patterns. The power of the myriad Dao of heaven and earth rolled over, evolving into all kinds of mysterious Dao artifacts that bombarded it, as if they were carrying out the final polishing. After repeated bombardments, the embryo's figure became more and more perfect. Gradually, the appearance of a tower could be seen. However, accidents often happened inadvertently. Just when Feng Zichen thought that victory was in his hands, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda that was refining the chaos demon god suddenly disappeared. Yes. Disappeared. It directly disappeared in front of Feng Zichen and the other three. There was no sign of it beforehand. This is... Feng Zichen and the other three were naturally shocked. Although the chaos demon gods trapped in the pagoda were also surprised by the disappearance of the boundless heaven primordial pagoda, they were even more glad that they had escaped. Let's go. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Feng Zichen and the other three were distracted, the 6 chaos demon gods looked at each other and broke through the void as fast as they could, fleeing into the distance. It wasn't that they didn't want to take this opportunity to sneak attack Feng Zichen and the other three, but their condition didn't allow them to. Having been refined by the boundless heaven primordial pagoda for a long time, their strength had long fallen to the bottom. If they really launched a sneak attack, it might not be effective. Instead, they might be trapped in it and miss this hard-won opportunity to escape. Want to leave? Stay. Haotian came back to his senses. Seeing that the 6 chaos demon gods wanted to escape, he was about to stop them. Unexpectedly, Feng Zichen suddenly reached out and stopped him. There's no need. We can't stop them. Let them go. Previously, the 6 chaos demon gods didn't intend to escape, so Feng Zichen and the other 3 could work together to stop them. Now, the 6 chaos demon gods were determined to escape, and the 4 of them couldn't stop them at all. Since that was the case, why waste energy to stop them? I didn't expect that there would be a time when the chaos demon gods would abandon battle and flee. After a few sarcastic words, Haotian also gave up on the idea of attacking. Brother, there are still many things you can't think of. Just like the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. Who would have thought that it had a time limit? Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen said. When they were stunned just now, the 4 of them had already thought of the reason why the boundless heaven primordial pagoda disappeared. That was, time was up. After all, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda came from the future and couldn't exist in the present for a long time. There were all kinds of restrictions. When the time was up, it naturally had to return to the future. Of course, this was also related to the power of the Celestial Emperor's phantom, which was only at the 12th level of the primordial chaos. If it was the complete authority of the Celestial Emperor, its power would be infinitely close to the heavenly Tao. It could allow the boundless heaven primordial pagoda to exist in the present for a long time. Yes. I really didn't expect it. It's a pity. Hearing this, Haotian said with some regret. It was unknown if it was a pity that he didn't kill the Chaos Demon God, or a pity that because of the Chaos Demon God's escape, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda wasn't completed. Without the Chaos Demon God, the origin was naturally gone. The speed of the boundless heaven primordial pagoda's incubation also returned to its normal level. Feng Zichen looked at Haotian with some amusement and didn't say anything. As the Celestial Emperor in name, although Haotian's authority wasn't complete, he still had a righteous cause. Therefore, he must have some kind of connection with the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. In other words, Haotian definitely saw the changes in the boundless heaven primordial pagoda just now, but he didn't show it on his face. It had to be said that Haotian's thoughts were also deep. However, after this incident, although the boundless heaven primordial pagoda hadn't been completely incubated, the momentum of its birth could no longer be stopped. In the next few catastrophes, as long as the heaven realm didn't shatter again, this treasure would definitely be born. Compared to now, it was just a little late. But Haotian could wait. To him, the most meaningless thing was time. Of course, Feng Zichen wouldn't just watch this top-grade innate treasure that symbolized the identity of the Celestial Emperor fall into Haotian's hands. He would definitely think of a way to interfere. Who would complain about having too many treasures in their hands? Moreover, even if he couldn't get it, he couldn't let others get it. Only in this way could he ensure his interests to the greatest extent. As for how he was going to interfere, then there was no hurry. Because the opportunity would come soon. If Feng Zichen remembered correctly, it wouldn't be long before Haotian would encounter a death calamity. A death calamity caused by the position of Celestial Emperor. Haotian was able to become Celestial Emperor not because of his own efforts, but because of the Tao ancestors' recommendation. In other words, to the primordial world, he didn't do anything. To the countless living beings, he didn't give the slightest favor. Without merit or virtue, how could Haotian become Celestial Emperor? As the saying goes, if one's virtue didn't match the position, there would definitely be a strange disaster. Haotian's death calamity came because of this. The merit on his body was not enough for him to become Celestial Emperor. Although with the protection of the Tao ancestor, even if Haotian encountered a death calamity, he would not really die. However, the Tao ancestor could not create merit for him out of thin air. Without enough merit, as long as Haotian was still Celestial Emperor, this death calamity would not disappear and would always follow him. Therefore, after the death calamity, Haotian would begin his reincarnation journey to accumulate merit. When Haotian returned at that time, his title would become Haotian's Golden Tower Supreme Jade Emperor, the Great Heavenly Venerable of Forgiveness, the High God of the Heavens, which was the Jade Emperor of the later generations. However, this was something that would happen many years later. During Haotian's tribulation, the heavenly court was without a master. This was Feng Zichen's opportunity. The opportunity to get his hands on the primeval pagoda of Meiluo Heaven. At this moment, Feng Zichen and Haotian both had smiles on their faces. It was very meaningful. The Chaos Demon God had retreated, and the four of them did not need to maintain the Celestial Emperor's phantom anymore, so they dispersed it. Fellow Daoist Ziwei, what magic treasure were you refining just now? Why did you cause such a big commotion? At this moment, Haotian thought of what had happened just now and asked Feng Zichen. Nothing. I was just studying the structure of the innate ferocious beasts. I wanted to use this to explore the secrets of the Chaos Demon God. Who knew that I would trigger the backup plan that the Chaos Demon God left on the innate ferocious beasts, which led to the accident? Feng Zichen laughed and explained to Haotian. Was he on good terms with Haotian? Why did he explain the blood altar to him? If this treasure was completed, it could be used as a trump card. It was most suitable to be used to trick people, but it could not be easily known to outsiders. He he. I see. Haotian laughed dryly and said. Of course, he didn't believe it. He was not a fool. If it was really a backup plan left behind by the Chaos Demon God, how could the 6 Chaos Demon Gods not recognize it? However, they were as confused as he was and did not know its origin. From this, it could be seen that this had nothing to do with the Chaos Demon God. However, Feng Zichen did not say anything. Haotian had no choice. He could not force Feng Zichen to say it. Not to mention that this would cause the two of them to become enemies. Even if they really fought, he might not be a match for Feng Zichen. The boundless starry sky was really too powerful. Fellow Daoist, and fellow Daoists, this matter is over. I should go back and guard the Tree of World. Then I'll take my leave here. With the blood altar in his heart, Feng Zichen was not in the mood to chat with Haotian here. He casually found an excuse and left. After that, apart from Gaochen, Haotian and Luais also left. Now that the demon sect had suffered heavy losses, it was the best time to attack them. He could not miss it. As for Gaochen, of course, he had to stay here and help Fushi kill the innate ferocious beasts. I have to find someone to test the effect of the blood altar. Under the Tree of World, Feng Zichen looked at the blood altar floating in the air and thought silently. No matter what the problem was with the blood altar, he only needed to find someone to test it. It was impossible for him to guess the reason by himself. But, who should I test it on? For a moment, Feng Zichen was a little troubled. Chapter 572. First of all, those who had a good relationship with Feng Zichen definitely could not be tested. One could tell that the ominous aura was extremely dangerous at a glance. If it was tainted, there might be some problems. Therefore, it was best for this test subject to have a grudge against Feng Zichen. In this way, even if something went wrong, he would not feel heartache. It's you. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen had a goal. Then, he released his mind and crossed layers of void to arrive at the depths of the canyon, where the 12 divine beings' murderous array was. There, the 4 emissaries of the demon sect had been defeated by the projections of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. Their bodies and primordial spirits had been destroyed, leaving only a connate indestructible true spirit. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be long before they completely perished. How tragic. Looking at the miserable appearance of the 4 demons, Feng Zichen first shook his head. Then, he stretched out his right arm and gently stroked below. An invisible force suddenly descended and scattered the connate true spirits of the 4 demons. At this point, the pillars of the demon sect, the 4 emissaries had all perished. Roar! 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 After the 4 demons perished, the 12 divine flags could not wait to tremble. They emitted a sparkling divine light and devoured the flesh and origin left behind by the 4 demons. The flesh and blood of all living beings could create an altar and also nourish the 12 divine flags. If Feng Zichen hardened his heart and let the 12 divine flags devour all living beings in the primordial world, he could promote the 12 divine flags to a connate cardinal treasure. Moreover, the 12 ancestral sorcerers could also be revived. This was the greatest function of the 12 divine flags. As long as it could be promoted to a connate cardinal treasure, it could revive the corresponding ancestral sorcerers. Once they returned, they would have the realm of primordial chaos and would not have any period of weakness. In other words, although the 12 ancestral sorcerers had perished, the 12 divine flags were still cultivating on their behalf, silently accumulating strength for them. It would not cause them to fall behind the times because they had been dead for too long. Of course, this method only looked feasible, but in fact, it was not feasible at all. Feng Zichen was not a heartbroken person. Naturally, he would not do such a thing. What was more, the 12 ancestors of sorcery had died to protect the untainted land. If their descendants slaughtered the common people in order to resurrect them, what was the meaning of their sacrifice? Buzz buzz buzz, after devouring the 4 devils, the spiritual light on the 12 divine banner sword. It was not far from becoming a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Connate numinous treasures were easy to create, but connate cardinal treasures were difficult to create. Spiritual treasure and supreme treasure. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was too difficult to upgrade them. At the very least, there was still a long way to go before the 12 capital God banner could be upgraded to a connate cardinal treasure. It's you. Feng Zichen grabbed a wisp of essence from a capital heaven divine banner and returned his consciousness to the Tree of World. The owner of this essence Qi was one of the 4 devils. As for who it was, Feng Zichen wasn't too sure, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it was all for the sake of experimentation. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, in the end, he would be obliterated. If he succeeded, Feng Zichen could kill him with a flip of his hand. If he failed, he reckoned that the ominous aura that made one's heart palpitate would not end well for him. Go! After placing the devil's essence Qi at the core of the blood altar, Feng Zichen began to activate the blood altar. Buzz buzz buzz, wisps of demonic blood light blossomed from the blood altar and dyed the heavens and the earth blood red. At the same time, a thin mist silently descended and shrouded the place, giving off an ominous aura. Then, an inexplicable song sounded in the strange mist. It sounded like the prayer of the living, the murmur of the dead, and also the sound of Tao. It was mysterious and unfathomable. The spirit summoning song. The spirit summoning song. Although it was the first time he had heard this song, Feng Zichen inexplicably knew its origin and function. This song had the ability to gather the spirit summoning song. Its sound was the prelude to resurrecting the dead. Boom! The blood light on the blood altar became even more dazzling, as if it was burning and turning into a blood-like flame. Affected by this, the spirit summoning song became even more majestic. Unlike the dazzling blood light, the blood altar's body became dimmer as the blood flame burned. The blood crystal-like color gradually lost its luster and turned into an ordinary stone. This change meant that the power of the connate ferocious beast's flesh and blood that formed the blood altar was rapidly depleting. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rain of blood fell. It was accompanied by the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. This made the place even more demonic. Amidst these changes, the core of the blood altar, where the devil's essence Qi was undergoing a miraculous change. Specks of light came from all directions and gathered towards this wisp of essence Qi. Gradually, a mark appeared on this wisp of essence Qi. This was the spirit summoning imprint. It was the foundation of all living beings. It was also the proof of existence. The appearance of the spirit summoning imprint meant that the resurrection had begun. As the spirit summoning imprint condensed, more and more spirit summoning fragments surged over and gradually formed a complete connate indestructible true spirit. With one more step, its intelligence would be restored, and the devil would be completely returned. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's astonished gaze, the Tao of heaven and earth descended and blasted towards the blood altar in an attempt to destroy it and the devil's true spirit that was about to be revived. Is this the backlash of heaven and earth? I can't let you destroy the blood altar like this. Million sword illustration, go. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen waved his hand and summoned the million sword illustration to protect the blood altar. Resurrection from the dead was a heaven-defying act. At the moment when it was about to succeed, a great tribulation would naturally descend to destroy everything. Of course, according to Feng Zichen's original plan, he would give some benefits to heaven and earth while reviving the dead. This would achieve a win-win situation and offset the tribulation. However, Feng Zichen did not give any benefits to heaven and earth in order to test the problem of the blood altar. Naturally, he would not receive any special care. The tribulation would come as it should. This was the reason for the current scene. Rumble. The mighty power of heaven and earth descended and crushed everything, sending the million-sword illustration flying. Zhouxing illustration. Seeing that the situation was not good, Feng Zichen hurriedly summoned the Zhouxing illustration and transformed it into a vast starry sky. He used the boundless starry sky to resist the power of heaven and earth and continued to protect the blood altar. Fortunately, in order to resist the chaos demon god, heaven and earth have transferred most of the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, this attack alone would be enough to seriously injure me. After blocking the power of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen let out a long breath. This was the advantage of the absence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the moment he saw the power of heaven and earth descend, he would have abandoned the blood altar and fled, not to mention resisting. Hold on for a while longer. I will be able to see the effect of the ominous aura soon. While resisting the attack of the power of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen looked towards the depths of the blood altar. There, after receiving Feng Zichen's protection, the demon god had begun to revive. At the same time, the ominous aura that Feng Zichen was afraid of also moved and pounced towards the demon. Ah! The demon that had just been revived did not have time to look at his surroundings before he was enveloped by the ominous aura. He could not help but let out a shrill scream. That scream was so miserable that it was really moving. Poison! Poison of path! Poison of path! Seeing the miserable appearance of the demon, Feng Zichen finally understood the origin of the ominous aura. He could not help but change his expression. That was poison. Poison that was born in the path. Therefore, it was called the poison of path. It only had one function, and that was to corrode all paths and turn one's path into nothing. Amidst the shrill screams of the demon. Soon, his path was completely corroded by the poison of path and returned to silence. Dead. The demon had only been revived for a few breaths before he fell to the poison of path. He had just seen hope, but he experienced despair. It was really tragic to the extreme. Withdraw. Since the test subject was dead, Feng Zichen did not need to protect the blood altar anymore. He withdrew the Zhouxing painting and let it be destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. Poison of path. Interesting. The blood altar is done. Recalling everything that had just happened, Feng Zichen gradually smiled. Although the poison of path was powerful and difficult to remove once it was touched, the poison of path on the blood altar was not unsolvable. Although the demon did not live for long, Feng Zichen discovered that as his path decayed, the poison of path became less and less. This meant that the poison of path on the blood altar was a consumable. As long as there was enough power to replace the path, the safety of the revived person could be guaranteed. Moreover, it might not be so troublesome. Hongmeng Daozhong was mysterious and unfathomable. It might be able to deal with the poison of path. If he could collect it, he would have another great killing weapon in the future. With that in mind, Feng Zichen stepped out and came to the canyon again. The blood altar had been destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. He needed to refine another one. But fortunately, everything was difficult at the beginning. With the first result, refining the blood altar would not be so troublesome. Moreover, as time passed, more and more innate ferocious beasts died in the canyon. There would be no shortage of materials that Feng Zichen needed to refine the blood altar. Turn. Coming to the galaxy of Universal Light Array again, Feng Zichen activated the array and operated the galaxy of Universal Light. He wrapped the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts in the array and performed the Great Void teleportation. Whoosh! In an instant the void rotated. Everything in front of him blurred. When Feng Zichen's vision returned to normal, he had already arrived in the boundless starry sky. This was his territory that truly belonged to him. This time, Feng Zichen had enough confidence to refine the blood altar. He did not need to worry like last time. He could refine the complete version of the blood altar. Therefore, he returned to the boundless starry sky to baptize the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts. As mentioned before, in order to prevent the innate ferocious beasts from dying, their flesh and blood would scatter into heaven and earth to strengthen the origin of the untainted land. The demon god of chaos had done something to the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts, making them closely connected with the chaotic evil spirit and turning them into first-class dangerous things. It also made the untainted land unable to absorb them. Feng Zichen moved the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts to the boundless starry sky. He wanted to use the power of Pangu to purify and baptize the flesh and blood, making it suitable for the untainted land to absorb the power. After all, in the later stage of the blood altar, the most important thing was the sacrifice to heaven and earth. The innate ferocious beasts contaminated with the chaotic evil spirit were not acceptable. They had to be purified innate ferocious beasts. Boundless starry sky, combine. After placing the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen returned to the Emperor Star. Then, he let go of his mind and gradually merged with the will of the boundless starry sky. This was something that Di Jun could not do. In the entire untainted land, only Feng Zichen could do it. This was the benefit he got from splitting the boundless starry sky. The current boundless starry sky was created by Feng Zichen, so he naturally had absolute control over it. Even if Di Jun was reborn, he would not be able to break away from the rule of the boundless starry sky. In the untainted land, there were not many places that were like the boundless starry sky. For example, there were only a few places like the Heaven Realm, the Netherworld Realm, and the Ultimate Ruins. And the rulers of these areas could only borrow the will of the land they ruled, not merge with it. In this way, they could not exert the full power of the original will. But Feng Zichen was different. He was the will of the boundless starry sky, and the will of the boundless starry sky was him. He could perfectly exert the power of the boundless starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, he could even shout out the words, "As long as the boundless starry sky is not destroyed, the great emperor of Ziwei will not die." If the boundless starry sky was completely restored, Feng Zichen would even dare to say, standing in the boundless starry sky, even if Dao ancestor Hongjun came in person, he would still dare to fight. This was the blessing that the boundless starry sky brought to Feng Zichen, making him almost invincible. When Feng Zichen's mind completely merged with the will of the boundless starry sky, he seemed to have transformed into the boundless starry sky, reflecting everything in this place in his eyes. The first thing he saw was the majestic figure standing in the boundless starry sky, God Pangu. Speaking of which, although God Pangu was condensed by Feng Zichen using an array formation, over the years, the divine power on his body had become stronger. Although it had not reached the level of facing Pangu directly, it was gradually catching up to Mount Buzhou. Of course, Zhou had recovered some of his strength. But more importantly, it was because in the center of the boundless starry sky, directly below Ziwei, was the mountain of Mount Buzhou. Back then, when Mount Buzhou broke, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity to directly pull the broken mountain into the boundless starry sky to suppress Zhou. One had to admit that this move was really wonderful. Ever since the mountain of Mount Buzhou came to the boundless starry sky, it was baptized by the power of the stars day and night, as well as the nourishment of God Pangu. It gradually merged with the boundless starry sky. It would not be long before a divine mountain appeared in the boundless starry sky, a small Mount Buzhou. With the suppression of this divine mountain, the boundless starry sky would undoubtedly be more stable. In the future, it would be difficult to destroy the boundless starry sky. Moreover, the benefits of the fusion of Mount Buzhou and the boundless starry sky were not limited to this. Chapter 573. It should be known that with the cultivation of God Pangu, the origin of the boundless starry sky would become more and more powerful. And Mount Buzhou, which was integrated with it, would also benefit from it, and its origin would gradually deepen. Perhaps, one day in the future, with the increasing strength of the boundless starry sky, the broken section of Mount Buzhou would fully grow and reappear the unparalleled glory of Mount Buzhou that stood between heaven and earth, suppressing the past, present, and future. What was invincibility? This was invincibility. If one day, the complete divine mountain Buzhou reappeared in the boundless starry sky, then the boundless starry sky would become truly unbreakable. At the same time, Feng Zichen would also obtain the greatest capital to suppress the untainted land. After all, it was Mount Buzhou that had suppressed the untainted land for eternity. In this vast untainted land, who could contend with the mighty power of Mount Buzhou? In a daze, Feng Zichen's thoughts gradually left his body and came to the body of God Pangu, taking over everything. Powerful. Unparalleled power. This was the most obvious feeling Feng Zichen had after taking over the body of God Pangu. In that breath, a majestic power surged in his body as if it could erupt at any time and destroy everything. In particular, Feng Zichen knew that this was not an illusion. The power of the Pangu celestial being was indeed capable of this. This was even more exciting. The power of God Pangu was formed by the power of the boundless starry sky, the power of Mount Buzhou, and the power of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Once it erupted, it was comparable to an expert at the 7th level of the primordial chaos realm. In addition, the one who controlled this power was God Pangu, which was even more terrifying. Even an expert at the 9th level of the primordial chaos realm could fight with him. In the untainted land, besides the Tao ancestor and the devil ancestor, who could match such power? Anyway, Feng Zichen's current power was not worth mentioning in front of God Pangu. Phew, taking a deep breath, large amounts of primal chaos energy surged from the great primal chaos and was sucked into the Pangu god's stomach. After that, it completed a great cycle in the body and was refined into strands of origin energy to repair the Zhouxing. In the boundless starry sky. Just like that, he grew stronger day after day. Rise. After calming himself down, Feng Zichen controlled the Pangu celestial being to sit down cross-legged. Then, he waved his hands and formed a mysterious seal. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, Zhouxing and billions of stars lit up one after another, scattering bits of starlight. Refine. When all the stars lit up, Feng Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. Using the starlight as a guide, he condensed a furnace in the void, the Star Dao furnace. Looking at its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the Great Dao furnace, but it was the Zhouxing version of the Great Dao furnace. Replacing the Great Dao runes that formed the Great Dao furnace with Star Dao runes, it became the huge furnace in front of Feng Zichen. Boom! As soon as the Star Dao furnace appeared, it shook violently. Then, it faced down and sucked in the flesh of the connate fierce beast in the starry sky. Swish, a terrifying suction force was released from the mouth of the furnace. In the blink of an eye, all the connate fierce beast flesh was sucked in. Then, the Star Dao furnace slowly returned to normal. Boom! 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 Next, billions of starlight gathered and turned into a raging flame, burning fiercely under the Star Dao furnace. In the flames, the Star Dao furnace slowly rotated. An invisible force spread and began to refine the connate fierce beast flesh. Sizzle, under the refinement of the Star Dao furnace, strands of chaos origin energy entwined with chaotic evil chi rose from the mouth of the furnace and floated toward the boundless starry sky. Wherever it passed, the void emitted a sizzling sound and gradually turned into nothingness. The laws wailed incessantly as they slowly dissipated. The power of chaotic evil chi could be seen from this. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen controlled the god Pangu and slowly operated the three enclosures Dao scripture. Swish, the starlight was like flowing water, slowly operating according to the trajectory of Zhouxing. If someone could see the god Pangu, then from the great chaos outside, they would be able to see the process of the starlight flowing. It was just like a cultivator cultivating. Spiritual energy slowly flowed in the meridians. It was truly mysterious and wonderful. And the chaos origin energy entwined with chaotic evil chi that gushed out from the Star Dao furnace was also wrapped in the starlight and began to flow in the meridians of the god Pangu. A large cycle passed. 2 great circulations passed. 3 major circulations passed. As the large cycles passed, the chaotic evil chi and the chaos origin energy gradually separated. The former was still operating with the starlight, while the latter was slowly being refined and precipitated in the dantian of the god Pangu. Time was like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. On this day, the fiercely burning star fire shook for a moment and suddenly extinguished. Immediately after, the figure of the stellar Tao furnace that stood in the starry sky shook, then turned into specks of light that filled the sky and disappeared. It was the flesh and blood of the innate fierce beast that had been completely refined. The star fire and the star Tao furnace had completed their mission. Naturally, there was no reason for them to continue to exist. Withdrawing his mind, Feng Zichen's intelligence returned to his physical body. During this period, the huge gap between the power of the god Pangu and his own strength brought about a sense of disparity. It took Feng Zichen a while to adapt to it. Sigh. Myself. When can I be as powerful as the god Pangu's father? After secretly sighing with emotion, Feng Zichen suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his heart and looked at his right hand, at a long black sword. This was an extremely dangerous sword. It was completely black, as if it could swallow all the light, as if it was the source of darkness. What was more terrifying was the aura that it emitted. It was an aura that could corrode everything. Even the great Tao was not spared. Chaotic evil chi. Yes, the origin of this sword was the chaotic evil chi that had been refined by the god Pangu. And it was the highest quality chaotic evil chi. It came from the body of a peak chaos demon god, and its power was beyond imagination. Even the Du Tian divine evil chi in Feng Zichen's body was far from being comparable to it. Of course, this was not to say that the Du Tian divine evil chi was not good enough, but that Feng Zichen was not good enough. In terms of quality, the Du Tian divine evil chi was the most powerful chaotic evil chi. There was no one else in the chaos that was more powerful than it. However, Feng Zichen's realm was too low. Compared to the chaos demon god at his peak, the gap was too big. It was like the gap between an ordinary immortal and a high and mighty sage. Therefore, in front of such a huge gap, no matter how high the quality of the Du Tian divine evil chi was, it could not be compared with the chaotic evil chi of a peak chaos demon god. Pangu was more likely to be the case. What a ferocious sword! With the divine sword in front of him, even Feng Zichen, the primitive sword ancestor, did not dare to reach out and touch this sword directly. He really did not dare to. It was really too fierce. With just a glance, Feng Zichen felt his heart skip a beat. If he really touched this fierce sword, Feng Zichen had no doubt that under the backlash of the chaotic evil chi, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Feng Zichen had seen a lot of chaotic evil chi, but they were all the remaining chaotic evil chi after the death of the chaos demon god. Their power had long been weakened and could not threaten him. However, it was the first time that Feng Zichen had seen the chaotic evil chi of a peak chaos demon god like this. It really shocked him to the extreme. At the same time, it also made him yearn for that chaos demon god. Just a wisp of chaotic evil chi from his body was enough to seriously injure him and even make him think of dying. If the original body of this chaos demon god appeared in front of him in person, how shocking would it be? He might not be able to kill him with just a thought. That realm, how great it was, how incredible it was. For Feng Zichen, although he yearned for Pangu's realm, that realm was too ethereal after all. It was not something that he could reach now. On the contrary, the realm when the chaos demon god was at the peak was what he should be pursuing now. When he reached the realm of the chaos demon god, it would be the time to reach the realm of Pangu. It was better to eat one mouthful at a time. Merge. With a slight thought, Feng Zichen merged with the god of Pangu again. This time, when he looked at the long sword condensed by the chaotic evil chi again, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart. There was no fear like before. Although this sword was refined by the god of Pangu, with Feng Zichen's current strength, he could not resist the corrosion of the chaotic evil qi at all. Therefore, he could not control this ferocious sword. However, the god of Pangu was different. His strength was much stronger than Feng Zichen's. Even the chaotic evil qi was refined by him. Naturally, he could control this ferocious sword like an arm. Qi. At this time, Feng Zichen's heart moved. He controlled this ferocious sword and drew a sword flower in the starry sky. Following that, the space where the flower of swords was located disappeared without a trace. It turned into a state of nothingness, and nothing existed at all. Amazing! Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little excited. Then, he controlled the ferocious sword and practiced swordsmanship. Swish, 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 the pitch-black sword light was extremely cold, emitting a bone-chilling cold light. It flickered in the starry sky like ghosts, destroying everything around it. In the excitement of the dance, Feng Zichen was no longer limited to the swordsmanship. He simply turned the ferocious sword back into the chaotic evil qi and practiced hundreds of weapons, displaying all kinds of mysterious magic. However, although the magic weapons were different, they had one thing in common, and that was, their power was beyond imagination. Keep. After the excitement, Feng Zichen waved his hand and put away the chaotic evil qi. This was a great killing weapon, and he had to keep it well. Even he did not dare to let it get close to him. One could imagine its power. Even if the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian got close to it, he might die if he was not careful. In fact, even if a sage got close to it, he would probably be seriously injured, and it would be the kind that the heavenly path could not cure. The reason why Feng Zichen brought the flesh of the innate stage ferocious beast to the boundless starry sky to refine was that the heaven and earth could not purify the chaotic evil qi in it. The power of the heavenly path came from the same source as the heaven and earth. Even the heaven and earth could not purify the power. There was a high probability that the heavenly path could not solve it. This meant that with the chaotic evil qi, Feng Zichen had an effective way to deal with the sage. In the future, he could find an opportunity. He could test the power of the chaotic evil qi on the two sages Zhuanti. At this moment, Feng Zichen thought silently. After putting away the chaotic evil qi, Feng Zichen got busy with business, refining the blood altar. Come. Feng Zichen looked down at the boundless starry sky and gently hooked his finger. The chaotic origin qi that had settled in the dantian of the god Pangu quickly surged toward him. It didn't take long for Feng Zichen to be wrapped in a gray airflow. And these gray airflows were one of the most noble treasures in the world, the chaotic origin qi of all things. If the chaotic origin qi in front of Feng Zichen was used to refine weapons, it would be enough for him to refine a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. There might even be some left over. However, Feng Zichen used such precious treasures to refine the blood altar to revive the dead. Maybe it was not enough. It had to be said that the price to pay for reviving the dead was not small. Refine. Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands and began to refine the blood altar again. Suddenly, countless runes flew out and gradually formed the shadow of a 9-level altar in front of him. At the same time, the chaotic origin qi swarmed toward the 9-level altar. At this point, the surrounding chaotic origin qi began to decrease slowly. But Feng Zichen did not care about this. Compared to the blood altar's heaven-defying ability, a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure was really nothing. With the experience of the previous success, the refining of the blood altar this time went smoothly. It didn't take much effort. Not long after, a huge 9-level altar made of blood crystal and surrounded by an ominous aura appeared in front of Feng Zichen. To be honest, if not for the ominous aura, the blood altar's appearance would be really good. It would be unusually beautiful. But because of the ominous aura, the overall beauty of the blood altar was destroyed and it made it look unusually strange. At first glance, one could tell that it was not a good thing. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this. Go! Looking at the blood altar, Feng Zichen first muttered to himself. Then, he took out the demon essence he had obtained from the 12 divine banner and inserted it into the core of the blood altar. Blood mist spread out, indicating that the blood altar had begun to be activated. %yen #@ an ancient and mysterious spirit summoning melody sounded and echoed in Feng Zichen's ears. Under this mysterious melody, the power of the blood altar was rapidly depleted. At the same time, spots of light appeared from the void and gathered toward the demon essence at the core of the blood altar. Just like the previous time, the true spirit imprint in the demon essence condensed again and then a complete innate indestructible true spirit was born. Thus, the most crucial step of the revival process had arrived. That was the awakening of spiritual intelligence. Chapter 574. Only by awakening its intelligence could it be considered a true resurrection. Not long after, a ray of light that represented wisdom appeared in the eyes of the demon, indicating that the demon had been resurrected. At this moment, the myriad Tao of heaven and earth suddenly trembled, an unparalleled power descended and pressed down on the demon on the blood altar. At the same time, the ominous aura was also trembling, turning into the poison of the great Tao and surging towards the demon. At this moment, it was as if the previous scene was replaying itself. But unlike the last time, this time, Feng Zichen was already prepared. Seeing that the mighty power of heaven and earth was about to descend, Feng Zichen suddenly formed a seal with both hands and made a sacrificial gesture. He sacrificed the chaos origin aura that filled his surroundings to heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei, Pangu, Ziwei clan, hereby announce to the primordial world today, I am willing to sacrifice the chaos origin aura in exchange for the return of the dead. May heaven and earth agree. Just as Feng Zichen was chanting the prayer, the chaos origin aura around him was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that it was being absorbed by heaven and earth. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He was not afraid that he would absorb it, but he was afraid that he would not want it. As long as heaven and earth absorbed it, it meant that heaven and earth had accepted his bribe and allowed the dead to recover. As expected. As the chaos origin aura decreased, the mighty power of heaven and earth that was pressing down no longer moved forward. Moreover, its power was slowly fading away. Hongmeng Daozhong, suppress. After solving the problem of the backlash of heaven and earth, the next step was to remove the poison of the great Tao. Normally speaking, Feng Zichen should have used enough innate origin to consume the poison of the great Tao in exchange for the safe return of the dead. But because of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen felt that he could try another method. That was to forcefully suppress the poison of the great Tao. Hongmeng's qi was the initial power, the beginning of Tai, and the manifestation of it. Therefore, in this world, anything that existed, it was all within his tolerance. Even the poison of the great Tao was no exception. In other words, Hongmeng's qi was the bane of everything. At the same level, no power could defeat the qi of Hongmeng. Although the poison of the Great Path was powerful, it was obviously not as powerful as Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, it was destined to be countered by Hongmeng Daozhong and not be its opponent. Dang 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 dang, the Tao bell rang softly. Strands of Hongmeng qi hung down. The instant the poison of the great Tao was about to make contact with the demon, it completely wrapped around it, suppressed it, and forcefully pulled it into the bell. I'm back. Fushi, North Star Celestial Monarch, I will definitely repay you 100-fold for killing me. Just you wait. At this moment, the demon finally realized what was going on and shouted, "What are you doing?" In fact, it was not his fault. Because he really did not know what had just happened. With Feng Zichen's current level, he was able to ignore time. Therefore, although everything that had happened earlier seemed to have taken a long time, it had actually happened in a still space-time. It was not until everything was over that time began to flow again. It was also at this moment that the demon knew that he had been resurrected. As for why he was resurrected and what happened during his resurrection, he did not know anything. He did not have the time to think. Because the joy of being reborn had already filled his heart, he did not have the time to think about these reasons. This also led to the scene in front of him. Ignorant and boring. Hearing the demon's happy voice, Feng Zichen only smiled faintly. Then, he heard a bell ring. Dang! The demon directly exploded, turning into Hongmeng Qi that filled the sky and was absorbed by Hongmeng Daozhong. Until he died, he did not realize what had happened. Here, but the boundless starry sky, was Feng Zichen's base camp. Here, even saints were no match for Feng Zichen. When facing him, they had to be careful. Killing a half-step primordial chaos realm demon was too easy. He could kill it with a flick of his finger. Buzz buzz buzz. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand. Hongmeng Daozhong spun and flew over from afar, falling into his hand. Is this the poison of the Great Path? Holding Hongmeng Daozhong in his hand, Feng Zichen shook it gently. A small piece of grayish-black crystal fell from his body into Feng Zichen's hand. It was the poison of the Great Path that made people tremble in fear. However, this terrifying poison of the Great Path was now wrapped in Hongmeng Qi, completely isolating him from the outside world. The ability to corrode all the Great Paths could not be used at all. This thing is good. Unfortunately, it's useless against primordial chaos. After looking at the poison of the Great Path in his hand for a moment, Feng Zichen put it away with disinterest. The level of this poison of the Great Path was still a little low. It had not reached the level of primordial chaos. Although the power was not bad, it was only for those below primordial chaos. However, the effect was not so good for those who had reached the primordial chaos realm. It could cause some trouble for them, but it was far from fatal. However, existences below the primordial chaos realm would definitely die if they encountered this poison. However, this item was useless against Feng Zichen. His current opponents were all existences at the primordial chaos realm. This poison had no effect at all. And those below the primordial chaos realm were no match for him at all, so there was no need for this poison. For Feng Zichen, this item was of little value. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. The blood altar has really succeeded. At this moment, Feng Zichen finally focused his attention on the blood altar. At this moment, the blood altar had exhausted all its strength after reviving the demon. Its entire body was dim and covered in cracks. It had completely lost its charm. It was like an ordinary stone that could shatter at any time. Of course. This did not mean that the blood altar was really destroyed. It was just that its strength was exhausted. After that, as long as it poured its strength again, the blood altar could return to normal. However, in the future, the only one who could use this blood altar was that demon. As a heaven-defying item, the blood altar naturally had all kinds of restrictions. Once it recognized a master, it could only revive its master and could not be used by others. A blood altar only recognized one master in its life. Therefore, in the end, this blood altar would also be destroyed. Otherwise, would it be left to revive that demon? But even so, Feng Zichen still looked at the blood altar with joy in his eyes. The revival of the demon just now meant that he had succeeded. This heaven-defying divine item that only existed in novels in his previous life had been materialized in the primordial world by him. This was an incredible achievement. Especially with the blood altar, Feng Zichen could use this item to revive some old friends and let them walk in the primordial world again. Moreover, the blood altar was also equivalent to a kind of foundation. It could revive the experts of the clan at any time. This meant that, in the battle with foreign clans, the human clan had more maneuverability. However, the blood altar still had some shortcomings. That was, the price to revive a person was too great. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, the price to revive a person on the blood altar was 4 times that of that person's origin. This was the result of Feng Zichen using the Hongmeng Daozhong to suppress the poison of the Great Path. If he followed the normal method and used the innate origin to offset the poison of the Great Path, the price would be more than 5 times. In other words, if he wanted to revive a Daluo Jingxian, the price he had to pay was 5 Daluo Jingxian of the same level. And of these 5 times, at least 2 times were dedicated to the heavens and earth. It had to be said that the heavens and earth were really dark. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zichen destroyed the broken blood altar and teleported back to the canyon. At this time, it had been thousands of years since Feng Zichen set up a trap to kill the innate ferocious beasts. During this period, countless innate ferocious beasts rushed over and were killed by the formation in the canyon and the Fushi hiding in the dark. No matter how many innate ferocious beasts there were in the untainted land, they should have been killed after nearly 1,000 years. At the very least, most of the innate ferocious beasts above the level of Daluo Jingxian should have been killed. After all, no matter how big the untainted land was, thousands of years was enough for Daluo Jingxian to rush over. As for those who didn't come, they were probably not affected by the demon god flag. After that, they wouldn't come. However, this didn't matter. After all, those who didn't come were in the minority. As long as most of the innate ferocious beasts were killed, the remaining innate ferocious beasts were nothing to worry about. Standing at the top of the canyon and looking down, one could see that the innate ferocious beasts were no longer rushing over in groups like before. They were also sporadic, and one didn't come over for a long time. It could be seen that, in the untainted land, there weren't many innate ferocious beasts still alive. Even if there were remaining, most of them were below the level of Daluo Jingxian. They couldn't make any waves and were completely nothing to worry about. At this point, half of the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts had been quelled. Next, as long as their influence on the untainted land was erased, the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts would be completely quelled. For example, now, the murderous aura all over the untainted land. After the death of the innate ferocious beasts, the land that had been eroded by them needed to be treated. And the source of the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts, the origin of chaos that had flown over from the great chaos outside the realm, also needed to be purified. Otherwise, the spirit veins and earth chi in the untainted land would continue to be polluted by it to produce an endless stream of murderous aura and new innate ferocious beasts. If these were not resolved, the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts would not be quelled and could erupt again at any time. Moreover, the most worrying thing was the origin of chaos that had disappeared since it came to the untainted land. It was the biggest threat to the untainted land. If it was allowed to continue to erode the spirit veins and earth chi of the untainted land, then, one day, the spirit energy of the untainted land would be tainted with innate murderous aura, making it impossible for cultivators to absorb it. This would be a huge blow to the untainted land. When that time came, the demonic path, it would really become the only choice for all living beings. Polluting the spirit veins and earth chi of the untainted land so that the cultivators of the untainted land could not cultivate and could not change to the demonic path. This was the true goal of the Chaos Fiend God. The innate ferocious beasts and the Chaos Fiend God were all pretenses. It was just to cover up the deepest hidden scheme. This principle was also the same when Feng Zichen and the others were traveling through the untainted land. Seeing that the murderous aura in the untainted land was getting denser and denser, and that the spiritual energy was getting scarcer, countless cultivators were fighting over some cultivation resources, they suddenly realized. After understanding this, they naturally had to stop this scene from happening. At this point, Everyone had the same interests. After all, what they cultivated was innate chi, not murderous aura. And the actions of the Chaos Fiend God were undoubtedly shaking their foundation. However, unlike the Chaos Fiend God in the Untainted Land, the Chaos Fiend God in the Great Chaos outside the realm was obviously much, much stronger. Their schemes were far from what Feng Zichen and the others could crack. In other words, no matter how hard Feng Zichen and the others searched, they could not find any trace of the origin of chaos. It was very awkward. But being weak was the original sin. Who asked them to be weak? If they were weak, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Of course, when people were forced into a corner, they could think of any way. After failing to find the origin of chaos, Feng Zichen and the others finally thought of a way that was not a way. Now, the only thing they could be sure of was that the origin of chaos was hidden in the spirit veins. However, Feng Zichen and the others did not know which spirit vein it was hidden in. That was because the primal chaos origin had been moving irregularly. Because of this, no one could find any trace of it. And the method that Feng Zichen and the others thought of had something to do with the spirit veins. Since they really could not find it, they would think of a way to reset the heaven and earth spirit veins and comb them inch by inch. They would always be able to force it out. However, resetting the heaven and earth spirit veins was a big project. The current primordial world had internal and external problems. Obviously, it was not suitable for such a big move. Therefore, he had an idea. But how to implement it would have to wait until the primordial world had completely calmed down. Thinking about it, it was not a matter of time. As for how to operate it, Feng Zichen also had his own ideas. Perhaps the merit of the future earthly emperor of the human race should be here. However, no matter what the future was, one thing was certain. After this incident, the murderous aura in the primordial world rose, and the tribulation aura was rampant. The innate spiritium was almost completely destroyed. The trend of its transformation to postnatal was completely irreversible. Originally, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But now, there was really no hope. Quietly hiding his figure, Feng Zichen used his supernatural power to teleport the galactic cosmic light array and the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts into the boundless starry sky, drawing a perfect end to the operation of killing the innate ferocious beasts. On the other side, Fuxi appeared in a daze and looked at the empty center of the canyon. Fortunately, soon, Feng Zichen's Gaochen avatar walked over and explained to Fuxi. Fuxi, there's no need to panic. It was Brother Ziwei who took away the galactic cosmic light array. As you can see, there aren't many innate ferocious beasts rushing over. From this, it can be seen that most of the innate ferocious beasts in the primordial world have been killed. Therefore, it's time for this operation to end. At the same time, it's time for you to fulfill your duty. Chapter 575. At this moment, in Gaochen's heart, he was really very happy. The plan this time was going too smoothly, and the result was beyond his expectations. Originally, he only planned to use this plan to clean up the connate ferocious beasts in the primordial world. However, he didn't expect that in the end, not only did he clean up the connate ferocious beasts, but he also crippled the demon sect. At this moment, the demon sect could be said to have encountered the greatest crisis since its establishment. This time, in order to stop Feng Zichen's plan, the demon sect could be said to have gone all out. A total of 6 primordial chaos Dao masters and 4 half-step primordial chaos Taoist priests were mobilized. However, in the end, not only did the demon sect fail to stop Feng Zichen's plan to kill the connate ferocious beasts, but they also suffered serious injuries. First, the 6 Dao masters were severely injured by Heavenly Emperor Haotian and the 3 emperors. Then, the 4 emissaries of the demon sect were killed by Great Emperor Ziwei. Before that, the demon sect had already lost an acting sect master, a deputy sect master, and 2 elders. According to this calculation, ever since they reappeared in the world, the demon sect had already lost a primordial chaos Tao master, 5 half-step primordial Taoist priests, and 2 late-stage sage-to-be great masters. There were even 6 Tao masters who were severely injured. No matter how deep the demon sect's foundation was, they could not afford such losses. Their strength must have been severely damaged. They had to hide for a period of time and could not continue to stir up trouble in the primordial world. Otherwise, they would really face the danger of being exterminated. However, since the demon sect had already appeared, it would be difficult for them to hide. Now, Haotian and Luais, the 2 supremes of heaven and earth, seized the opportunity when the demon sect was severely injured and were besieging the demon sect all over the primordial world. If the demon ancestor, Rahu, did not make a move, then under the joint forces of Haotian and Luais, the demon sect would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. The blow to the demon sect was even more serious than the war between Daoists and demons back then. Fuxi. Now, the demon sect is severely injured and can no longer interfere in the primordial world. The Khanate ferocious beasts are almost wiped out, and the primordial world is gradually returning to peace. This is a good time for you to achieve your ambitions. Unify the primordial world, integrate the 10,000 races, and make the human race the strongest race in the primordial world. Through this, he can ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor and become a secondary saint. Gaochen said seriously as he looked at Fuxi. Although Feng Zichen was in charge of the trap and killing of the primordial ferocious beasts, and Fuxi was his assistant, the people in the untainted land did not know about it. It was probably because Feng Zichen deliberately faded away his own existence during the execution of the plan and pushed everything to Fuxi. Therefore, in the eyes of the living beings in the primordial world, it was all Fuxi's credit for killing the Khanate ferocious beast. And this move was not to trap Fuxi, but to boost his reputation. With the credit of quelling the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts, Fuxi's reputation could be said to be second to none in the primordial world. All the races were grateful for his kindness. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fuxi had the upper hand. At this time, if Fuxi came forward to unify the untainted land and set rules for the various races, no one would object. And this was the foundation of becoming an emperor. If the primordial world could really be unified in Fuxi's hands, then he would be worthy of being the emperor. At the same time, the mandate of heaven would also descend on the human race to strengthen their luck and usher in a period of rapid development. Although it wouldn't make the human race the protagonist of the world in one fell swoop, it could still make the human race a first-class race in the primordial world. It would lay a strong foundation for becoming the protagonist of the world in the future. Your Majesty, Fuxi understands. Fuxi nodded and understood Feng Zichen's meaning. He didn't ask any more questions and directly turned to leave this place and return to the human race. It's so simple to talk to smart people. Gaochen sighed as he watched Fuxi's figure leave. This operation had exposed too many details, and Fuxi must have noticed something. However, he didn't ask and suppressed all his doubts in the bottom of his heart. That was because he could tell from Gaochen's words that he didn't want to say. This was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. Collect. When he came to the deepest part of the canyon, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and collected the 12 capital heaven divine banners hidden in the void. The current capital heaven divine banner was already very different from before. Not only did the Khanate spirit light around its sword, but the ancestral witch's shadow on it also became more realistic, as if it would walk down from the banner at any time. Judging from its aura, it had advanced from a superior grade Khanate spirit treasure to a supreme grade Khanate spirit treasure. Gaochen wasn't surprised by that. It would be surprising if the capital heaven divine banner still couldn't advance after devouring the flesh and blood of so many Khanate spirit beasts at sage-to-be perfection. One had to know that although Feng Zichen killed the Khanate spirit beasts to refine the blood altar, he didn't forget about the capital heaven divine banner. The entire canyon. Feng Zichen and Fuxi worked together to set up 3 layers of formations. The outermost Hunyuan River Formation, the inner Galaxy Cosmic Light Formation, and the capital Heaven Divine Fiend Formation in the deepest part. Among them, the Khanate spirit beasts killed by the Hunyuan River Formation and the Galaxy Cosmic Light Formation were used by Feng Zichen to refine the blood altar. As for the Khanate spirit beasts killed by the capital Heaven Divine Fiend Formation, Feng Zichen didn't do anything and allowed them to be devoured. Those Khanate spirit beasts were definitely at sage to be perfection, since they could pass through the double strangulation of the Hunyuan River Formation and the Galaxy Cosmic Light Formation to reach the center of the canyon where the capital Heaven Divine Fiend Formation was located. How could the capital Heaven Divine Banner not advance after devouring those Khanate spirit beasts? However, although the capital Heaven Divine Banner had advanced to a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, Feng Zichen wasn't too happy. It had cost so much just to advance to a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. How much would it cost to advance it to a more powerful Khanate spirit treasure? At the thought of this, Feng Zichen had a headache. He wasn't happy about the advancement of the capital Heaven Divine Banner. Sigh. Shaking his head, Gao Chen also left the place to look for Haotian and Luais to assist them in besieging the demon sect. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen's original body wasn't idle either. He was looking at the heavenly cycle star banner in front of him. After all, it was an acquired spirit treasure and its power wasn't enough. Under the attack of the 4 great emissaries of the demon sect and a group of Khanate spirit beasts, the heavenly cycle star banner had already become tattered and full of cracks. It was estimated that the heavenly cycle star banner would be completely destroyed after 1 or 2 more uses. There can be no construction without destruction. Today's destruction is for a better new life in the future. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen placed the 365 heavenly cycle star banners into their corresponding zhouxing and used their origins to regenerate these heavenly cycle star banners. As Feng Zichen said, the destruction of the heavenly cycle star banner today might not be a bad thing. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. He placed the damaged heavenly cycle star banner in the zhouxing to be regenerated. Under the nourishment of its origins, the reborn heavenly cycle star banner might be able to go against the Khanate and become a Khanate spirit treasure. That would be a true creation. After dealing with the heavenly cycle star banner, Feng Zichen focused his attention on the flesh and blood of the Khanate spirit beasts. Compared to the last time, the flesh and blood of the Khanate spirit beasts this time was much more. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, after completely refining the flesh and blood of these Khanate spirit beasts, the chaos origins obtained would at least be able to refine a Khanate spirit treasure. After all, these flesh and blood basically represented all the Khanate spirit beasts in the primordial world. It was not surprising that he could refine a Khanate spirit treasure. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen had no intention of refining a Khanate spirit treasure. Firstly, he had other uses for these chaos origins. Secondly, he did not have the ability to refine a Khanate spirit treasure. Refining a Khanate spirit treasure was not a simple matter. Materials alone were not enough. One also needed the corresponding strength. Otherwise, alchemy and weapon refinement would not be so difficult. Boom! Zhouxing shook. Endless starlight fell, and the Star Dao furnace appeared again, slowly refining the flesh and blood of the Khanate spirit beasts. This time, it took Feng Zichen nearly 10,000 years to refine all these Khanate spirit beasts. At this moment, Feng Zichen was surrounded by Grey Chaos Origins Qi. It spanned more than 3,000 miles and was abnormally dense, almost condensing into liquid. However, unlike the last time, this time, Feng Zichen did not condense the Chaos Baleful Qi. Instead, he integrated it into the zhouxing. He wanted to use this to increase the power of the zhouxing. One could see. As the Chaos Baleful Qi integrated, the zhouxing also underwent a change. Wisps of dark baleful Qi floated around the zhouxing, mysterious and dangerous. Primordial Divine Baleful Qi. This was a new connate divine baleful qi produced by the fusion of the Zhouxing and the chaos baleful qi. It was extremely powerful, and Feng Zichen named it the primordial divine baleful qi. Although its level was only at the connate level, its power was comparable to the chaos baleful qi. How could it be? It was also the fusion of two supreme powers. How could it become weaker and weaker? The reason why the primordial divine baleful qi was at the connate level was completely controlled by the primordial world and the Zhouxing itself. Now, with these two levels, they could not accommodate the existence of the chaos level. Therefore, the primordial divine baleful qi was at the connate level. However, with the advancement of the boundless starry sky and the primordial world, the primordial divine baleful qi would advance to the chaos level sooner or later. One had to know that the birth of the Zhouxing was because he inherited part of Pangu's origin and most of the origin of the star demon god. Therefore, he had the potential to give birth to the chaos baleful qi. Now, they had integrated with the unknown chaos demon god's baleful qi. The integration of three types of chaos baleful qi created the primordial divine baleful qi. From this, one could see how high the essence of the primordial divine baleful qi was. In the future, it might be able to achieve the supreme baleful qi. Condense. Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands and pointed at the boundless starry sky. Immediately, the Zhouxing trembled together. The primordial divine baleful qi on it began to gather, forming a huge longsword in the starry sky. Its power, compared to the ferocious sword in Feng Zichen's hand, it was more than several times stronger. This was normal. After all, this long sword of baleful qi that traversed the starry sky was formed by gathering the power of the Zhouxing. It was far from what that ferocious sword could compare to. Naturally, its power was stronger. Good. 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 Looking at the huge sword in the starry sky, Feng Zichen was very excited. With this method, he wanted to see who in the primordial world dared to be arrogant in front of him. Even a saint would not feel good if he was hit by this sword, let alone others. In the future, whoever he did not like, he would slash with his sword. After practicing the primordial divine baleful qi for a while, Feng Zichen put it away with a lack of interest. No one tried the sword. It was boring for him to play with it. After that, Feng Zichen put away his unnecessary thoughts and focused on refining the blood altar. This time, he refined 7 blood altars in one go. He wanted to use this to resurrect Swearing, the Chou clan, and the 5 Daoist Jingxian from the 5 innate clans who had died for the human race. They were all heroes and meritorious ministers of the human race. They should not fall into a deep sleep. They should return from death and enjoy the worship of all living beings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 7 blood altars operated at the same time, and a shocking phenomenon was produced. Boundless blood rain floated down. The ancient and mysterious spirit summoning song sounded. Bit by bit, the true spirits gathered, and the ancient heroic spirits were reviving. At the same time, the chaos origin qi around Feng Zichen was rapidly being consumed to offset the karma of heaven and earth. However, the chaos origin qi around Feng Zichen was too dense. Even if he resurrected 7 people at the same time, the consumption was really nothing. It was just a drop in the bucket. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Swearing, the Chou clan, the water dragon revered dragon, and the other 7 people had low cultivation realms when they were alive. The 7 of them had the cultivation of Daoist Jingxian when they were alive. The highest cultivation realm was only at the 3-flower realm. The origin energy required to resurrect them was equivalent to 21 Daoist Jingxian. It seemed to be a lot, but in fact, the chaos origin energy consumed by these 7 people was not as much as the origin energy consumed by Feng Zichen when he resurrected the demon sect emissary. The demon sect emissary. He had the cultivation of a half-step primordial chaos. The chaos origin energy required to resurrect them was not something that 21 Daoist Jingxian could compare to. The difference in cultivation realm was too great. It was also because Suiren's cultivation was low that the poison of the Great Path did not appear when they returned to the blood altar this time. This also let Feng Zichen know that not everyone's resurrection would attract the poison of the Great Path. This was exclusive to the strong. The stronger the cultivation, the more difficult it would be to resurrect a person, and the more accidents it would attract. Perhaps the poison of the Great Path was only one of them. There were other unknown dangers that had not appeared. It seemed that his understanding of the blood altar was not deep enough. In the future, he had to take some time to study it carefully so that he could not find effective measures to remedy the situation when an accident happened. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking, on the blood altar, the resurrection process of Suiren, the Chou clan, and the Water Dragon King had reached the most critical moment. Their innate indestructible true spirits had been completely condensed. They were waiting for their spiritual intelligence to recover. Then, they would be completely resurrected. However, the moment their spiritual intelligence recovered, Feng Zichen suddenly made a move. He waved his hands repeatedly and cast extremely mysterious Dao seals toward Suiren and the others, suppressing and sealing their newly recovered spiritual intelligence. Chapter 576. At this moment, it was not the best time for Suiren and the others to recover. That was because Feng Zichen had prepared an astonishing fortune for them, and they still needed some time to prepare. Suiren, there were the Chou clan, the Water Dragon, and the Dragon Lord. They had all died to protect the human race, so they should be protected by the luck of the human race and be respected by all people. Therefore, Feng Zichen was prepared to give the 7 supreme positions of the earthly emperor, the human emperor, and the 5 emperors to these 7 people. Earlier, Feng Zichen had said that he already had the most suitable candidates for the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. And these candidates were these 7 people. Suiren, the number 1 person of the human race. He ignited the fire of civilization for the human race, allowing the human race to get rid of their ignorance and develop their own civilization. This was an incomparable great merit. The human race could have today. Suiren deserved the most credit. Even Fushi's contribution to the human race could not be compared to Suiren's. In other words, Suiren's status in the human race was second only to Empress Nuwa, and was even slightly higher than Feng Zichen. He deserved to become the earthly emperor of the human race. There was no more suitable candidate in the primordial world than Suiren. There was the Chou clan, the second oldest figure of the human race, and also one of the early patriarchs of the human race. At the same time, he was a figure that could not be avoided in the history of the human race's development. His contribution to the human race was second only to Suiren. Such a figure had dedicated his entire life to the human race. He deserved to become the human emperor. It was precisely because of Suiren and the Chou clan that Feng Zichen dared to say that he had someone more qualified than Fushi to be the human emperor. These 2 people. Weren't they more qualified than Fushi? The human emperor. Of course, it was better for the human race to be the human emperor. It was already Feng Zichen's limit that a Fushi from the monster race would become the new leader of the human race. If the 3 sovereigns, who were related to the foundation of the human race, were all from other races, Feng Zichen would definitely flip the table on the spot. If worse came to worst, he would abandon these 3 sovereigns. He could not suffer such humiliation. If the 3 sovereigns of the human race were all reincarnations of innate gods, what would become of the human race? The protagonist of heaven and earth. He actually wanted to acknowledge an outsider as the emperor. Then, the human race would really become the biggest joke in the world. Not to mention surpassing the liches and demons, they would be embarrassed to death. Therefore, the Suiren and the Chou clan became the human emperors. This was the foundation that guaranteed the prosperity of the human race. Compared to outsiders, his own people were undoubtedly more reassuring. After confirming that the 3 sovereigns were on their side, the 5 emperors could make appropriate concessions. After all, compared to the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors were undoubtedly less important. As for why he wanted Water Dragon, Revered Dragon, and the other 4 to become the 5 emperors, Feng Zichen had some selfish motives. First of all, the 5 of them had died to protect the human race and had contributed to the human race. Secondly, the 5 of them were from the 5 Khanate clans. Speaking of this, it had to be said that during the period when the demon race was attacking the human race, the 5 Khanate clans had been extremely loyal. For the sake of the human race, they had directly fought with the demon race. These were all sentiments. Although the 5 Khanate clans did not need the human race to repay them, Feng Zichen could not be completely indifferent. Letting the 5 of them become the 5 emperors was Feng Zichen's sincerity. It was to show that the friendship between the human race and the 5 Khanate clans would always exist and that they were inseparable. Of course, it was undeniable that Feng Zichen had a part of his selfishness. When the 5 of them had completed their merits and completely belonged to the human race, the luck of the 5 Khanate clans behind them would slowly flow to the human race. Don't underestimate the luck of the 5 Khanate clans. Because of the 5 elements sacred beasts, the 5 Khanate clans were all auspicious beasts. They were blessed by heaven and earth, and their luck would last forever. When the human race obtained the luck of the 5 Khanate clans, it could be said that they were related to the Khanate 5 sacred beasts. In the future, a group of geniuses who were favored by the Khanate 5 elements Tao would definitely be born. This was an unparalleled fortune. The birth of geniuses in every generation was the symbol of a race's immortality. After sealing the Khanate indestructible true spirits of the 7 Swearing, Feng Zichen placed them in the Ziwei star core and used the imperial purple qi to nourish their Khanate indestructible true spirits. The imperial purple qi was the proof of being an emperor. When the 7 of them each absorbed a strand of the imperial purple qi, they would become natural emperors. This was very important for them to become human emperors and could reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. After finishing the matters at hand, Feng Zichen had the time to look at the surrounding Chaos Origin Qi. Although some of the Chaos Origin Qi had been used to revive Swearing and the others, it was not much overall. With the current amount of Chaos Origin Qi around Feng Zichen, it was more than enough to refine a Khanate cardinal treasure. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen was not capable enough to refine a Khanate cardinal treasure. Of course, even if he had the ability, he would not use the Chaos Origin Qi to refine a Khanate cardinal treasure. Because he already had a better plan for how to deal with the Chaos Origin Qi. Hongmeng Daozhong. Feng Zichen's mind stirred and summoned the Hongmeng Daozhong. How long had it been? Since the Hongmeng Dao seal was in the hinterland of Mount Buzhou, it had swallowed the number 1 killing treasure, the Hongmeng Sky Measuring Ruler, and transformed into the supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, Hongmeng Daozhong. How long had it been? Hongmeng Daozhong had not been promoted. But today, Hongmeng Daozhong finally ushered in the opportunity to be promoted. As long as it swallowed the Chaos Origin Qi in front of it, Hongmeng Daozhong would definitely be promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Of course, it could also be called a Chaos Spirit treasure. That's right. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he wanted to let Hongmeng Daozhong devour the Chaos Origin Qi as a resource to be promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure, Chaos Spirit treasure. In this world, what Khanate cardinal treasure could be more precious than Hongmeng Daozhong? When it was only a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, Hongmeng Daozhong showed no less ability than a Khanate cardinal treasure. Then, if it was promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure, would its power be comparable to the 3 heaven-opening cardinal treasures? In short, to Feng Zichen, promoting Hongmeng Daozhong was the most important thing, and it was also the most beneficial for him. Using the Chaos Origin Qi to refine a Khanate cardinal treasure was not as cost-effective as promoting Hongmeng Daozhong. He believed that with Hongmeng Daozhong's magic, after it was promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure, its power would definitely not disappoint Feng Zichen. In the end, Hongmeng Daozhong was his foundation in the primordial world. Without this treasure, how could he have achieved what he had today? Clang! Feng Zichen gently flicked Hongmeng Daozhong, and with a clang, Hongmeng Daozhong swayed into the chaos origin qi and began to devour it wantonly. Clang, 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 bathed in the primordial chaos origin qi, the primordial chaos Dao bell vibrated violently with excitement. Invisible ripples spread wildly with it as the center. Wherever it passed, the primordial chaos origin energy would disperse and be easily absorbed by the primordial chaos Dao bell. As the chaos origin qi decreased, all kinds of wonderful changes happened on Hongmeng Daozhong's body, almost visible to the naked eye. Mysterious runes that were ancient and exuded the most essential power were rapidly derived from nothingness and branded on Hongmeng Daozhong's body to form a new connate divine restriction, or Hongmeng divine restriction. The mysterious runes were purple and exuded an aura that was very similar to that of Hongmeng, but more profound. They seemed to be the origin of all things, the source of all Dao. If Feng Zichen was not mistaken, the mysterious runes were the origin of all runes, the foundation of all Dao, and the most ancient and mysterious runes, the Hongmeng Dao talisman. All the great Daos, all the abilities, and all the rules in the world were made up of endless runes. And the Hongmeng Dao talisman was the origin of all runes, the symbol of existence. All the runes in the world were evolved from him as a template. From this, it could be seen that the origin of the Hongmeng Dao talisman was so great and ancient. In this world, there was probably nothing more ancient than him. The divine restriction that was derived from the Hongmeng runes as the foundation had to be called the Hongmeng divine restriction. Because whether it was connate or chaos, they were inferior to Hongmeng, so they naturally could not be named as such. Because they were not worthy. And just as the Hongmeng Dao talisman was rapidly evolving, our protagonist, Feng Zichen, was staring at the Hongmeng Dao talisman from the side, using all his mind to remember it in his heart. As for the meaning of these Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen naturally could not understand it at all, but this did not prevent him from remembering it. Not understanding it now did not mean that he would not understand it in the future. Perhaps one day, as his cultivation level increased, he would suddenly understand it. Anyway, the Hongmeng runes represented the greatest opportunity in the world, and he could not miss it. There was no harm in remembering him. Speaking of which, the Hongmeng runes were Feng Zichen's lifelong pain. In the early days, the Dao he planned to cultivate was neither the Dao of Pangu nor the Dao of stars, but the Dao of Hongmeng. He thought. Since he had the innate spirit treasure, the Hongmeng Dao seal, that represented the Dao of Hongmeng, didn't that mean that he was born to cultivate the Dao of Hongmeng? That was the Dao of Hongmeng. Feng Zichen was not sure if it was the strongest, but it was definitely the oldest. And in the primordial world, or even the chaos, the strong might not be ancient, but the ancient must be powerful. Therefore, at the beginning of his cultivation, Feng Zichen's goal was to cultivate the Dao of Hongmeng. But the result made him dumbfounded. He could not understand the Dao of Hongmeng at all. Yes. Yes, that's right. It was the most basic. Feng Zichen could not understand it either. After working hard for several years without any results, Feng Zichen gradually lost his patience and decided not to waste any more time. He changed to Pangu's Dao of Stars, and then walked out of Pangu's Dao of Stars, and created his own Dao of Stars. But even so, in the depths of Feng Zichen's heart, there was a faint sense of unwillingness. Especially as the Hongmeng Dao seal was promoted to Hongmeng Daozhong, he was even more unwilling. The treasure that represented the Dao of Hongmeng was in his hands. Why was he unable to cultivate the Dao of Hongmeng? At first, Feng Zichen thought that it was because his realm was low. At that time, he thought in his heart that when his realm was high and his cultivation was strong, he might be able to understand the Dao of Hongmeng. But until now, his understanding of the Dao of Hongmeng was still incomplete. Although there was a tiny bit of progress compared to before, it was completely useless. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen finally understood. It was not that there was a problem with him, but that the Tao of Hongmeng was too high-end. It was so high-end that even with his current realm, he could not understand it at all. It was like asking kindergarten students to do advanced mathematics in the future. Wasn't that nonsense? It would be strange if they did it. If he wanted to cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng, he would probably have to reach the realm of the Chaos Demon God. As time passed, more and more Chaos Origin energy was absorbed by the Hongmeng Daozhong. Its promotion momentum had also reached an extremely critical moment. Dong! With a melodious bell sound, the Hongmeng Daozhong completed its final transformation and gave birth to the 46th Hongmeng Divine Restriction, successfully promoting to a primordial treasure. The moment the Hongmeng Daozhong was promoted to a primordial treasure, the entire primordial world, and even the surrounding chaos, seemed to have paused for a moment. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao and the saints were not in the primordial world, so no one in the primordial world noticed this. However, at the border between the primordial world and the great chaos, the two sides who were fighting clearly sensed that momentary pause. Such a strange movement set off ripples in the Tao hearts of both sides. As a result, both sides tacitly stopped fighting at the same time and paused the battle. Strange? Why can't we calculate it? After the two sides stopped fighting, they each used their divine abilities to explore the origin of this strange movement. However, no matter how they calculated, they could not calculate any information about this matter. They could not help but be puzzled. When it was a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Hongmeng Daozhong could isolate everything. Even the heavenly Tao could not detect it. Now that it had been promoted to a primordial treasure, its abilities in all aspects had been greatly improved. It would be strange if Tao Ancestor Hongjun and the Chaos Demon God could still calculate it. However, this matter, in the end, it made both sides wary. Therefore, they stopped fighting and confronted each other across the gate of witchcraft. At this point, both sides understood that unless the Chaos Demon God entered the primordial world or the saints entered the great chaos, neither side could do anything to the other. After fighting for so long, there was still no winner. Both sides had long felt bored and wanted to stop fighting, but no one wanted to speak first. The appearance of this accident could be considered a coincidence. It gave both sides a reason to stop fighting. Anyway, the goal of the Chaos Demon God was to tie down the top combat power of the primordial world. It did not matter whether they fought or not. On the other hand, the primordial world was eager to stop fighting as soon as possible. It was not easy for the heavenly Tao to support the 6 saints. It consumed the power of heaven and earth. There was a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would definitely hurt the foundation of the primordial world. Therefore, if they could stop fighting as soon as possible, it would reduce the burden of the heavenly Tao. Feng Zichen did not know what happened at the border between the primordial world and the chaos. He was now sizing up the Hongmeng Daozhong in front of him. Chapter 577. Compared to before, Hongmeng Daozhong did not change much. It still maintained the form of a Tao bell. Only the occasional Hongmeng runes that flashed by were showing its extraordinariness. With a thought, Feng Zichen held Hongmeng Daozhong in his hand. At the same time, all the information about Hongmeng Daozhong naturally appeared in his mind. The Khanate Cardinal Treasure Hongmeng Daozhong, or the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Hongmeng Daozhong, was born from the Tao of Hongmeng. It had the power to shatter spacetime and destroy all Daos. The Hongmeng Daozhong, which was previously a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, had the power to shatter vacuum and destroy all Daos. Comparing the two, after being promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the power of Hongmeng Daozhong had indeed increased to an unimaginable level. Vacuum and spacetime, all Daos and all Daos, the difference of one word was like heaven and earth. Moreover, just from these descriptions, it could be seen that Hongmeng Daozhong seemed to be a little more powerful than the Bell of Chaos. The Bell of Chaos had the power to suppress spacetime and destroy chaos. Hongmeng Daozhong, on the other hand, could shatter space-time. One suppressed, one shattered. It seemed that Hongmeng Daozhong was indeed stronger. Why did it stop? At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was observing the changes in Hongmeng Daozhong, suddenly realized that something was wrong and could not help but ask in surprise. After Hongmeng Daozhong had been promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, it had stopped all its actions and did not absorb the Qi of Origin of Chaos. How could this be? Feng Zichen looked around. There was still 1/3 of the Qi of Origin of Chaos left. He drove Hongmeng Daozhong to fly towards them. The Qi of Origin of Chaos here was formed by almost all the Khanate ferocious beasts in the primordial world after they died. It was unimaginably thick. Even though Hongmeng Daozhong had swallowed a lot in order to be promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, there was still 1/3 left. And they were all resources for Hongmeng Daozhong's advancement. The primordial Chaos Dao Bell had just been upgraded, so it was only a low-grade natural cardinal treasure. If it devoured all the Chaos Origin energy, it might give birth to a divine restriction and upgrade to a mid-grade natural cardinal treasure. This was the only opportunity in the entire Great Desolate Aeon. He could not miss it. However, what surprised Feng Zichen was that, no matter how he urged Hongmeng Daozhong paid no attention to the primal Chaos Origin energy. He no longer had the momentum of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. What happened? Bewildered, Feng Zichen released his divine sense towards Hongmeng Daozhong. After that, a message was sent from Hongmeng Daozhong to Feng Zichen's heart. Swish, in the next moment, Feng Zichen's face darkened. After being promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the primal Chaos Origin energy could no longer satisfy Hongmeng Daozhong. If he wanted to continue upgrading, he needed a higher level of power. This was the meaning of the message sent by Hongmeng Daozhong. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen's expression changed. The primal Chaos Origin energy was already one of the most primitive powers in the world. As far as Feng Zichen knew, there were only 3 powers that were of a higher level than it: the primal Chaos Origin, Hongmeng Purple Qi, and the Great Dao Origin. These 3 powers, each had a greater background than the other. They were all treasures that could not be obtained. If Feng Zichen had the ability to obtain them, he would have long become a primal Chaos Daluo Jingxian. He would not be stuck in the half-step primal Chaos realm and need to spend a long time tempering himself like he was now. Good Lord! This Hongmeng Daozhong was really amazing. To be promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, he needed to use the Khanate 5 essences. Feng Zichen searched the entire primordial world but could not find it. In desperation, he thought of using the origin energy of all things, the primal Chaos Origin energy, to replace it. Note, the Khanate 5 essences are the 5 processes of transforming the primal Chaos Origin energy into the Khanate Origin energy. Therefore, in the absence of the Khanate 5 essences, he could find a higher level of power, their source, the primal Chaos Origin energy, to replace it. He thought that this request was difficult enough, but he did not expect that there would be more difficult things behind. If he wanted to continue upgrading, he needed a higher level of power. It was not that difficult to force others. The primal Chaos Origin was in the depths of the vast primal chaos. With the vastness of the primordial world, it was almost impossible to find. The Great Dao Origin was a treasure that even Pangu could not obtain. It was also a treasure that Feng Zichen could not even dream of. There was no possibility of obtaining it. As for the Hongmeng Purple Qi, there was some hope for that. As everyone knew, the 7 saints, including Hutu, all used the Hongmeng Purple Qi to attain the Dao. As long as he could kill one of them, he would be able to force out the Hongmeng Purple Qi from his body. Tsk, Feng Zichen wanted to kill the saint, but he could not do it at all. The saint might not be able to be truly invincible in the primordial world, but he could definitely be truly immortal. Therefore, in the primordial world, no one could kill the saint. Unless Feng Zichen could deceive the saint into the great chaos outside the realm. What a headache. Looking at the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen frowned. He thought about it and realized that he could not obtain any of these three powers. Could it be that he gave up just like that? Let the Hongmeng Daozhong stay at the level of a low-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. In fact, a low-grade Khanate cardinal treasure was enough for Feng Zichen to use. One had to know that Khanate cardinal treasures were rare in the primordial world. Even the saints could not have one. Feng Zichen alone already had several Khanate cardinal treasures. He should be satisfied. However, people's desires were often unsatisfied. When one got something good, one would yearn for something better. Who would complain about having too many Khanate cardinal treasures in their hands? Wait. It's not like there's no way. While feeling disappointed, Feng Zichen had a flash of inspiration and really thought of a way. That was the Chaos Fiend God. The Chaos Fiend God was a great existence born from chaos. Their origin was the combination of the origin of chaos and the origin of the great Tao. It was the highest power in the world and definitely met the requirements for Hongmeng Daozhong's promotion. As long as he devoured the Chaos Fiend God, Hongmeng Daozhong might be promoted to a Chaos Cardinal treasure one day. This is forcing me to fight to the death with the Chaos Fiend God. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen muttered to himself. Actually, it didn't matter. Whether there was Hongmeng Daozhong or not, it was impossible for him to coexist with the Chaos Fiend God. The addition of Hongmeng Daozhong only strengthened his determination to deal with the Chaos Fiend God. Keep. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen put away Hongmeng Daozhong. Dealing with the Chaos Fiend God was not something that could be rushed. It needed a good plan. Otherwise, it was hard to say who would be the prey in the end. God Pangu, Zhouxing, refine. After putting away Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen once again activated Zhouxing to refine the remaining Chaos Origin Qi to repair Zhouxing. Since he could not use it to promote Hongmeng Daozhong, he would use it to repair Zhouxing. After all, this was also Feng Zichen's foundation in the primordial world. Moreover, repairing Zhouxing could also bring Feng Zichen a lot of benefits. For example, the earlier Zhouxing was repaired, the earlier Feng Zichen could escape the cage of the Way of the Heavens. On top of that, every time the stars in the sky were repaired, the strength of the Pangu celestial being would increase by a notch. This undoubtedly greatly increased Feng Zichen's life-saving ability. After all, the Devil sect had suffered heavy losses in his hands. How could the demon ancestor Rahu not take revenge? The reason why he had not taken action yet was that the demon ancestor Rahu was hindered by something. But once he was free, he would definitely take revenge on Feng Zichen. With Feng Zichen's current strength, he was definitely no match for the demon ancestor Rahu. And now, Tao ancestor Hongjun was not in the primordial world. The only person he could rely on was the god Pangu. Now, every time the strength of the god Pangu increased, Feng Zichen would be able to face the demon ancestor Rahu with more ease. Of course, if the four emperors joined forces, there was no need to be afraid of the demon ancestor Rahu. If they joined forces with the celestial emperor, they might even be able to win. But what he was afraid of was, what tricks did the demon ancestor Rahu use? Making it impossible for the five of them to join forces. That would be troublesome. Therefore, when facing an old insidious person like the demon ancestor Rahu from the ancient times, it was always right to prepare more backup plans. Rumble. Zhouxing slowly operated according to an inexplicable trajectory. As the stars in the sky revolved, an invisible power spread out and completely refined the primal chaos origin energy drifting in the starry sky. Russell, the chaos origin Qi was indeed one of the most primordial powers. As it merged, Zhouxing became brighter and brighter. Its origin also became more and more vigorous. More star power was emitted from the stars, causing the power of the god Pangu to become even stronger. Huff. Huff. As the god Pangu breathed in and out, more chaos chi surged from the sky and turned into the purest energy, strengthening the origin of the boundless starry sky. Even the heavenly cycle star banner that Feng Zichen had sent into the core of the stars to be reborn had also obtained many benefits with the improvement of the Zhouxing's origin. It was slowly transforming into a connate spirit treasure. Everything was developing in a good direction. While Zhouxing was refining the chaos origin chi, Feng Zichen was not idle. He looked at the primordial world. At this moment, since he had plotted to kill the connate ferocious beasts, more than 10,000 years had passed, and the primordial world had undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the demon sect had to be mentioned. Under the joint suppression of Haotian, Luois, and Gaochen, there was almost no trace of the demon sect in the primordial world. Once the experts of the demon sect appeared in the primordial world, what greeted them was the joint attack of three great experts comparable to the primordial chaos Tao Master. Under such circumstances, the experts of the demon sect did not dare to show their faces. They had long gone into hiding. Next, there was the human race. With the prestige of sweeping away the connate ferocious beasts, Fuxi accepted the worship of the human race in the ancestral land of the human race as the common master of all the races in the primordial world. At the moment when all the races submitted to Fuxi, the mandate of heaven that was being nurtured in the long river of destiny had completely matured after absorbing the fate of all the races. It floated down from the long river of destiny and merged into the fate of the human race. At this point, the human race had received the mandate of heaven. Fuxi's strength had also entered the half-step primordial chaos realm and completely recovered the cultivation of his previous life. At the same time, all the clansmen of the human race had become closer to the Tao. When they cultivated, their speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. It was also at this time that the human race entered a period of rapid development. Its strength gradually surpassed that of the connate spirit races and was on the verge of becoming the overlord of the primordial world. The demon sect disappeared, and the connate ferocious beasts were all dead. The primordial world was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. If it weren't for the fact that the world was still filled with rich connate ferocious chi, Feng Zichen would have thought that the chaos of the connate ferocious beasts had completely passed. However, no matter what, with the joint efforts of Feng Zichen and the others, the primordial world finally ushered in a long-awaited peace. As the primordial world gradually returned to peace, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who had been beaten up by the experts of the demon sect finally dared to show up in the primordial world. They began their respective preaching journeys. In terms of preaching, Xianqing had to be mentioned. He walked out of the East Sea and came to the ancestral land of the human race. There, he set up an academy and taught the human race the connate talisman Tao, array Tao, alchemy Tao, weapon Tao, and the ancient mystical skills of the human race that had been buried in the years. It was also time to impart the brilliant fiend god civilization that the human race's ancestors had created during the age of witches and demons to the current human race. The glory of the ancient human race could not be buried. The efforts of the ancient human race could not be wasted. Therefore, everything they had would be inherited by the new generation of the human race and carried forward. And the name of this academy was Zichen Academy. The meaning was to commemorate the great emperor of the human race, Feng Zichen. It also meant to pay homage to an old friend. As everyone knew, Xianqing and Feng Zichen were best friends. In order to commemorate his good friend, he set up an academy in his name so that he could impart the inheritance of the human race. There was nothing wrong with that. As for why Xianqing had the inheritance of the human race, that was even simpler. It must have been the great Daoist priests who had deliberately given it to Xianqing to preserve when he saw that things were not going well. However, there was one thing that had to be said. Because Xianqing had returned the inheritance of the human race and passed down his own orthodoxy, the human race now addressed him as the Immortal Master to show their respect. The Immortal Master was the master of the immortal path. The Immortal Master of the human race was the master of the immortal path of the human race. In other words, all the human race who cultivated the immortal path had to address Xianqing as their teacher. In the future, if the immortal path flourished in the human race, then Xianqing could naturally become the immortal path's ancestral master and enjoy the immortal path's destiny. His status was second only to the three pure ones. Of course, the benefits of becoming an immortal master were far from that. The greatest benefit was that he could obtain a portion of the destiny of the human race. The destiny of the protagonist of the world was something that even saints would be jealous of. They would even give up their pride and personally fight for it. From this, one could see the importance of the destiny of the human race. Just this point alone could guarantee that Xianqing would have endless fortune in the future and be protected by the world. In the eastern land of the primordial world, the myriad races entered the stage of cultivation. And in the western Holy Land, Mount Meru, an earth-shattering event happened. That day, the entire western land suddenly rained blood. Boundless murderous aura surged and wantonly destroyed everything around it. Then, before the people in the east could react, they heard a sorrowful cry that resounded throughout the primordial world from the western sect's ancestral court, Mount Meru. Chapter 578. Then, everyone in the east saw the huge golden lotus flower that stood above Mount Meru and represented the destiny of the western sect suddenly split into two. The western sect split open. No, that's not right. It was the huge destiny that the two western saints had spent a lot of effort to accumulate. It suddenly split into two. There was a big problem with the western sect. At this moment, all the experts in the East who saw this scene understood that the primordial world, which had finally returned to peace, was about to welcome a huge storm. Everyone knew that the destiny of the Western sect was the lifeblood of the two saints Zhuan-Ti. In order to fight for a bit of destiny, the two supreme saints could even disregard their pride and personally take part in it. From that, it could be seen that the two saints Zhuan-Ti valued the destiny of the Western sect. Now, the destiny of the Western sect had suddenly decreased by half. If the two saints of the Western sect received the news, they would be furious. That was equivalent to touching their lifeblood. Once the two saints of the Western sect returned, they would definitely fight to the death with the murderer who had split the destiny of the Western sect. The person behind this is really bold. He actually dared to take advantage of the absence of the two saints of the Western sect to attack their orthodoxy and destroy their foundation. How ferocious! I wonder which ferocious person it is. At that moment, although the people in the East were shocked by the change in the Western sect, they were more surprised by the audacity of the person who attacked. Are they really not afraid of death? Those were two sages. After offending them, it could be said that there was no place for them in the primordial world. However, what shocked the people in the East even more was yet to come. At the same time, what happened next allowed the crowd to understand exactly which power had done it. Whoosh! On the ground of the Western sect, the blood rain became heavier and heavier, almost dyeing the entire Western sect red. And amidst the boundless rain of blood, more and more infernal chi rose, condensing and spreading towards Mount Meru without dissipating. It was actually going to dye Mount Meru and recreate the glory of the ancient demon sect. At the same time, in the sky, an extremely pure demonic aura suddenly surged out and slowly merged with half of the destiny of the Western sect. It's the demon sect. The demon sect has attacked the Western sect. Looking at the pitch-black devil chi, anyone with a bit of knowledge could tell that the calamity of the Western sect came from the devil sect. For a time, everyone was discussing, but no one stepped forward to help. The two saints of Zhuan-Ti were not very popular in the primordial world. Just their act of expiating people at the drop of a hat had offended countless people. Plus, when Hongyun fell, the two saints of the West acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Nobody dared to make friends with them. Hongyun was the benefactor of the two sages of the West. Even with such kindness, Jia Yin did not offer to save him, nor did he avenge Hongyun. How could such an action not cause one's heart to turn cold? Who in the primordial world would dare to make friends with such a person? The red cloud mirror was right in front of him. Therefore, after seeing that something had happened to the Western sect, the people of the primordial world did not have any intention of helping. Instead, they gloated. Back then, in order to deny the karma of Hongyun becoming a saint, the two saints of Zhuan-Ti were killed by Kuanpeng and Mingyi. This action allowed them to successfully deny the karma of becoming a saint. However, the consequence was that they lost the hearts of the entire primordial world. As a result, today, the Western sect was invaded by the demon sect. The entire primordial world was watching from the sidelines. No one came to help. If the two saints of Zhuan-Ti had known that this would be the outcome today, then back then, they would still sit and watch Hongyun fall. After all, Red Cloud had done them a great favor. It was so great that even if they sold Mount Meru, they would not be able to repay it. Since that was the case, then they could only let Hongyun die. Compared to that, losing the hearts of the people was nothing. If the favor owed to Hongyun was smaller, then he would not have fallen. Compared to Zhuan-Ti, the people of the primordial world were most willing to be friends with Zhen Yuanzi. What was true friendship? It was Zhen Yuanzi's friendship with Hongyun. Until now, Zhen Yuanzi was still working hard to revive Hongyun. Such a person, who didn't like to be friends with him? It's all karma. In the distant heaven realm, Haotian looked at the changes in the Western sect and frowned slightly. He was hesitating whether he should help. Eliminating demons, it was his obligation. When he saw the demon sect causing trouble in the primordial world, he should have destroyed it with lightning methods. However, this matter involved the Western sect, which made Haotian hesitate. He did not have a good relationship with the two saints of the Western sect. It could even be said that they had a grudge. Just this point was enough for Haotian to stand by and do nothing. Back then, when Dao ancestor Hong Jun preached the Dao for the first time in the Purple Cloud Palace, he was late because of the long journey. It was Haotian who opened the door for them. This move, it could be said that he was indebted to the two of them. However, because of Haotian's identity as a Dao child, the two of them looked down on him and despised him. Regarding this, Haotian naturally hated it deeply. Now that the Western sect was invaded by the demon sect, he was naturally extremely unwilling to help. It was more like hiding at the side and watching the fun. TSK, 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 from Haotian and Hongyun's actions, it could be seen how difficult it was to receive Zhuan-Ti and Hongyun's positions. First, they were late for the lecture, and then they gave up their positions in the palace. As long as something went wrong, the positions of saints would not be fated with them. From this, it could be seen how much Dao ancestor Hong Jun did not want the two of them to become saints. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Dao ancestor Hong Jun's plan was so thorough that the two of them successfully obtained the positions of saints with the help of the heavenly Dao. However, Dao ancestor Hong Jun did not lose out. In order to become saints, Zhuan-Ti and Hongyun really owed a lot of karma. First, the Haotian Jade Pool opened the door against the rules, and then they gave up their seats in the Red Cloud Palace. These were all huge karma that had to be returned in the future. Although Hongyun was dead, Haotian was still alive. If Zhuan-Ti and Hongyun did not return the karma, they would definitely suffer a huge loss in the hands of the Haotian Jade Pool in the future. From the looks of it, perhaps this was also Dao ancestor Hong Jun's plan. He had set up a plan to stop Zhuan-Ti and Hongyun from becoming saints. If it succeeded, everyone would be happy. But if it failed, it would leave a huge hidden danger for Zhuan-Ti and Hongyun that was difficult to solve. No matter what, he would not suffer a loss. This was a truly shrewd and astute plan. If this was really done by Dao ancestor Hong Jun on purpose, then after the Haotian Jade Pool opened the door for Zhuan-Ti, he would definitely be punished. At that time, the more wrong the Haotian Jade Pool was, the greater the karma that Zhuan-Ti owed. After all, the heavenly Tao was fair. He could not bear to see others wronged. Of course, no matter how much Haotian hated Zhuan-Ti and Hongyun, it was not a reason for him to stand by and do nothing. As the heavenly emperor, eliminating demons was his first priority. It was also the righteousness of the entire primordial world. How could he abandon righteousness because of personal grudges? The West also belonged to the primordial world. And Haotian was the heavenly emperor of the entire primordial world, not the heavenly emperor of the East. The West was also under Haotian's control. If Haotian stood by and did nothing about the Western sect because of personal grudges, then when the saints returned, he would suffer. In fact, the saints could use this as a reason. It was not impossible to propose to Dao ancestor Hong Jun to remove Haotian from the position of heavenly emperor. Therefore, the real reason why Haotian stood by and did nothing was not personal grudges, but the original sin of the Western sect. Mount Meru, it was the ancestral court of the demon sect. Zhuan-Ti wanted to take advantage of Mount Meru. When he saw that Mount Meru was the #1 holy land in the West, he used this mountain as the foundation to establish the Western sect after the demon sect went into hiding. Wasn't this offending the demon sect to death? Back then, the war between Daoists and demons ended with the victory of the celestial sect and the heavy losses of the demon sect. But even so, the Dao ancestor did not send anyone to occupy Mount Meru. It was because before the demon ancestor Luo Ho self-destructed, he set up the demonic path to compete with the celestial sect of wonders. The establishment of the demonic path represented the dark side of the primordial world. It was also a part of the great cycle of heaven and earth. It was protected by the luck of heaven and earth. For that, Dao ancestor Hong Jun had scruples. That was why he did not occupy Mount Meru to completely cut off the foundation of the demon sect. However, Dao ancestor Hong Jun had scruples. Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti did not. Back then, they, who had just stepped out, did not know the twists and turns. Seeing that Mount Meru was not bad and did not have an owner, they directly occupied this place. Because of that, the Western sect and the demon sect had formed a huge karma. It was the root of the disaster for today's matter. As the saying goes, the heavens are clear and the retribution is not good. The Western sect had occupied the ancestral court of the demon sect. Today, there should be such a calamity. Oh, that's not right. To be precise, as long as the Western sect did not move away from Mount Meru and the demon sect was not destroyed, then today's calamity, in the future, it would happen many times until one of the two sides was completely destroyed. The battle between Buddha and demon in the future, it started from Mount Meru. This matter concerned the face of the demon sect. The ancestral court had been occupied by others. If they did not take it back, how could the disciples of the demon sect have the face to establish themselves in the primordial world in the future? Sometimes, face was not important. But sometimes, it was especially important. From ancient times until now. For the sake of face, there were many. Moreover, the matter of face, it had nothing to do with status. It was all in the heart. When it came to karma, even Haotian, as the heavenly emperor, could not interfere. He was afraid that once he made a move, he would be involved in the karma between the Western sect and the demon sect and become the scapegoat of the Western sect. It would be difficult for him to escape in the future. Therefore, under the circumstances where there is a valid reason, Haotian would definitely not interfere in this matter. According to his plan, it should be after Mount Meru was conquered by the demon sect, the Western sect was completely defeated, and the disciples fled in all directions. He had just made a move and decided the universe in one fell swoop, directly defeating the demon sect. This way, he would not only severely injure the Western sect but also not damage his dignity. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. If Haotian did not make a move, Feng Zichen would not make a move either. Not to mention that he had a feud with the Western sect, he could not make a move just because he was the one who planned this. Oh, Not only did he not make a move, but he also wanted to drag others down without leaving a trace so that others could not make a move. The Lady of Earth would not make a move either. The two of them had repaid kindness with ingratitude and offended the Lady of Earth. The Western sect was truly isolated and helpless. As the saying goes, a just cause enjoys abundant support and an unjust cause finds little support. Rumble. On Mount Meru, blood clouds filled the air, and evil lightning danced wildly like snakes. It also emitted a strong smell of blood, making the place indescribably gloomy. There was no trace of the previous sacred atmosphere. Through the thick blood clouds, one could vaguely see a group of figures surrounded by dark demonic aura slaughtering a group of figures surrounded by golden light. At the same time, in a place where outsiders could not see, an invisible devil was silently watching all of this. Mental demon. That's right, this person was the mental demon. After many years of hard work, those who had been forcefully converted by Xuanti finally could not resist his bewitchment and became demons. Then, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, soon, half of the Western sect was pulled into the demon sect by the mental demon. As for the remaining half, they were either people with firm minds or people who had been baptized by the Western sect too deeply and could not waver their hearts. However, it was enough for half of the disciples to become demons. It was enough to become the foundation of the new demon sect. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, the mental demon brazenly launched the chaos of Mount Meru and let the disciples who had fallen into the demonic path slaughter the disciples of the Western sect. It strengthened their hearts towards the Tao, demonic, and completely cut off their escape route. After slaughtering their fellow disciples, they could not turn back even if they wanted to. The Western sect would definitely not tolerate them. That's right. The figure surrounded by demonic aura was the disciple of the Western sect who had fallen into the demonic path. The figure with golden light was the disciple of the Western sect who had not become a demon. At this moment, the remaining disciples of the Western sect were facing the massacre of their former fellow disciples. A one-sided massacre. Those who could be converted by Xuanti must be extraordinary. In addition, after becoming a demon, their strength would increase by a stage. The two sides, who were originally about the same strength, gradually had a gap. Moreover, with the mental demon holding the fort, the disciples of the Western sect were no match for him. It was normal to be slaughtered one-sidedly. After all, the huge Western sect did not have a single expert that could be used. Whoosh whoosh under the feet of the mental demon, the 12th grade mental demon Black Lotus slowly rotated, absorbing the fear, excitement, grief, and other emotions that were emitted from the hearts of everyone present. It transformed them into the purest spiritual power and turned them into the cultivation of the mental demon. Mental demon, the demon in the heart. The power that originated from the heart was the most delicious food in the eyes of the mental demon. At this moment, after luring so many people into the demonic path, the mental demon's cultivation had already entered the early stage of the quasi-saint realm. Although this was the weakest of Feng Zichen's many incarnations, there was nothing he could do. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked the Western sect to not have any experts? After devouring so much spiritual power, his cultivation level was barely lower than the quasi-saint realm. Just as the people of the primordial world were watching the show, the demon sect hiding in the dark was also dumbfounded when they saw the abnormality on Mount Meru. Looking at the aura on Mount Meru, the attacker was undoubtedly the demon sect. However, their people were all here, and no one went out. Then the question came, who was the attacker? Other than them, could it be that there were other demon sects in the primordial world? Needless to say, there were really other demon sects in the primordial world. A few days ago, didn't the primordial world just give birth to a new demon sect master? What was happening on Mount Meru right now was most likely his doing. This made the experts of the demon sect feel more uncomfortable. Mount Meru, they also wanted to kill the new demon sect master. But they didn't dare to go out. With Luais and Gaochen watching from the outside, once they appeared, they would be greeted by the joint attack of the two gods. With the two gods working together, it wasn't that no one in the primordial world could contend against them. But this person wasn't them. Therefore, this group of demon sect experts could only watch helplessly as the fake demon sect used the banner of the demon sect to do what they wanted to do and crazily offended the saint. They had to take the blame for it. They couldn't explain it even if they wanted to. It was too uncomfortable. If the demon sect was only uncomfortable, then at the distant border of the primordial world and chaos, Xuanti was about to explode from anger. Such a big thing had happened to the Western sect. As sect masters, how could they not sense it? Immediately, the two of them were about to return to the primordial world. They would crush the demon's bones and scatter his ashes. As for resisting the chaos fiend god, wasn't there still the three pure ones, the Nuwa, and the Dao ancestor here? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of Xuanti, the Western sect was even more important than the safety of the primordial world. Although it didn't sound good, it was true. Think about it. The Western sect was the foundation of Xuanti's Dao. If someone took advantage of their absence to destroy the sect, how would they repay the merit they owed the heavenly Dao? Under the backlash of the heavenly Dao, they might lose their positions as saints. Therefore, Xuanti valued the Western sect so much. Just like today, they had protected the primordial world. But once the Western sect was gone, what was the point of them protecting the primordial world? If the primordial world was gone, the Western sect would definitely be gone. However, if the Western sect was gone, it might not be the same as the primordial world being gone. Right now, the most important thing for Xuanti and Xuanti was to protect the Western sect. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, the other four people were unhappy. The three pure ones, the Nuwa, and the other three stepped forward and blocked the path of Xuanti and Xuanti. Fellow Daoists, where are you going? Yes. Across the vast chaos. Even a saint could not sense what was happening in the primordial world. Xuanti could sense it because the Western sect was their foundation. The Meru Mountain is involved in the fiend calamity and is in danger of being destroyed. The Poor Wei and Xuanti need to return to the primordial world as soon as possible. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, the Daoist priest quickly explained. What? Hearing that, the four of them were overjoyed at first. Then, they seemed to have suddenly realized something and hurriedly put on a pained expression. The speed at which he changed his expression was truly shocking. I didn't expect that after we left, the fiend sect would become so arrogant and dare to attack the Saint Dao orthodoxy. How audacious! Audacious, he forcefully suppressed his laughter. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning cursed angrily. The four people present all had grudges with Xuanti and Xuanti. Now that they saw that they were at a disadvantage, they were extremely happy. They could not help but add insult to injury. Therefore, although the four of them said that, they pretended to be enemies on the surface. However, they still had to stop them. Chapter 579. Poor Wei can understand your feelings, fellow Daoists. However, the primordial world is in danger now. We really can't do without manpower. Look, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning stood in front of Xuanti and said with a troubled expression. The primordial world was in danger, and the saints had the responsibility to protect it. No one could find fault with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning using that as an excuse to stop the two of them from returning to the primordial world. Yes, yes, yes. Second brother is right. Fellow Daoists, you have to think about the overall situation. At the side, after the heavenly lord of primordial beginning finished speaking, the Grand Master of Heaven immediately took over and said in agreement, advising the two of them to think about the overall situation. In an instant, the faces of Xuanti and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning darkened. They waited gloomily for the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven did not seem to notice that at all. They still had smiles on their faces. They did not even bother to disguise themselves. They directly said that they wanted to laugh at them and not give them a chance to return to the primordial world. Seeing that, the two of them were naturally angry. However, they knew that with their abilities, they could not do anything to the two brothers. Therefore, they could only retract their gazes and look at the Grand Pure One and the Nuwa, who had not spoken. But unfortunately, they were disappointed. Although the two of them did not speak, they knew their attitude from their gloating expressions. Anger, hatred, and helplessness. That was the true portrayal of the hearts of the two of them at that moment. If one or two people objected, they might be able to argue. However, if the four of them joined forces to object, they could not do anything. For the first time, regret rose in the hearts of the two of them. They felt that they had gone too far previously. As a result, they could not find a single good friend in the entire primordial world. However, a moment later, the regret was destroyed by the two of them just as it rose. Saints had no regrets. Saints represented the will of the heavens. They could not be wrong, nor were they allowed to be wrong. Therefore, the ones who were wrong could only be others. At this moment, in the hearts of the two of them, great hatred rose in his heart. That hatred was targeted at the Fiend sect, the living beings of the primordial world who stood by idly, and the four saints in front of him. In the end, Zhuan-Ti and the other two forcefully suppressed their anger and looked at Dao Ancestor Hong Jun with pleading gazes. It didn't matter if the four saints objected. As long as Dao Ancestor Hong Jun agreed, they could return to the primordial world. However, Dao Ancestor Hong Jun was even more ruthless than them. Seeing the two of them looking at him, Dao Ancestor Hong Jun calmed his mind and handed the control of his body to the will of the heavenly Dao, letting him make the decision. Therefore, when Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Di looked over, they saw a pair of extremely indifferent eyes. Heavenly Dao. You two need not worry. The Western sect has been established by the will of the heavenly Dao. They have taught all living beings in the Western sect on behalf of the heavens and earth. They have boundless merit and have great luck. There is no danger of destruction. Tiandao Hongjun looked at Zhuan-Ti and said faintly. His attitude, it was very clear that they were not allowed to return. However, in order to take care of their emotions, Tiandao Hongjun also promised them that the Western sect would not be destroyed. That's right. The Western sect owed the heavenly Dao a lot of merit. If it was destroyed, wouldn't all the merit he owed be wasted? Therefore, before the merit was paid back, the heavenly Dao would definitely not allow the Western sect to be destroyed unless there was no other choice. But, if I don't go back, what will those disciples on Mount Meru do? After receiving Tiandao Hongjun's guarantee, the expressions of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti eased up a lot. Clearly, they had let go of the burden in their hearts. However, when they thought of the disciples that they had painstakingly nurtured, the two of them felt a little troubled. As teachers, how could they not know the strength of their disciples? If they could be blunt, it would be a miracle if those disciples could block the attack of the demon sect. Don't worry. As long as the two of you are here, the Western sect will never be in danger of destruction. At this moment, seeing that the two of them were worried about their disciples, Tiandao Hongjun spoke again. What? Upon hearing that, the expressions of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Di could be said to be extremely interesting. In any case, there was no joy on their faces. On the other side, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the others almost laughed out loud after hearing Tiandao Hongjun's words. Tiandao Hongjun's words were interesting. What did he mean by, as long as Zhuan-Ti is still here, the Western sect will never be in danger of destruction? The meaning of that sentence was very simple. It did not matter if Mount Meru was captured by the demon sect. It did not matter if all the disciples died. As long as they were still here, they could rebuild the Western sect at any time. From Tiandao Hongjuan's attitude, it was not difficult to tell that the sacrifice of the disciples of the Western sect was really nothing in the face of the safety of the primordial world. Of course, the heavenly Tao could abandon the disciples of the Western sect because it did not care. However, Xuanti could not. Most of the disciples of the Western sect had been sacrificed by them and painstakingly transported from the East. If they were to abandon them just like that, wouldn't it mean that their tens of millions of years of hard work and the price they had paid during that period had all been in vain? The unbearable pain of life. He could not do that. Fellow Daoists, although you can't go back, you can send your clones back. Seeing that the faces of Xuanti and Xuanti were gradually distorting, the Grand Pure One finally could not stand it anymore and reminded them. That was not to say that the Grand Pure One was kind-hearted, but that he was facing a great enemy. If he forced him too much, he would easily cause trouble. Therefore, it was time to stop after the commotion. He did not want to force Xuanti into a corner. It was only in the current situation that it was not appropriate for everyone to force Xuanti too much. If such a thing happened during the peaceful era, even if the three pure ones could not stop Xuanti, they could still disgust them. Clone. Why didn't I think of that? The Grand Pure One's words reminded Xuanti and made them heave a sigh of relief. That's right. They still had clones. They were too anxious just now and had forgotten that. From this point, it can be seen that controlling the power of the heavenly Tao to fight with the Chaos Fiend Celestial is extremely exhausting for saints. If not for that, Xuanti and Xuanti would not have lost their minds and forgotten about the matter of clones. He could not appear with his main body, but he could send his clone. Even if the clone of a saint was far weaker than his main body, it was comparable to an ordinary primordial chaos Tao master. Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. After bowing to the Grand Pure One, Xuanti and Xuanti hurriedly raised the three flowers above their heads and released two incarnations. They were their good and evil corpses. Although Tao ancestor Hongjun had created the Tao formulation of severing the three corpses, in the primordial world, other than himself, only the Donghuang Tai had achieved the Tao. The others had achieved the Tao using other methods. As for the 6 saints, in the end, they all relied on merit to become saints. It was precisely because they relied on merit to become saints that the 3 corpses that the 6 saints had severed were preserved. Among them, other than the Grand Pure One who had severed all 3 corpses and Goddess Nuwa who had severed 1 corpse, the other 4 had severed 2 corpses. Greetings to this sovereign. X4, as soon as Xuanti's incarnation appeared, he bowed to the 2 of them. There's no need to be so polite. You can go now. Xuanti was anxious and did not care about the pleasantries. He waved his hand and signaled for them to head to Mount Meru as soon as possible. The 4 incarnations did not hesitate and directly turned into a golden rainbow. They streaked across the vast chaos outside the sky and flew in the direction of the primordial world. Although the 3 corpses technique was mysterious, there were also various restrictions. Among them, the most important thing was that the realm of the 3 corpses was not higher than the main body. It was slightly lower. Therefore, the 4 incarnations of Xuanti were all half-step primordial chaos. However, because they were the 3 corpses of a saint, they had the foundation of a saint. Although their realm was half-step primordial chaos, their strength was comparable to a Tao master who had just entered the primordial chaos realm. With the 4 incarnations taking action, the demon sect would not be able to stir up any trouble. Xuanti thought silently as he looked at the 4 incarnations leaving. Oh. Because they had not contacted the primordial world for a long time, the saints did not know about the recent changes in the primordial world. Therefore, they did not know the true strength of the demon sect. If the 4 incarnations found the wrong opponent and bumped into the hands of the real demon sect, the 6 chaos demon gods would be enough to keep them here. Hopefully, they would be fine. Not long after Zhuan-Ti sent out his incarnations, the other saints also sent out their incarnations and ordered them to rush to the primordial world. The encounter of the Western sect, it was a reminder to them. Today, the demon sect could attack the Western sect. They might go crazy one day and attack the Ren school, Chan school, or Jie school. They had to be on guard. At the same time, the mental demon on Mount Meru, suddenly, he felt his heart skip a beat, as if a huge crisis was about to descend. This was a warning from the demonic path. Not good. I'm afraid Zhuan-Ti's backup plan is coming. As his thoughts raced, the mental demon had already sensed the source of the crisis. Now, he was slaughtering the disciples of the Western sect. Who else could the person who wanted to deal with him be other than Zhuan-Ti? I can't stay here for long. I have to leave immediately. At the moment, he was only at the early stage of the sage-to-be realm. Although he did not know what Zhuan-Ti's methods were, he was definitely not someone he could deal with now. Therefore, leaving was the best plan. Thinking of this, the mental demon did not hesitate at all. He directly activated the mental demon Black Lotus, swept up the disciples of the Western sect who had been possessed, and hurriedly fled to the ultimate ruins. However, while leaving, the mental demon did not forget to use his supreme magic to create the image of everyone. He continued to kill the remaining disciples of the Western sect to create the illusion that he had not left. The moment the mental demon left, the boundless starry sky suddenly shook violently, and the faint roar of ferocious beasts could be heard. What happened? Almost at the moment when the boundless starry sky was in turmoil, the mighty figures who were still active in the primordial world looked up at the sky. Roar! Roar! In their eyes, in the boundless starry sky, apart from the endless stars, there were many connate ferocious beasts. This was, a connate ferocious beast was attacking the boundless starry sky. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The chaos of the connate ferocious beasts in the primordial world had just ended. Why was there another chaos of the connate ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky? What an eventful year. This sudden change caused the two emperors, Luois and Gaochen, who were searching for traces of the demon sect in the primordial world, to not care about searching for the demon sect. They hurriedly returned to the boundless starry sky to help Great Emperor Ziwei suppress the chaos of the connate ferocious beasts. The boundless starry sky. On Ziwei's star, the Lord of the Stars. Feng Zichen quietly looked at the connate ferocious beasts that were causing a ruckus in the starry sky. These connate ferocious beasts. They were all caused by him. In other words, this chaos of the connate ferocious beasts had nothing to do with the chaos demon god. It was caused by Feng Zichen himself. Speaking of which, these were all accidents. In order to increase the attack power of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen refined the Chaos Divine Fiend and integrated it into Zhouxing, refining the Primordial Divine Fiend. This was originally nothing. But the bad thing was that after that, Feng Zichen also integrated the Chaos Origin Qi into Zhouxing. Some of the Chaos Origin Qi integrated into Zhouxing, but some of it also integrated with the Primordial Divine Fiend and gave birth to an extremely special life form, a connate ferocious beast with the star attribute. The birth of any kind of life form, whether good or bad, was the greatest creation in the world. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen, who originally wanted to kill all these connate ferocious beasts, slowly restrained his killing intent and allowed them to evolve. Existence was reasonable. The appearance of these connate ferocious beasts might bring unknown changes to the boundless starry sky. At the very least, it could bring a lot of vitality to the boundless starry sky. It could make the heavenly cycle star gods that were born later feel the pressure and work hard to cultivate. Just this point alone was enough for Feng Zichen to keep these connate ferocious beasts. As time passed, more and more connate ferocious beasts were born in the boundless starry sky, gradually forming a certain scale. Seeing this, Feng Zichen had other thoughts. He wanted to use this to put on a big show and deceive everyone in the primordial world, so that he could summon Luais and Gaochen. If he did not have a suitable reason to summon the two of them, how could he make the experts of the demon sect appear and take the blame for the mental demon? Therefore, a riot of connate ferocious beasts that affected the entire boundless starry sky erupted on a grand scale. Of course, the connate ferocious beasts created by Feng Zichen were definitely not as strong as those created by the chaos demon god. The reason why they had such great power was all because Feng Zichen was adding scenes and special effects for them. In any case, this was the boundless starry sky, and Feng Zichen had absolute control. If he secretly tampered with it, no one would be able to tell. However, this plan was really crude, and it was inevitable that there would be many suspicious points. However, even if everyone racked their brains, they would never have thought that those connate ferocious beasts were all created by Feng Zichen himself. The chaos of the connate ferocious beasts that affected the boundless starry sky was completely a trick directed by him. This kind of thing, even if Feng Zichen took the initiative to say it, no one would believe it. It was too unrealistic and too fake. Chapter 580. The fake was real, and the real was fake. Truth and falsehood were often more unfathomable, making it impossible to detect the problem. It also made it impossible for anyone to suspect Feng Zichen. The chaos of the innate beasts broke out in the boundless starry sky. They were worried about Zhou safety. It was completely reasonable for the two emperors, Gaochen and Luais, to rush back to the boundless starry sky. No one would think that there was a problem. This way, it would give the experts of the demonic sects a breather, allowing them to free up their hands to deal with the inner demons. If Luais and Gaochen did not leave, the experts of the demonic sects would have scruples. How would they dare to show their faces in the primordial world? Only when the two emperors had something to do and left would the experts of the demonic sects dare to walk out from the dark. And something that could make the two emperors leave had to be something that shocked the primordial world and shook its foundation. Otherwise, the purpose would be too obvious. The experts of the demonic sects would definitely not fall for it. Therefore, there was the outbreak of the innate beasts. The boundless starry sky was not only the foundation of Great Emperor Ziwei, but also the foundation of the Great Emperor of the South Pole and Gaochen. Once something happened, the two emperors would have to return to the boundless starry sky to prevent their foundation from being destroyed. When the experts of the demonic sect saw this scene, they would not have any doubts. They would only feel that their opportunity had come, and they would definitely attack the inner demons. Compared to the Xian sect, the experts of the demonic sects hated the inner demons even more. Because the inner demons were internal problems. If they were not eliminated in time, then in the future, it was not certain who would be in charge of the demonic sections. This was shaking their foundation. It was even more detestable than the Xian sect. They absolutely could not be left behind. In a mysterious void, the remaining experts of the demonic sects watched as the figures of Gaochen and Luais slowly disappeared into the boundless starry sky. They finally confirmed that the two of them had really left. So, they moved. 6 terrifying figures quietly disappeared and arrived near Mount Meru. The 6 of them spread out according to the directions of the 6 directions, sealing off the east, west, north, and south. They completely blocked all the escape routes. They were determined to kill the inner demons in one fell swoop. However, when they sealed off the 6 directions of heaven and earth and attacked Mount Meru, they realized that the figures left here were all illusions. Damn it! He ran away. An angry voice suddenly came from the void. Immediately after, an invisible force spread out and shattered all of the phantoms. The remaining disciples of the Western sect also shattered along with the illusions. How terrifying was the fury of a chaos demon god! Daoist Jingxian was no different from an ant in front of them. With a thought, they could kill him countless times. It just so happened that none of the remaining disciples of the Western sect were Daoist Jingxian. They were all in the realm of Tai Jingxian. Note, at this point, none of the third-generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders had become Daoist Jingxian. It doesn't make sense that the Western sect, which is weaker than the three sects, has a disciple who can cultivate Daoist Jingxian. TSK. In this way, facing the wrath of the chaos demonic god, the remaining disciples of the Western sect were shattered along with the phantoms before they could even scream. Speaking of which, the chaos demonic god was not deliberately targeting them. He was just venting his anger. However, who told them to be so weak? Merely his anger had killed them all. The chaos demon god naturally did not care about that at all. After all, who would care about the life and death of ants? At this point, the disciples of the Western sect were all wiped out, and the two saints had become generals without an army. Oh, that's not right either. Not all the disciples of the Western sect had died. At the very least, those disciples who had gone out to travel had escaped because they were not on Mount Meru. That's right, the direct disciples of the two saints, relying on the life-saving method bestowed by the saints, they left Mount Meru in time. They did not die in this calamity. However, after this incident, the Western sect was no different from being wiped out. Seeing that the mental demons had left, the 6 chaos demon gods did not want to stay here for long and wanted to leave. It was not that they did not want to take back the ancestral court of the demon sect, but the conditions did not allow it. They were afraid that as soon as they rebuilt the ancestral court, Heavenly Emperor Haotian and the 4 heavenly emperors would charge over. They could not defend left and right, so why waste their energy to take down Mount Meru? It was better to wait for the demon ancestor Rahu to come out of seclusion before making a plan. However, the 6 chaos demon gods wanted to leave, but someone did not want them to leave. That was because the good and evil corpses that received Zhuan Ti had rushed back from the chaos beyond the heavens. From afar, the 4 incarnations saw that the remaining disciples of the Western sect had died tragically at the hands of the demon sect experts. In an instant, the eyes of Zhuan Ti turned red. Monstrous anger erupted from their hearts and directly turned into a substance. It formed a terrifying black flame that burned crazily in the void, emitting waves that could burn everything. You, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Furious voices came from the 4 mouths and echoed between heaven and earth, triggering all kinds of shocking phenomena. Swoosh! The 4 of them approached from afar and stopped in front of the 6 chaos demon gods, blocking their path. A great battle was about to break out. And that was Feng Zichen's goal. The mental demons left in advance, and then the chaos demon god rushed over, only to find that he had been tricked. In his anger, he accidentally killed the disciples of the Western sect. Thus, the demon sect was the scapegoat. The mental demons could stay out of the matter and sit and watch the 2 tigers fight. Both sides had enmity with him. No matter which side suffered, Feng Zichen was happy to see it happen. Of course, this plan was not very clever. It could not be hidden from the experts of the demon sect, but they could not explain it. First of all, it was indeed done by the demon sect. Moreover, they were the ones who killed the people. Although there was a misunderstanding, the people did die in their hands. There was no way to explain this point. Moreover, with the pride of the demon sect, they would not allow them to explain. Otherwise, once they explained and said that it was a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be equivalent to them admitting defeat to the Western sect? That was absolutely impossible. When facing the powerful Xian sect, they could still not lower their heads. Now, if they lowered their heads to a branch of the Xian sect, they would be embarrassed to death without the Xian sect doing anything. Therefore, they would definitely take the blame. What about Zhuan Ti? At that time, they were burning with anger. Perhaps they could not see the twists and turns. However, when they calmed down, they would definitely realize that something was wrong and figure everything out. But, so what? Because of this incident, the Western sect and the demon sect had formed a deadly feud. Even if they knew the truth, they would only have one more enemy. Of course, no matter how good Feng Zichen was at scheming, it was impossible for him to calculate the time when Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti's clones returned. In other words, it was a complete accident that the four incarnations saw the demon god of chaos kill the disciples of the Western sect. It had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. According to Feng Zichen's original plan, it was just to shift the blame of attacking Mount Meru to the demon sect. However, who knew that the demon sect's luck was so bad that Zhuan Ti, who had returned, happened to see the scene of his murder? Feng Zichen did not expect such a situation. However, its occurrence undoubtedly made Feng Zichen's plan to shift the blame even more perfect. It could be said to be a stroke of genius. In the face of such a situation, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. The demon sect was really unlucky. They could even encounter something with such a small probability. The Khanate Bodhi tree and the Khanate mind-clearing divine lotus? On Mount Meru, one of the 6 chaos demon gods stared at Zhuan Ti for a long time and said. Without a doubt, the Khanate Bodhi tree was Daoist Zhuan Ti's background. As for the Khanate mind-clearing divine lotus? If nothing went wrong, it should be the origin of Daoist Zhuan Ti. What a big secret! Who would have thought that the chaos demon god would reveal the origin of Saint Jiayin, whose origin no one knew? No wonder Jiayin was so talented and had a very harmonious relationship with Zhuan Ti. It turned out that he was also a manifestation of a Khanate spiritual root. The Khanate mind-clearing divine lotus. One of the top 10 Khanate spiritual roots of the primordial world. It could allow one to maintain a clear Tao heart and be closer to the great Tao. It was indeed the number 1 auxiliary spiritual root in the primordial world. At this moment, the great mystical abilities who were paying attention to the situation there perked up after hearing the chaos demon god's words. They focused their attention there and waited for the chaos demon god's next words. As soon as they met, the origins of Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti were completely exposed. What about after that? It could not be said. The greater secret of the two of them. It would also be exposed by the chaos demon god. Indeed, the incarnations of Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti did not respond to the chaos demon god's words. However, judging from their attitude, their emotions fluctuated slightly after hearing the chaos demon god's words. Although it was quickly covered up, those who dared to pay attention to this place were all experts among experts. How could they not notice it? Based on this point, the spectators could confirm that the chaos demon god's words were true. In the depths of the void. The incarnations of the 4 saints who had rushed back to the primordial world. They were preparing to return to their homes to guard their respective Taoist temples. However, who would have thought that the chaos demon god would reveal such a big piece of information? For a moment, they all stopped in their tracks and quietly looked at Mount Meru. The primordial world knew a lot about the origin of Daoist Zhuan Ti. However, only Tao ancestor Hongjun knew the origin of Saint Jiayin. Therefore, the words of the chaos demon god caused such a huge commotion. On Mount Meru, the incarnations of Zhuan Ti looked at the chaos demon god quietly without saying anything. Mainly, they did not know what to say. Judging from the posture of the chaos demon god, it was obvious that he knew a lot about their origin. Perhaps he was related to their predecessors in some way. Alas! I said, what's wrong with you? The incarnations of Zhuan Ti did not speak, but the chaos demon god did speak. As the descendants of the chaos demon god, why did you become the lackeys of the primordial world? His words shocked the world. No one had expected that the chaos demonic god would reveal such shocking news as soon as he opened his mouth. Zhuan Ti was the descendant of the chaos demon god. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for all living beings in the primordial world. If this news was true, it was enough to subvert too many things. It would make everyone reevaluate the existence of Zhuan Ti and change the current situation of the primordial world. It could even shake the saint positions of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. Swish. 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 Because they were too shocked, everyone did not care about hiding their existence and exposed themselves one after another. They looked at the Chaos Demon God with bright eyes, waiting for his explanation. Based on the empty words of the Chaos Demon God without any evidence, of course, it was impossible for everyone to directly confirm the identity of Zhuan-Ti. That was a heavenly path saint. The implications were completely beyond imagination. Unless the Chaos Demon God showed evidence. Facing everyone's bright eyes, the Chaos Demon God shook his head and did not take it to heart. After that, he stretched out his hands and formed a mysterious Daoist seal. In the void, two huge demon god seals slowly condensed. There was a huge lotus flower that was rooted in the Chaos Sea and a huge tree that was flowing with colorful light. Chaos Demon God. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the two huge Chaos Demon God seals. He recognized the origin of the two seals. The mind of the Chaos Demon God. And the wisdom of the Chaos Demon God. The Mind Demon God. The Chaos Demon God who controlled the great path of mind. The Wisdom Demon God. The Chaos Demon God who controlled the great path of wisdom. The strength of these two Chaos Demon Gods belonged to the upper class even among the Chaos Demon Gods who were full of experts. They were second only to the top Chaos Demon Gods like time, destruction, and fate. It seems that what the Chaos Demon God said is very likely true. Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti must be related to the Chaos Demon God. Frowning slightly, Feng Zichen said absent-mindedly. He might not be able to recognize the lotus flower. However, the huge tree was very similar to the innate Bodhi tree, except that it was more mysterious. If Feng Zichen guessed correctly, it was the source of the innate Bodhi tree, the chaotic wisdom tree. Zhuan-Ti might not be cultivating the path of wisdom, but the innate Bodhi tree was called the wisdom tree in the untainted land. The relationship between the two was self-evident. The innate Bodhi tree should be transformed from the remains of the wisdom tree. In other words, Zhuan-Ti was indeed a descendant of the Chaos Demon God. As for Zhuan-Ti, he was even more amazing. He majored in the path of mind. In addition, the aura on the huge lotus flower was very similar to his. There was no doubt that even if he was not a descendant of the Mind Demon God, he must be related to it. Perhaps he was the reincarnation of the Mind Demon God, or a container like the experts of the Devil sect. Feng Zichen could sense this, so the other great magicians of the untainted land could naturally sense it as well. They looked calm on the surface, but secretly, they surrounded the incarnation of Zhuan-Ti, who was receiving Zhuan-Ti. At the same time, after receiving the news from the three corpses, the true bodies of the saints far away in the sky screen did not change their expressions, but they secretly looked at Dao ancestor Hongjun. Note, the three corpses have the same mind as the true body. They can transmit information at any time. The origin of Zhuan-Ti could be hidden from them, but it could not be hidden from Dao ancestor Hongjun. But even so, the Dao ancestor still accepted them as disciples. Therefore, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the other three needed an explanation. Why did Dao ancestor Hongjun accept them as disciples when he knew their identities? Did he not know that those who are not of my race must have different intentions? Chapter 581. Don't underestimate the fact that Zhuan-Ti was a descendant of the Chaos Demon God. The impact it brought was too great. In the past, everyone could make a fuss and fight. But after all, they were all descendants of Pangu. They all had the mark of Pangu on their bodies. They were all connate god fiends of Pangu's lineage. But who knew? The Zhuan-Ti were not, but the enemies of Pangu's divine lineage, the descendants of the Chaos Demon God. That was infuriating. If the primordial world was compared to a big family, then the countless living beings born from Pangu's legacy were considered members of this family. And the descendants of the Chaos Demon God were called outsiders. Now, the Zhuanti, these two outsiders. Not only were they doing well in the primordial world, but they had also become supreme saints. How could the members of Pangu's divine lineage, who knew the truth, tolerate this situation? The primordial world was the descendant of Pangu, not the descendant of the Chaos Demon God. Allowing them to live in the primordial world was already out of consideration for the goodness of the heavens. But if they were allowed to live in a high position, the vast primordial world actually had to let two outsiders be in charge. Believe. As long as the members of Pangu's divine lineage had a little courage, they would not tolerate such a thing happening. This was a matter of principle. If this situation became the norm, then wouldn't the sacrifices of the ancestors be in vain? The descendants of the Chaos Demon God and the descendants of Pangu had a long history of conflict. It could be traced back to the beginning of the world and the birth of life. At that time, the creatures born at the beginning of the world were divided into two camps, the connate god-fiends of Pangu's divine lineage and the connate fierce gods, beasts, of the Chaos Demon God's camp. They were natural enemies and were destined not to exist together. Therefore, there was the outbreak of the ancient fierce beasts' calamity. This was the war between the descendants of Pangu and the descendants of the Chaos Demon God. In the end, the descendants of Pangu won the final victory after paying a huge price. After that, there was no trace of the descendants of the Chaos Demon God in the primordial world. But unexpectedly, there were two fish that escaped the net in front of them. Furthermore, he had become one of the rulers of the world. It wasn't easy for the ancestors to conquer the world. They weren't going to allow the descendants of the enemy to ride roughshod over their own disciples. This kind of thing. It was absolutely intolerable. He had to get an explanation. Therefore, the people of the primordial world surrounded Zhuanti. This was not because they were harmful to the primordial world, but because of their identities. They were not fools. Of course, they did not think that Zhuanti and Zhuanti would give up their hard-earned sainthood, betray the untainted land, and join the camp of the chaos demonic god just because of a few words. They surrounded them because of their standpoint. As the descendants of Pangu, they could not tolerate the descendants of the chaos demon god. Just as Haotian and the others gradually surrounded the incarnation of Zhuanti on Mount Meru, the atmosphere in the distant sky gradually became subtle. The three pure ones, Nuwa, and the other three joined forces and looked at Dao ancestor Hongjun at the same time, vaguely wanting to force him to abdicate. If there was no explanation for this matter, they would never let it go. Of course, they were not targeting Dao ancestor Hongjun, but the heavenly Dao that was in charge of everything. Regarding the distribution of the sainthood, it was obvious that Dao ancestor Hongjun could not make the decision. The one who could truly make the decision was the heavenly Dao. If Dao ancestor Hongjun could make the decision, there would be no need for Zhuanti and Zhuanti. They would have long gone to wherever it was cool. Master, do you have anything to say about this? After a long silence, the leader of the group, the Grand Pure One, said in a deep voice. The four of them could be said to be the rulers of the Pangu divine system. Especially the three pure ones, who claimed to be the authentic Pangu. There was no reason for them to stay out of such a major matter that concerned the foundation of the primordial world. Even if they had to face the heavenly Dao, they had to brace themselves. In the primordial world, only Pangu was supreme. Although the heavenly Dao was big, it was not as big as Pangu. In the name of righteousness, even if they faced the heavenly Dao, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the other three were not afraid at all. They even dared to question directly. Although the primordial world was created by the great Daoist priests of Pangu, it devoured too much of the origin of the Chaos Fiend Celestial during its birth. Therefore, the world and the Chaos Fiend Celestial formed karma. In order to repay this karma, I will give the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial 2 sainthood positions. At some point in time, the will of the heavenly Tao had already occupied Tao ancestor Hongjuan's body and explained to the 4 of them indifferently. Hearing that, the 4 of them fell silent. Karma. It was karma again. There was really no way around it, and no way to escape it. The power of karma was unimaginably powerful. Even if a saint could not be tainted by karma, he could not escape the constraints of karma. In fact, not to mention a saint, even someone as powerful as Pangu lived in the constraints of karma and could not transcend. As long as a living being had not reached the supreme realm of the great Tao, they could not be considered to have truly perfected and transcended. They had to live in the constraints of karma and reincarnation. What about the future? Are there any descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial who are occupying high positions? After a long silence, the Grand Pure One asked again. However, judging from his attitude, he had acknowledged the existence of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. There was nothing they could do about it. The heavenly Tao had already said that this was karma. What could they do? One had to know that, karma, no matter how big or small it was, it had to be returned as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, karma would continue to be involved, causing it to become bigger and bigger. If they wanted to repay it, the price would be huge. In order to stop the losses in time, the heavenly Tao directly gave the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial 2 sainthood positions to understand the karma between the primordial world and the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Even if the Nuwa 3 pure ones were dissatisfied, she could not say anything. That was because that was the best solution. However, after this matter, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti would not have a good time in the primordial world. At the very least, the other saints and the great mystical abilities of the primordial world would not have any good expressions when they saw the 2 of them in the future. In the past, although everyone had disputes, they only looked down on the Western sect and felt that it was too barren. They even despised the actions of the 2 saints. However, they would not go overboard. However, now, as Zhuan-Ti's background was exposed, his position changed. He turned from a family member to an outsider. The previous harmony would not be maintained. Henceforth, the matter of the 6 of them working together would probably not happen again. In fact, the Nuwa 3 pure ones would even work together to secretly suppress Zhuan-Ti and obstruct the development of the Western sect. Since the primordial world has evolved until now, it has consumed too much of the essence of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Therefore, with this merit, the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial are also a part of the primordial world. Whether they can occupy high positions in the future depends on your methods. Tiandao Hongjun said indifferently. Judging from his words, he did not deny the possibility of the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial becoming the mainstream of the world. Just as he had said. The Chaos Fiend Celestial had also contributed to the scale of the primordial world. They had contributed to the primordial world. Therefore, their descendants were also a part of the primordial world and enjoyed the same rights as the Pangu divine system. As for whether they could become the upper echelons of the primordial world, it would depend on the ability of the Pangu divine system. Even if you suppress the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the way of heaven would not interfere. On the contrary, under the suppression of the Pangu divine system, the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial would still rise. The way of heaven would also not interfere with their attainment. Whether the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial could rise depended on the means of the Pangu divine system. Anyway, as long as the 2 sides did not want to destroy the primordial world, the way of heaven did not care who was in charge of the primordial world. We understand. Retracting their gazes, the Nuwa 3 pure ones secretly made up their minds. After this matter was over and they returned to the primordial world, they would carefully search the primordial world and find the remaining descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. They would see how much negative karma they had and decide whether to kill them or send them into reincarnation. Fellow Daoists, please don't worry. Since Xuanti was born in the primordial world, he will naturally prioritize the primordial world and will not wallow in the mire with the chaos fiend celestial. At this moment, Xuanti said at the same time. They were also very helpless. Their birth was not something they could decide. It was true that they did not want to be the descendants of the Pangu, but the conditions really did not allow it. At this moment, Xuanti's heart was also extremely bitter. From now on, the two of them were completely isolated in the primordial world. The Pangu divine system was self-contained and had already excluded the two of them. The past is like the past. The poor Wei senior brother and junior brother do not know the Chaos Heart Cleansing Lotus or the Chaos Wisdom Tree. They only know the primordial Chaos Heart Cleansing Lotus and the primordial Bodhi Tree. Poor Wei Guide. Poor Wei Xuanti. Greetings, fellow Daoists. With a thought, Xuanti's will crossed the vast chaos and descended on the incarnation. He said to the Chaos Fiend Celestial. He wanted to show that he had nothing to do with the Chaos Fiend Celestial and completely draw a line with him. He wanted to avoid causing misunderstandings among the living beings of the primordial world and causing unnecessary trouble. The descendants of the chaos will eventually return to the embrace of the chaos. This is fate and destiny. You can't escape. One day, you will understand. In the end, you are different from them. Seeing that Xuanti refused to return to the embrace of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the 6 Chaos Fiend Celestial were not angry. They just made a prophecy. They hinted at Xuanti that no matter how they rejected the Chaos Fiend Celestial, they would eventually join the camp of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. In this regard, Xuanti was non-committal. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Anyway, for now, they had decided to draw a line with the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Fellow Daoists, this karma needs to be settled. In order to prove his determination to draw a line with the Chaos Fiend Celestial, Xuanti could not care less about the huge gap between them. He gritted his teeth and charged toward the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Boom! Boom! A terrifying battle broke out. 6 Chaos Fiend Celestial of the Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm against 4 incarnations of the Saints whose combat strength was comparable to the Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm. As a result, the incarnations of the Saints were naturally suppressed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial. After all, the incarnations were not the original body. The difference in strength was too great. Everyone, let's do it. Seeing that the 4 incarnations of Xuanti were about to be killed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the 3 pure ones who were hiding in the dark finally could not stand it anymore and decided to help. No matter how dissatisfied Xuanti was, they could not sit and watch his incarnations be killed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial in the face of a great enemy. Wasn't this forcing him to surrender to the Chaos Fiend Celestial? Whoosh! The incarnations of the 3 pure ones and Nua's incarnations, a total of 8 Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm experts, appeared from the void and charged toward the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Note, the 3 pure ones, the 2 pure ones, the 2 pure ones, and the 1 Nua. The 12 Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm experts attacked together. Even the Chaos Fiend Celestial was no match for them. They quickly withdrew and fled into the void, disappearing. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. Suppressing his injuries, Xuanti's incarnation thanked the 3 pure ones and Nua's incarnation. No need to be so polite. It's all for the primordial world. They waved their hands, indicating that they did not need to care. Then, they remained silent. In the end, the 4 pure ones and Nua took a deep look at the 2 of them and left. At this point, both sides did not know what to say. It was better to let time prove everything. However, during the entire process, they did not notice the extremely hidden and strange light in the eyes of Saint Xuanti. Just as the 2 of them were being suppressed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial, various inheritances of the Chaos Fiend Celestial were transmitted to the heart of Saint Xuanti through their attacks. In other words, the Chaos Fiend Celestial took the opportunity to secretly pass on all kinds of inheritances about himself to Saint Xuanti. This action was very secretive. Not to mention the spectators, even Saint Xuanti did not notice it at all. Strange. Very strange. Why did the Chaos Fiend Celestial pass on his inheritance? Saint Xuanti did not know, but he understood that the inheritance passed on by the Chaos Fiend Celestial could help him solve the dilemma he was facing. Recruit disciples and reorganize the orthodoxy. Because of this, Saint Xuanti accepted the inheritance of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. He could not refuse this temptation. However, Saint Xuanti also understood that it was not so easy to take the things of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. In the future, he would definitely have to pay a greater price for this. However, at this time, the most important thing was how to reorganize the orthodoxy. As for other things, they were secondary. Originally, it was very difficult for the Western sect to recruit disciples in the primordial world. After this, it would become even more difficult. It could even be said that they could not recruit disciples. No one was willing to join the Western sect. If they could not even recruit disciples, how could they reorganize the orthodoxy and prosper the Western sect? However, at this moment, the Chaos Fiend Celestial provided them with a direction that could solve the problem of the Western sect not being able to recruit disciples. In this way, how could Saint Xuanti refuse? Even if he knew that he was asking a tiger for its skin, he had to grit his teeth and agree. Because, the huge loan was like Mount Buzhou pressing on their bodies. It brought them great pressure and did not allow them to breathe for a moment. Accepting the inheritance of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, Xuanti had no choice but to accept it. If this move brought a certain amount of harm to the primordial world in the future, then blame the heavenly Tao. If it were not for the huge loan, how could Xuanti and Saint Xuanti live such a tiring life? Lowering the bottom line step by step. Chapter 582. With the departure of the Chaos Demon God, Mount Meru gradually regained its peace. However, the damage caused by this incident could not be healed in a short period of time. For example, in this tribulation of Mount Meru, a small half of the disciples of the Western sect could not resist the bewitchment of the inner demons and fell into the demonic path, never to return. Among the remaining disciples, a small portion was killed by the disciples of the Western sect who had fallen into the demonic path led by the inner demons. The rest were all killed by the anger of the Chaos Demon God. At this point, almost all the disciples of the Western sect were killed. Only a few disciples managed to escape the calamity because they were not on Mount Meru due to their travels. Of course, the losses of the Western sect were not limited to that. First, the inner demons suddenly attacked and died Mount Meru, awakening the powerful demonic nature that had been buried for countless years in the depths of Mount Meru. As a result, Mount Meru, the primitive holy land, completely turned into a peerless demonic domain. Then, in order to take revenge for the destruction of the sect, the 4 incarnations of Xuanti and the 6 Tao Master-level Chaos Demon Gods began a shocking battle. However, the Chaos Demon Gods were too fierce. Xuanti was no match for them and gradually fell into a disadvantage. In the end, it was the 3 Pure Ones Nuwa who joined the battle and joined forces with Xuanti. Only then did they force the 6 Chaos Demon Gods back. However, it was also because of this that Mount Meru could be said to have suffered a calamity. Think about it. 6 primordial Chaos Demon Gods. In addition, the 3 Pure Ones Nuwa had 12 incarnations with primordial chaos combat strength of the 6 Saints Xuanti. A total of 18 primordial chaos existences fought on Mount Meru. Even if Mount Meru was the number 1 holy land of the Western sect and the location of the ancestral bloodline, it could not withstand such destruction. Even the heaven realm was on the verge of destruction under the bloody battle of several primordial chaos experts, let alone Mount Meru. Therefore, after this battle, Mount Meru was almost razed to the ground. all the spiritual veins were shattered. Even the Western ancestral bloodline, which had recovered some vitality with great difficulty, only had a trace of vitality left. Even the ancestral bloodline was so miserable. Not to mention the various treasures that Zhuan Ti had set up on Mount Meru. For example, there were no traces of the 8 treasures merit pool. As for the merit golden lotus in the pool, it had long been swept away by the inner demons. Ever since Zhuan Ti had occupied Mount Meru, countless years had passed. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been used to build Mount Meru into a top-notch grotto heaven in the primordial world. But he never thought that a sudden battle had destroyed Zhuan Ti's life's work in an instant. Almost all of his disciples had perished, and his foundation had been destroyed by the flames of war. How could the word tragic be enough to describe it? At the ruins of Mount Meru, the devilish aura was treacherous, and the smell of blood lingered. Wisps of baleful aura rose into the air, and from time to time, the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard. If someone who was unaware of the situation were to come here, they would most likely think that this was a gathering place for devils. However, there were 2 figures, whose bodies emitted a holy and peaceful aura, quietly standing in this place that was filled with dense demonic chi and evil aura. They quietly looked to the front, as though they were reminiscing about something. They completely ignored the oppressive evil aura around them. These 2 people were the Zhuan Ti of reception. What they remembered was naturally the Western sect that was once prosperous in the past, the legendary supreme orthodoxy that had the inheritance of 2 saints. Looking at the shattered mountains, the charred ground, and the dark red bloodstains in front of them, Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti were speechless for a long time. They felt bitter in their hearts. It was gone. It was all gone. All their efforts had been in vain. Everything they had paid previously now seemed so laughable. After a long silence, Saint Jianghu finally made a move. He gently waved his hand and cut open the boundless void. He brought Saint Zhuan Ti to the upper-class world that he had created, the Elysium Great World. Junior brother, what do you think of this method? In the Elysium Great World, Saint Jianghu repeatedly confirmed that no one could spy on this place before he spoke to Saint Zhuan Ti. Just now, he had passed on the inheritance that he had obtained from the Chaos Demon God to Saint Zhuan Ti. Senior brother, this is, after receiving the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God from Saint Jianghu, Saint Zhuan Ti was first shocked. Then, he frowned and pondered carefully. After a while, he pretended to be enlightened and praised, "This method is wonderful." At this point, Saint Zhuan Ti could not hide the excitement in his heart. He could not help but say, if this method can be popularized, then not to mention rebuilding the Western sect, even if it prospers in the world, there will be more possibilities than before. But, at this point, Saint Zhuan Ti could not help but pause and say worriedly, however, if the 2 of us really follow this method, we will definitely offend the 3 pure ones, the Nuwa, the entire celestial sect of wonders, and even all the gods of the Panga divine system. Saint Zhuan Ti had no choice but to hesitate. Although the method passed down by the Chaos Demon God was of great help to rebuilding the Western sect, it was too shocking. Once they did it, it was equivalent to breaking off ties with the Panga divine system. Do you know why? It turned out that the inheritance that the Chaos Demon God had passed down to Saint Jianghu was a method to enlighten connate ferocious beasts. In other words, after learning this inheritance, Saint Zhuan Ti and Saint Jianghu could use this to enlighten the connate ferocious beasts, remove the murderous aura in their bodies, open their wisdom, and enlighten their true spirits. This allowed the connate ferocious beasts to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves like the creatures of the primordial world and completely embark on the path of cultivation. This method was naturally very good for the current Zhuan of receiving yin-yang. However, for the connate gods and demons of the Panga divine system, it was intolerable. This was shaking their foundation. In a short period of time, perhaps they could not see anything. However, as time passed, it was inevitable that all kinds of accidents would occur, causing the Khanate ferocious beasts to surpass the Panga divine system and become the mainstream of the primordial world. Although the possibility of this was extremely small and seemed to be completely impossible. However, in the end, no matter how small the possibility was, it still existed. They had to be on guard. Anything that could shake the foundation of the Panga divine system should be killed in the cradle. This was called nipping the problem in the bud. How could the foundation left behind by the ancestors be allowed to be controlled by the bandits? Therefore, once Zhuan-Ti used this method, he would definitely offend the Panga divine system. However, at this moment, did Zhuan-Ti have a choice? They did not. At this moment, just the identity of the descendant of the Chaos Fiend God was enough to make most of the living beings of the primordial world refuse to join the Western sect. If they could not take in disciples, the Western sect would never prosper. Therefore, in order to rebuild the Western sect, Zhuan-Ti and Saint Zhuan-Ti would definitely use this method. They had no choice. If they could not take in the living beings of the primordial world as disciples, they would take in the Khanate ferocious beasts as disciples. As powerful living beings born from the flesh and blood of the Chaos Fiend God, the power of the Khanate ferocious beasts was obvious to all. Of course, there were gains and losses. It was because they were too powerful that they lacked the crucial intelligence. However, it was undeniable that, once the Khanate ferocious beasts gained intelligence and made up for their shortcomings, they would definitely soar into the sky and become a major force in the primordial world. Would the Western sect, which had obtained this help, be far from prospering in the world? The only pity was that almost all the Khanate ferocious beasts in the primordial world had died. New Khanate ferocious beasts still needed an extremely long period of time to be reborn. In a short period of time, Zhuan-Ti would probably not be able to carry out the plan to enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts. As for whether this would offend the Panga divine system, Zhuan-Ti did not care anymore. Because, junior brother, what do you think, even if we don't carry out this plan, won't we offend the Panga divine system? After a moment of silence, Saint Zhuan-Yin said leisurely. Hearing this, Saint Zhuan-Ti suddenly paused. That's right. Even if they did not enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts, their relationship with the Panga divine system would not be the same as before. Estrangement, from the moment their identities were exposed, once it was formed, it would be difficult to heal. Even if they risked universal condemnation and enlightened the Khanate ferocious beasts, it would only make the already unharmonious relationship between them and the Panga divine system worse. This price, compared to the future of the Western sect, it was really nothing. Senior brother, you're right. After thinking through the key point, Saint Zhuan-Ti was no longer worried about gains and losses. He directly made a decision in his heart. He would do this matter just like that. Moreover, after making a decision, Saint Zhuan-Ti even found an extremely suitable reason for himself in his heart to eliminate the uneasiness caused by them joining forces with the Chaos Fiend God. Senior brother. The Heavenly Tao has said that the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God are also members of the primordial world. They have the possibility of becoming the ruler of the world. From this, it can be seen that enlightening the Khanate ferocious beasts is the will of the heavens. The two of us are just taking advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? The Heavenly Tao has just finished saying that the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God are also members of the primordial world. Then, Senior Brother obtained the method to enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts from the Chaos Fiend God. Perhaps everything that we've experienced is part of the Heavenly Tao's plan. As he spoke, Saint Zhuan-Ti felt that what he said made sense. He even came up with a conspiracy theory. Senior brother, do you think it's possible? The Heavenly Tao saw that the power of the Panga divine system was getting stronger and stronger. It was gradually losing control. That's why it borrowed the hands of the two of us to support the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God to fight against the increasingly powerful Panga divine system and achieve the goal of balancing the situation of the primordial world. After saying that, Saint Xuanti looked at Saint Jiayin with bright eyes, looking forward to his answer. However, Saint Jiayin's next action clearly disappointed him. Saint Jiayin's expression changed and he scolded softly. "Junior brother, be careful with your words. What does the Heavenly Tao's plan have to do with you? How can you guess the Heavenly Tao's plan?" At this moment, Saint Jiayin was also very speechless. What was wrong with his junior brother? He was usually quite smart. Why didn't he understand the principle that trouble came from the mouth today? It was fine to think about such a thing in his heart. How could he say it out loud? If this matter was fake, it would be fine. If it was true and Daoist Xuanti revealed the Heavenly Tao's plan, wouldn't he be marked by the Heavenly Tao for no reason and cause trouble for himself? Saint Jiayin was anxious. From this, it could be seen that in his heart, he vaguely agreed with Saint Xuanti's words. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious? He subconsciously thought that this matter was true and was worried that Saint Xuanti, who had revealed the Heavenly Tao's plan, would be targeted by the Heavenly Tao. "Senior brother, you're right. I was a little carried away. After this matter, I will begin to practice silent meditation and not say a word for 1,000,000 years. Remember today's lesson." At that moment, Saint Xuanti also realized what a stupid thing he had done just now and hurriedly said, "That's good too. Practicing the vow of silence is also a good way to temper your jumpy personality. Moreover, in the future, it's best for you and I to communicate with each other in our hearts to avoid causing any unknown trouble." Saint Jiayin nodded and said, "Senior brother, you're right." Saint Xuanti said in a low voice. Seeing Saint Xuanti like this, Saint Jiayin shook his head and smiled. He did not say anything. For a moment, the two of them fell silent. In their hearts, they silently pondered the possibility of this matter being schemed by the Heavenly Tao. It did not matter if they did not think about it, but when they thought about it, they were shocked. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this matter was inseparable from the Heavenly Tao. It was as if no one could escape his scheme. They thought silently for a while. The two of them were afraid of being sensed by the Heavenly Tao, so they did not dare to continue thinking. If this matter was really schemed by the Heavenly Tao, then he was too terrifying. Even the Chaos Demon God was in his scheme. Of course, this could be purely because they were thinking too much and scaring themselves. This matter had nothing to do with the Heavenly Tao. The smarter a person was, the easier it was for them to think too much, especially a schemer like Saint Xuanti. His heart was filled with schemes and tricks, so naturally, everything he saw looked like a scheme. In short, whether this matter was really related to the Heavenly Tao or not, it was not something they should worry about. What they wanted to do was nothing more than take advantage of the situation. Senior brother, do you think that after we enlighten the connate ferocious beasts and teach them the cultivation method, will we obtain the merit of enlightenment? Suddenly, Daoist Xuanti seemed to have thought of something and asked Saint Jiayin. Merit of enlightenment? This might not be impossible. According to the Heavenly Tao, the connate ferocious beasts are also a member of the primordial world, and they are a huge force second only to the connate godfiends. And in the primordial world, anyone who enlightens all living beings can obtain merit. From this point of view, there should be merit to enlighten the connate ferocious beasts. After thinking carefully, Saint Jiayin said, "Enlightening the connate ferocious beasts and allowing them to comprehend the Heavenly Tao, thereby bringing them under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Tao to increase the influence of the Heavenly Tao." This move, was completely equivalent to expanding the territory of the Heavenly Tao, was a huge contribution. Why was there no merit to be obtained? Merit, there must be, it might even be more than imagined. After all, the connate ferocious beasts were theoretical, a powerful force that was not inferior to the connate godfiends. Chapter 583. If Shao Chun could teach this faction a lesson, he would obtain a lot of beneficence. Perhaps, the two of them could even become a Dao ancestor with the merit of educating Khanate ferocious beasts. One had to know that Dao ancestor Hong Jun relied on the merit of imparting the Dao to achieve the supreme position of Dao ancestor in the primordial world. If Zhuan Ti imparted the Dao to the Khanate ferocious beasts and taught them to become great beings. With the support of such a huge amount of merit, it might be possible to open another lineage and become a Dao ancestor. The great Dao is promising. Thinking of the possible achievements in the future, Zhuan Ti trembled slightly. That was exciting. After all, that was a Dao ancestor. The most honorable position in the primordial world. Perhaps. One day in the future. Zhuan Ti sat high on Mount Meru. There were many great beings who were born as Khanate ferocious beasts under them. They were faintly on par with the celestial sect of wonders. Of course, these were all the fantasies of Zhuan Ti. The most powerful place of the celestial sect of wonders was not the three sects of Ren, Chan, and Jia, but the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. It was precisely because of their presence that no force in the primordial world could shake the position of the celestial sect of wonders. If Zhuan Ti wanted to surpass the celestial sect of wonders, it would be better to save it. That was more difficult than repaying their loans. Junior brother, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the two of us to establish ourselves in the celestial sect of wonders in the future. We still have to make plans early. After a moment of silence, Saint Jia said to Saint Zhuan Ti. Currently, in their capacity, it was indeed awkward to stay in the celestial sect of wonders, it was time to leave. How should I put it, Zhuan Ti's situation in the celestial sect of wonders was completely ignored by his teachers and brothers. He was completely isolated. Therefore, it didn't matter whether he stayed or not. Especially, what they were going to do next would shake the foundation of the Pangu divine system. As for the celestial sect of wonders, it was the largest force in the Pangu divine system. From the moment they decided to enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts, they were destined to be on the opposite side of the celestial sect of wonders. Therefore, Zhuan Ti had no choice but to leave. Well, they couldn't even part it on good terms. That's right, it wasn't easy to get together, so how could it be easy to part? Senior brother is right. Those disciples of the celestial sect of wonders have long disliked the two of us. Now, we might as well follow their wishes and completely withdraw from the celestial sect of wonders. In the future, in order to be restrained by the celestial sect of wonders, we can wholeheartedly develop our own forces. Saint Zhuan Ti, who had long been dissatisfied with the Xian sect, hurriedly said after hearing Saint Jiayan's words. Saint Zhuan Ti could not forget the extremely unwilling look in Dao ancestor Hong Jun's eyes when he accepted the two of them as disciples. Junior brother, don't worry. At this time, the primordial world is in trouble. It's not the time for us to leave the celestial sect of wonders. When the conflict in the primordial world stops, we will have accumulated a portion of our strength. That will be the best time to leave the celestial sect of wonders. Saint Jia shook his head and said unhurriedly. Now that their identities had just been exposed, they couldn't wait to announce their departure from the celestial sect of wonders. Wasn't this clearly telling others that there was something wrong with them? One must know that. Their true bodies were still by the side of the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the other three. If they really did that, then the four of them would probably join forces to seal the two of them, or directly beat them out of the primordial world, leaving the two of them to fend for themselves. Therefore, the matter of leaving the celestial sect of wonders could not be rushed. It needed to be planned slowly. After all, leaving the celestial sect of wonders was not a small matter, he would affect the future situation of the primordial world. Moreover, betraying the sect and establishing another sect was not a glorious thing. In the end, Saint Jia was also extremely dissatisfied with Dao ancestor Hong Jun. It was because Dao ancestor Hong Jun was too biased. The direct disciples each had a primordial treasure, while the registered disciples only received a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure. Saint Jia expressed that he could not tolerate such unfair treatment. It was precisely the celestial sect of Wonder's injustice to them that caused the two of them to have the idea of establishing another sect after they gained strength. Of course, these were all excuses. The two of them did not even think about it. If it were not for Dao ancestor Hong Jun's teachings, how could they have their current cultivation? Moreover, Dao ancestor Hong Jun did not owe them anything. Even if he owed them something, the grace of teaching them the Dao was enough to repay everything. Therefore, Dao ancestor Hong Jun had no obligation to give the two of them primordial spirit treasures. However, the Dao ancestor still gave it, and it was the most top-grade primordial spirit treasure. This action could be said to be extremely benevolent. However, not only did the two of them not know how to be grateful, but they were also resentful that the Dao ancestor did not give them primordial spirit treasures. They even had the idea of establishing their own sect. It had to be said. Such was his nature. What could others do about it? With a plan in mind, the two saints Zhuan and Jia began to get busy. First, they summoned their remaining disciples. Then, they used their supreme divine abilities to move mountains and create seas. They moved the earth veins and gathered the chi of heaven and earth from all directions. They reshaped Mount Meru in preparation for rebuilding the Western sect in the future. Of course, the Western sect in the future could no longer be called the Western sect. Instead, it should be called a sect like the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the Devil Sect of Wonders. As for what kind of sect, the two of them had not thought about it yet. However, it did not matter. There was still some time before the two of them left the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It was enough for them to think about it slowly. In the distance, the three pure ones watched quietly as the two of them busied themselves. Little did they know. In their hearts, they already had the intention to rebel. They planned to set up their own sect. The primordial world gradually returned to peace. However, the vast and boundless starry sky gradually became lively. Rumble. Zhouxing operated violently. A vast and unfathomable connate formation gradually spread out and appeared in front of everyone in the primordial world. Swish, 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 the galaxy was vast and the light of the universe was shining. Terrifying starlight burst out like a huge canopy, covering the entire starry sky. At this moment, under the cover of the galaxy cosmic light array and the god Pangu, no one could see through what was happening in the boundless starry sky. Yes. No one noticed. Then there was no need to act. The chaos of the connate ferocious beasts could be ended. Withdraw. Feng Zichen waved his sleeve, and the terrifying connate ferocious beasts that were wreaking havoc in the starry sky disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a few groups of connate ferocious beasts with the cultivation of celestial immortals and mystic immortals were left on the spot, jumping around. Feng Zichen was not a chaos demon god, nor was he primordial Daoist Jingxian. The connate ferocious beasts that he created, of course, could not have the cultivation of Daoist Jingxian or even the sage-to-be realm. Celestial immortals and mystic immortals. These who had just entered the immortal path. This was a normal phenomenon. Of course, if Feng Zichen gathered the chaos origin chi, he could indeed create a few connate ferocious beasts at the sage-to-be realm. However, what Feng Zichen created was not a few connate ferocious beasts, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them. Or even more. With such a large number of connate ferocious beasts, it was understandable that their strength was low. However, they were extremely malleable, and there was a possibility that they could become Daoist Jingxian in the future. As for those powerful connate ferocious beasts that wreaked havoc in the starry sky, of course, they were all fake. They were all reasonable methods that Feng Zichen used to summon the Thunder Lock incarnation and the Gaochen incarnation. Rumble. The galactic cosmic light array continued to operate for more than 1,000 years before it stopped, allowing Zhoxing to reappear in front of the primordial world. Those connate ferocious beasts also disappeared without a trace. They were all refined to death by the galactic cosmic light array, or they were killed by the three gods together. Anyway. With the reappearance of Zhoxing, the chaos of the connate ferocious beasts that broke out in the boundless starry sky was completely quelled. It did not cause too much of a stir in the primordial world. At this point, the primordial world fell into peace again, and the demon sect went into hiding again. The heaven realm and the boundless starry sky were extremely peaceful under the governance of Haotian, Feng Zichen, and the other three. On the ground, under the governance of Fuxi, the various races lived in peace and harmony. In the netherworld, there was the Chaos Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Disc, and the number 1 Saint of the Earth, the Hutu, personally overseeing it. The incarnations of the saints that returned from the sky screen also guarded their respective mountain gates and did not do anything special. From this point of view, perhaps one would think that the primordial world had really calmed down and that there were no more disputes. However, Feng Zichen, Haotian, and the others did not relax because of this. Instead, they became more and more nervous. Because, until now, the demon ancestor Rahu still had not appeared. As long as the demon ancestor did not make a move, Feng Zichen and the others would not be able to rest in peace. The tranquility of the primordial world was perhaps the calm before the storm. Therefore, everyone was thinking of ways to increase their strength to guard against the attack of the demon ancestor Rahu. In fact, Feng Zichen had secretly prepared a blood altar for himself in advance, in case he was unfortunately killed by the demon ancestor Rahu's attack and could be resurrected in time. It did not matter how strong the demon ancestor Rahu was. They could totally fight against Dao ancestor Hongjun. No matter how strong Dao ancestor Hongjun was, the demon ancestor Rahu, who was his lifelong enemy, was almost on the same level. Even if it was slightly inferior, it was not far away. Therefore, when facing an expert like the demon ancestor Rahu, it was not too much to be careful. Time often passed by inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. During this period, Feng Zichen and the others did not wait for the revenge of the demon ancestor Rahu. Instead, they waited for another extremely troublesome matter. That was the innate baleful aura that filled the primordial world had completely erupted. It had been said earlier that after the innate ferocious beast died, its origin would not dissipate. It would turn into innate baleful aura and continue to corrode the surrounding earth veins. In addition, the origin of the chaotic baleful aura hidden in the endless spirit veins of the primordial world was continuously corroding the spirit veins of the primordial world. The combination of these two caused the content of the innate baleful aura in the primordial world to gradually increase, to the point where it was today. It was enough to affect the normal operation of the primordial world. At this moment, if one looked down from the heaven realm, they would see that the entire primordial world was filled with dense innate baleful aura. They were like boiling hot water, boiling violently and corroding everything around them. Some of the innate baleful aura even rose from the ground to the sky and began to destroy the environment of the heaven realm. The situation was extremely dangerous. The innate baleful aura had reached the point where it had to be controlled. If it continued to be left alone, it would not be long before the entire primordial world became the paradise of the demonic path, where there would be no space for immortal path cultivators to live. However, the origin of the chaotic baleful aura was hidden too deeply. Even if Feng Zichen and the others used all their means, they could not find it. This led to the current situation. What an eventful period. Looking at the primordial world from the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen could not help but reveal a look of pity in his eyes. He saw Many primordial world creatures gradually lost their nature under the corrosion of the innate baleful aura and turned into monsters that only knew how to kill. And this was only the beginning. As more and more creatures were eroded by the innate baleful aura and turned into monsters that only knew how to kill, that would definitely cause a huge conflict in the primordial world. With a conflict, there would definitely be a fight. This would also give the innate baleful aura a chance to take advantage of and cause more creatures to be eroded by it. At that time, the situation would only become more and more intense until it completely went out of control. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, the primordial world will be in danger. Looking at the primordial world filled with baleful aura, Feng Zichen's heart sank for a moment before he made a decision. He was going to take action to solve the innate baleful aura. As for how to solve the innate baleful aura, Feng Zichen had long had a plan in his heart. He had thought of a total of 2 ways. One was to treat the symptoms, and the other was to treat the root cause. The first way was to reorganize the primordial spirit meridians. To force the origin of the chaotic baleful aura out of the endless spirit meridians of the primordial world and cut off the source of the birth of the innate baleful aura. Once the source was solved, the danger of the primordial world would immediately disappear. The remaining innate baleful aura was not a threat at all. After a few cycles of the heavenly Tao, it was naturally expelled to the ultimate. This was the way to treat the root cause. However, there were still great enemies spying on the primordial world. It was really not the time to reorganize the earth meridians. Therefore, this matter could not be carried out. He could only wait for the heavenly Tao to return before making a decision. The other method was to treat the symptoms. It was also the method that Feng Zichen wanted to use now. That was to use all his strength to activate the boundless starry sky and make the god Panga breathe and exhale towards the primordial world. He would gather all the innate baleful aura that filled the primordial world into the boundless starry sky and then slowly refine it. Although this method could suck the innate baleful aura into the boundless starry sky, it could not find the origin of the chaotic baleful aura. If the origin of the chaotic baleful aura was not removed, it would not be long before the innate baleful aura reappeared. Therefore, this method could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. However, in this crisis, it was not important whether it was treating the symptoms or the root cause. The important thing was, which one could be used. Since the root cause could not be used, he would first use the root cause to treat the symptoms. If he could delay it for a period of time, he would delay it for a period of time. It was better than doing nothing at all. Galaxy Cosmic Light Array, rise. Standing on the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen activated the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array. Chapter 584. However, the Galactic Cosmic Light Array this time was different from the past. He was stronger. It was because the person presiding over the array was no longer Feng Zichen alone, but 3. Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor North Star, and Great Emperor of the South Pole. With the combined power of the 3 supreme beings of heaven and earth sitting at the center of the array and operating the Zhouxing with all their might, the power of the array would definitely be raised to its peak. In an instant, endless starlight gathered, a huge vortex formed above the starry sky. It occupied more than half of the starry sky. Rumble. An unimaginable suction force was emitted from the starlight vortex, setting off a huge storm on the primordial land. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind raged on the primordial land, it set off huge waves. However, the strange thing was that although the storm was strong, it did not hurt any living beings in the primordial land, nor did it cause any damage to the land. It was as if they had eyes, avoiding all living beings and specifically targeting the innate baleful aura that filled the primordial land. The wind swept everything, sweeping up the boundless innate baleful aura that filled the land and whistling towards the boundless starry sky. Refine. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen saw the wind sweeping up the innate baleful aura and whistling towards him. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly formed a Dao seal to activate the god Pangu. Whoosh! Silently, the god Pangu appeared. He sat cross-legged in the boundless starry sky and began to circulate the ancient and mysterious three enclosures Dao scripture. With the circulation of the three enclosures Dao scripture, the innate baleful aura was attracted and surged into the body of the god Pangu like swallows returning to the forest. Buzz buzz buzz. Endless starlight gathered, wrapped in the innate baleful aura, and circulated back and forth between the Zhousing. As the innate baleful aura flowed, the star orbits lit up one after another, blooming with rays of Dao light in the starry sky. They were like the meridians of the human body, very mysterious. This was the god Pangu moving the great cycle. Just like the cultivation of cultivators, when it involved 108 stars, apertures, it was a small cycle. When it involved 365 stars, apertures, it was a large cycle. After a full cycle of transportation, quite a lot of innate malevolent energies were absorbed by Pangu, turning into nourishment for the recovery of the Zhousing and the growth of the newly formed Yuanshan divine evil qi. As the great heavenly cycle continued, more and more innate baleful qi was refined. On the untainted land, the boundless natural evil qi was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was swept up by the huge storm and rushed into the huge vortex in the center of the boundless starry sky. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. Under the full absorption of the cosmic light array, the connate evil qi that had almost swept across the entire untainted land finally disappeared completely. Phew! On the North Star, Feng Zichen let out a long sigh of relief, relaxed his mind, and slowly stopped operating the galaxy cosmic light array. At this point, the crisis of the primordial world. This could be considered a temporary relief. However, in the end, this was only a temporary solution. If the source could not be resolved as soon as possible, the crisis that the primordial world would face in the future would become more and more serious. If the connate evil qi were to cause trouble a few more times, it would cause irreversible damage to the primordial world. At that time, no matter how strong the galaxy cosmic light array was, it would probably be useless. Feng Zichen had just put away the galaxy cosmic light array when wisps of connate evil qi emerged from the primordial world. A portion of the primordial world's spirit meridians had long been completely corroded by the connate evil qi. The energy they were releasing now was no longer heaven and earth spirit qi, but wisps of connate evil qi. This was a major matter that shook the foundation of the immortal Dao. It was also the biggest crisis of the primordial world at the moment. It was also the problem that the galaxy cosmic light array could not solve. If he did not find the source of the chaos evil qi, the situation would not improve. Sooner or later, the primordial world would become the paradise of the fiends. No. Waiting passively like this is not a solution. Looks like it's time to take the initiative to attack. Worried about the future of the primordial world, Feng Zichen decided to take the initiative to attack and turn passivity into initiative. It was not a good idea to keep waiting for the fiend ancestor Rahu to attack. Not to mention that it would take a lot of effort, most of his energy was involved, so he had no time to deal with other things. This would not do. Since the fiend ancestor Rahu did not take the initiative to attack, he had to think of a way to force him to attack. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible so that he could free up his hands to comb through the primordial world's earth meridians and search for the source of the chaos evil qi. He had to completely solve the hidden dangers of the primordial world. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen was about to leave the Emperor Star and head to the Daoist sky to look for Hao Tian to discuss a plan to force the fiend ancestor Rahu to attack. But who would have thought that, before Feng Zichen could make a move, for earth-shattering baleful auras suddenly erupted in the primordial world. What? The baleful aura was so strong that it shot into the clouds, causing the earth to shake and the stars to sway. Its power was actually close to the primordial chaos realm. Even Feng Zichen could not help but be moved when he saw it. Putting aside the external forces, this power had already surpassed him. Shocked, Feng Zichen hurriedly looked at the source of the baleful aura. But, the four ferocious beasts had been resurrected again. Every time they were reborn, it meant that the four ferocious beasts had become stronger. When the four ferocious beasts were just born, they were only at the middle stage of the sage-to-be realm. Before they could cause any trouble in the primordial world, they were killed by the powerful beings who rushed over. This was the first time the four ferocious beasts had died. Not long after that, the environment of the primordial world became worse and worse. The four ferocious beasts were reborn because of the tribulation chi and obtained even more powerful strength, which was equivalent to the perfected sage-to-be realm. But unfortunately, their luck was not on their side. They had just been resurrected, and before they could announce their existence to the primordial world, they bumped into the furious Hao Tian. TSK, TSK, TSK. In front of Hao Tian, whose strength was comparable to a fifth-level primordial chaos expert, the four ferocious beasts could not resist at all and were killed by him. And this was the second time the four ferocious beasts had died. After that, Feng Zichen and the others first calmed the chaos of the Khanate realm ferocious beasts. Then, they suppressed the demon sect and restored peace to the primordial world. The four ferocious beasts were born because of the turmoil. The more chaotic the primordial world was, the more powerful they were. They could be immortal. But when the primordial world returned to peace, the four ferocious beasts lost the soil for their resurrection. They would slowly fall silent, waiting for the next outbreak of turmoil in the primordial world to carry out the plan to destroy the world. Because of this, Feng Zichen gradually relaxed his vigilance against the four ferocious beasts. But he did not expect that with the outbreak of the Khanate evil spirit, the four ferocious beasts could be reborn with the power of the Khanate evil spirit. There was no doubt that the four ferocious beasts were more powerful. Last time, they were only at the perfected sage-to-be realm. But this time, if Feng Zichen was not wrong, their strength had already stepped into the realm of primordial chaos. Yes, although the strength of the four ferocious beasts was close to that of Daoist Jingxian, they had not stepped into that realm after all, so there was a little gap between them. But with the appearance of the four ferocious beasts, the negative emotions accumulated in the primordial world for hundreds of thousands of years rushed into their bodies as if they had found their relatives. With the help of this, the four ferocious beasts took a crucial step and had the strength comparable to that of Daoist Jingxian. My name is Chaos. My name is Tao Wu. My name is Qiong Qi. My name is Tao Wu. With four roars that shook the primordial world, the four ferocious beasts announced their existence to the primordial world in a high-profile manner. Troublesome. Looking down at the four ferocious beasts who were showing off in the primordial world, Feng Zichen frowned slightly. These four ferocious beasts could not be killed. He could only seal them. Now that they were already in the realm of primordial chaos, if he killed them, he did not know what realm they would be in the next time they were reborn. Therefore, he tried not to kill the four ferocious beasts if he could. Evil beast, you're courting death. In the Lingshao Palace of the Heaven Realm, Hao Tian, who was dealing with official business, sensed the aura of the four ferocious beasts. Without thinking, he activated the power of the Heaven Realm and blasted a palm strike towards the lower realm. The power of this palm strike was equivalent to the full blow of a fifth-level primordial chaos expert. If an ordinary cultivator who had just entered the realm of primordial chaos was hit by this palm strike, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. However, the four ferocious beasts were different after all. Rumble. Hao Tian's palm strike landed on Hun Dun's body. Following a loud bang, Hun Dun's enormous figure exploded and turned into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. However, in less than a moment, the void distorted. Then, as if time and space were flowing backward, Chaos-broken body suddenly turned into black gas and gathered on the spot, forming Chaos' huge body again. Moreover, the aura on his body was stronger than before. Hao Tian's palm strike had completely disappeared without a trace. Not a trace of power leaked out as it was all absorbed by chaos. In other words, Hao Tian's palm strike did not kill chaos. Instead, it became nourishment for his growth and made him stronger. Huh! How could this be? In the Lingxiao Palace of the Heaven Realm, Hao Tian was puzzled when he saw this strange scene. He had an impression of these 4 innate ferocious beasts. After all, there were not many innate ferocious beasts in the great perfection of sage to be in the untainted land. He still vaguely remembered that these 4 ferocious beasts had died in his hands. But what was going on? Not only did these 4 innate ferocious beasts come back to life, but they also became stronger. This was completely against common sense. Hao Tian was puzzled. He silently performed pre-celestial divination to deduce the origin of these 4 innate ferocious beasts. At this moment, as the untainted land returned to peace, heaven's secret gradually became clear again. Although it was far from comparable to normal times, he could still deduce some unimportant things. The embodiment of negative emotions? After a while, after figuring out the origin of the 4 ferocious beasts, Hao Tian's face was full of bad luck. No wonder it did not make sense. It turned out that they were not life at all. In a sense, the 4 ferocious beasts were indeed not life. They were the manifestation of the negative emotions of the untainted land. They were composed of segments of emotions, like the embodiment of rules. Therefore, some well-known common sense could not be applied to them at all. For example, their unimaginable cultivation speed. Their strength was not cultivated by themselves, but gathered the negative energy of the entire untainted land. Even if behind the 4 ferocious beasts stood the masses of the untainted land, it would be strange if their strength was not strong. Tisk, tsk, tsk. This thing is not easy to deal with. After hesitating for a while, Hao Tian was about to go down to the untainted land to deal with the 4 ferocious beasts. As the Celestial Emperor, at this time, he could not stay out of it. He had to step forward bravely. However, not long after Hao Tian left the heavenly court, he saw Feng Zichen rushing over. "Brother Hao Tian, please wait." From afar, Feng Zichen saw Hao Tian's figure and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Ziwei, this is?" Hao Tian stopped and asked in confusion. "Brother, you can't attack in the untainted land." Coming to Hao Tian's side, Feng Zichen said. He wanted to stop Hao Tian from attacking the 4 ferocious beasts in the untainted land. Because, whether it was Hao Tian or the 4 ferocious beasts, they were all too strong. Sometimes, in the untainted land, being too strong was not a good thing. When they attacked, it was inevitable that they would be restrained to avoid destroying the untainted land. If Feng Zichen did not stop Hao Tian today and allowed him to fight with the 4 ferocious beasts in the untainted land, it would not be long before the entire untainted land fell apart and completely fell into the ultimate. Can't attack? Then what should we do? We can't just let the 4 ferocious beasts destroy the untainted land, right? Hao Tian said with a frown. It was not that he did not know the consequences of fighting with the 4 ferocious beasts. However, he could not just ignore the 4 ferocious beasts just because he had misgivings, right? If that was the case, the damage to the untainted land would not be light. Therefore, it was better to attack at all costs and try to take down the 4 ferocious beasts in the shortest time possible in order to minimize the losses suffered by the untainted land. In this way, although it would cause some damage to the untainted land, it was better than letting the 4 ferocious beasts destroy it. However, this method also had a fatal flaw, and that was that the 4 ferocious beasts had to be taken down in a short period of time. Otherwise, once the battle fell into a stalemate, the damage to the untainted land would be unimaginable. However, Hao Tian was not worried about this at all. If he was alone, he might not be able to take down the 4 ferocious beasts in the shortest time possible. However, he was not the only one in the untainted land. There was also Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor of the South Pole, Great Emperor Gaochen, and the 12 Saint Incarnations. If they attacked together, it would be easy to take down the 4 ferocious beasts. It's not that simple. It's impossible for us to attack at the same time. Otherwise, who will guard against demon ancestor Rahu? Now that the 4 ferocious beasts have appeared, it's the best time for demon ancestor Rahu to attack. I don't think he can hold back. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen analyzed to Hao Tian. The appearance of the 4 ferocious beasts could be said to be the last counterattack of the untainted land. After this, there would not be any major calamities in the untainted land. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be difficult for demon ancestor Rahu to find a suitable time to attack. Chapter 585. Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu would never let go of this opportunity. In order to guard against demon ancestor Rahu's sudden attack, Feng Zichen and the other experts of the primordial world had to be careful and vigilant of all movements in the primordial world. In this way, they could not spare too many experts to deal with the 4 ferocious beasts with Haotian. Sigh. That's true. I have to say that demon ancestor Rahu hiding in the dark is really a brilliant move. One person has taken up most of our energy. It makes us restrained everywhere and not dare to use our full strength. Haotian could not help but sigh heavily. His words showed that he was very afraid of demon ancestor Rahu. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. This is how it is. Feng Zichen agreed. If demon ancestor Rahu was in the light, they would not be so afraid. However, demon ancestor Rahu hid in the dark and did not come out. This made them uncomfortable. With demon ancestor Rahu's strength, he might not be able to deal with their joint forces, but he was absolutely confident that he could kill 1 or 2 of them. Imagine an expert who could take their lives was hiding in the dark and watching them at all times. Who wouldn't be afraid? Although demon ancestor Rahu could only attack once. But this time, it was enough for him to kill any expert in the primordial world other than the Dao ancestor. After this attack, demon ancestor Rahu would be besieged by all the experts in the primordial world and would have no choice but to flee to the chaos. However, the person who was ambushed by demon ancestor Rahu would really die. Although there were many experts in the primordial world, no one wanted to be the person who was ambushed by demon ancestor Rahu. Everyone had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of millions of years and survived countless calamities to reach their current cultivation level. They did not want to die just like that and cause their lifetime of cultivation to turn into flowing water. Therefore, everyone was patient and obediently stayed in the training hall. They were vigilant at all times and did not give demon ancestor Rahu a chance to ambush them. In fact, this time, the 4 ferocious beasts were wreaking havoc in the primordial world. Why didn't anyone attack? That was the reason. Once they appeared to fight the 4 ferocious beasts, they would definitely give demon ancestor Rahu a chance to ambush them. Therefore, no one dared to move. They were all watching. As for why Haotian would attack, it was because he had no choice. As the heavenly emperor, protecting the peace of the primordial world was his duty. He had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, the more serious the damage caused to the untainted land by the 4 great ferocious beasts, the worse Haotian's fate would be when the way of heaven settled the score. Of course, from another perspective, Hao Tian's intervention was also expected. Everyone treated vast heaven as bait to fish out the big fish that was fiend ancestor Rahu. Once fiend ancestor Rahu launched a sneak attack on vast heaven, everyone would swarm him and heavily injure or even kill him. Why use Haotian as bait? It was also related to his identity. Firstly, he was the heavenly emperor, the supreme ruler of the primordial world in name. His identity was precious enough. Secondly, Great Heaven had a great enmity with the demon sect. Currently, most of the forces of the demon sect on the surface were destroyed by Haotian. Just these 2 points alone were enough for Fiend Ancestor Rahu to take action, even if he knew it was a trap. As for Haotian's safety, no one cared. The position of Celestial Emperor was too important. For this reason, there were many people in the world who wanted Haotian to fall. However, Haotian was completely unaware of these schemes. It was not that he was not smart enough, but that he was deceived. With the support of the power of heaven and earth, although Haotian had the power of the 5th level of primordial chaos, his mental state cultivation was still maintained at the original level, which was the realm of sage-to-be perfection. In this case, with the saint's realm of primordial chaos, if he secretly schemed against Haotian, he would not be able to react in a short time. And this short period of time was enough to take his life. If not for this, he would not have foolishly come down to the mortal world and deal with the 4 great ferocious beasts personally. Fortunately, Feng Zichen had Hongmeng Daozhong, the supreme treasure, in this scheme. Otherwise, with his half-step primordial chaos realm, he would be foolishly sent to his death within the range of the saint's deceit. When experts exchanged blows, they would be limited by the conditions. Strength was secondary. Imperceptible calculations were the most fatal. This time, the saint gave Feng Zichen a good lesson. In silence, he schemed against Haotian, the Celestial Emperor. If it were not for Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen would have almost fallen into their trap. Since Brother Emperor has come here to stop me, you must have a way. Just as Feng Zichen was distracted, Haotian spoke with a smile. That's right. Feng Zichen nodded and said. He stopped Haotian not to remind him out of kindness. In this untainted land, there were many people who hoped that Haotian would fall. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen was one of them. He made a move at this time just to make use of Haotian before he died. The 4 great ferocious beasts are the embodiment of rules. There is no power in the untainted land that can completely kill them. And every time they fall, it is for the next stronger rebirth. So, I plan to suppress the 4 great ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky so that they can never escape. Without hiding anything, Feng Zichen frankly told his plan. Suppressing the 4 great ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky was his purpose. The 4 great ferocious beasts could not be killed, only suppressed. In this case, it was better to suppress them in the boundless starry sky. On the one hand, it could get rid of the untainted land forever. On the other hand, it could strengthen the origin of Zhouxing. Pangu could even refine the chaos demon god, let alone the 4 great ferocious beasts. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he would suppress the 4 great ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky and then refine them with the god Pangu to strengthen the origin of Zhouxing. And this refining was not to kill them, but to leave them with a breath. As long as the 4 great ferocious beasts did not die, the negative energy that existed in the untainted land would continue to gather towards them to increase their strength. In this way, the god Pangu could refine the 4 great ferocious beasts and provide power for Zhouxing. This was equivalent to the boundless starry sky having 4 more energy suppliers that would never run out. The 4 great ferocious beasts that were comparable to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian continuously provided power for the boundless starry sky. In addition to the chaotic energy that the god Pangu absorbed, it would not take long for the boundless starry sky to return to its peak state. And at that time, Feng Zichen would be able to jump out of the cage of the heavenly way and obtain true freedom. Suppress in the boundless starry sky. This method is feasible. However, in order to suppress the 4 great ferocious beasts, it will definitely involve most of the power of the boundless starry sky. In the future, if you want to use the power of the boundless starry sky, I'm afraid it will not be as easy as before. After thinking about it, Haotian said in confusion. In his opinion, this method was very feasible. But to Feng Zichen, it was harmful and not beneficial. Not only would it waste energy, but it was also equivalent to binding his hands and feet and greatly reducing his strength. It was not worth it. It's okay. It's all for the sake of the world. It's nothing if I lose some strength. After hearing Haotian's words, Feng Zichen immediately put on a righteous look and spoke passionately. "Ah! You are indeed benevolent and righteous. I thank you for your kindness on behalf of all the people in the world." Haotian first laughed and then solemnly bowed to Feng Zichen and tried to make an expression of gratitude. Of course, he would not believe a single word that Feng Zichen said. However, he could not figure out the key point. He kept feeling that something was wrong. In his impression, Feng Zichen was not the kind of person who would sacrifice his own interests for the sake of all the people in the world. However, although he could not figure it out, it did not prevent Haotian from agreeing and confirming the plan, not giving Feng Zichen a chance to regret. "Brother, you are too serious." Seeing that Haotian was going to thank him on behalf of all the people in the world, Feng Zichen's eyes twitched. Unlike these people, Haotian was the Celestial Emperor. He was really qualified to represent all the people in the untainted land. If he said he would represent all the people in the world, he would really represent all the people in the world. He was not like the others, who were just a means to occupy a righteous position. This had a practical effect. Just after Haotian thanked him, Feng Zichen immediately felt a strong psyche power surging from the void and strengthening his body. With the psyche power, if Feng Zichen fulfilled his promise, he would get a lot of benefits. However, if he went back on his word, the psyche power would turn into negative karma and hinder his cultivation. Haotian's move was to completely block Feng Zichen's thoughts of going back on his word. Fortunately, Feng Zichen did not have any thoughts of going back on his word. Otherwise, he would have suffered a small loss this time. "Brother, since this method is feasible, let's not delay it. Let's do it quickly. After all, the longer we delay, the greater the loss of the untainted land." Not caring about Haotian's thoughts, Feng Zichen repeatedly urged him to do it quickly. "Brother, don't worry. I'll go now." With a smile, Haotian broke through the void and rushed to where the four ferocious beasts were. As for Feng Zichen, his figure flashed and returned to the Emperor Star. According to his and Haotian's plan, Haotian was responsible for attracting the attention of the four ferocious beasts, and he would join forces with Gaochen Luois to activate the galaxy cosmic light formation with all his strength to forcibly capture the four ferocious beasts to the boundless starry sky to suppress them. This plan had to be fast. Because it was very likely that the demon ancestor Rahu would take advantage of the time when Haotian was fighting the four ferocious beasts to attack him. If they were slow, when Haotian was severely injured, it would not be a simple matter to pull the four ferocious beasts into the boundless starry sky. Evil beast, die. As expected of the Daoist child who had followed Dao ancestor Hongjun for countless years. The moment he made his move, it was obvious that he was extraordinary. When Haotian attacked the four ferocious beasts, his figure suddenly split into four, each facing one of the four ferocious beasts. This was the Three Corpses incarnation. Hundreds of millions of years of comprehension in the Purple Cloud Palace allowed Haotian to have an extremely deep understanding of the immortal path of Xianmen and the Three Corpses incarnation technique. The Three Corpses of Good and Evil. This was the best proof. Which ordinary Xianmen cultivator could kill the three corpses? Only those with extremely high cultivation could do it. Haotian's extraordinariness could be seen from this. Boom! 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 As soon as the battle broke out, it entered a white-hot stage. Because every time Haotian attacked, he used all his strength, forcing the four ferocious beasts to fight with all their strength to avoid being injured. Not dying did not mean that it would not hurt. Roar! 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 For a time, the painful howls of the four ferocious beasts resounded everywhere in the wilderness. At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was far away on the Emperor Star, seeing that Haotian had forced the 4 ferocious beasts to fight with all their strength and gradually let down their guard against the outside world, he made his move. Boom! The Milky Way cosmic light array was activated in an instant. Endless starlight erupted and turned into 4 huge chains, whistling toward the 4 ferocious beasts. Whoosh! The chains broke through the air and directly wrapped around the necks of the 4 ferocious beasts when they were completely unprepared, forcefully pulling them toward the boundless starry sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Of course, the 4 ferocious beasts were unwilling to be captured just like that. They quickly struggled violently. However, how could Haotian let go of this opportunity? Just as the 4 ferocious beasts were desperately trying to break free from the chains, a series of powerful and supreme magical powers blasted out from Haotian's hands as if they were free, beating them until their skin and flesh were lacerated. Moreover, in a place where the 4 ferocious beasts could not see, the end of the chain formed by starlight was held in the hands of 4 terrifying figures standing on a huge star, pulling it hard. The 4 stars were the Emperor Star, the North Star, the South Pole, and the Moon. That's right, in addition to Feng Zichen and his 2 incarnations, the other one who made a move was Feng Zichen's wife, Moon Goddess Wang Shu, who had not appeared for a long time. Others could not ask this great god to make a move, but Feng Zichen could. With the 4 of them making a move, coupled with Haotian's assistance, no matter how the 4 ferocious beasts struggled, they were clearly arranged. They could only watch helplessly as they were slowly pulled up from the ground and flew toward the boundless starry sky under the pull of the starlight chain. Just as Haotian was fighting with the 4 ferocious beasts, in the dark, many gazes were staring at Haotian's figure, waiting for the demon ancestor Rahu's sneak attack. However, even when the 4 ferocious beasts were captured by the chains, the demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move. Gradually, everyone was disappointed, thinking that the demon ancestor Rahu would not make a move this time. It seems that the bait this time is not good. Next time, I have to change to a target that the demon ancestor Rahu hates more. Everyone was quietly waiting for the development of the matter as they silently considered. Even so, but other than Dao ancestor Hongjun, in the primordial world, who was more worthy of the demon ancestor Rahu's hatred than Haotian? There was probably no one. On the Emperor Star, although Feng Zichen was pulling the 4 ferocious beasts, part of his mind was still on Haotian, waiting for the demon ancestor Rahu to appear. The result was naturally disappointing. Why didn't the demon ancestor make a move? If he doesn't appear, there won't be a chance. Could it be that after an eon has passed, the demon ancestor's courage has gradually become smaller? The demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move, and Feng Zichen could not help but begin to let his imagination run wild. However, after his eyes swept across the primordial world, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. Chapter 586. At that time, all the experts in the primordial world were paying attention to Haotian, looking forward to the demon ancestor Rahu's attack. But what about the world tree? Now, who would protect the world tree? Compared to the sneak attack on Haotian, it was obvious that the sneak attack on the world tree would cause more damage to the primordial world. Once the world tree broke, it would definitely be a disaster. Even if it could not cause the primordial world to fall into a world of destruction, it could destroy the great situation that everyone had worked so hard to create. If the world tree broke, the primordial world would collapse. If it caused a world-destroying disaster, the world would fall into chaos again. In addition, the Khanate murderous aura had not disappeared. With all kinds of disasters added together, the demon sect might have a tendency to recover. Compared to that, killing a mere Haotian was nothing. How much damage could it cause to the primordial world? It could not even cause the primordial world to fall into chaos temporarily. It was far more direct than destroying the world tree. At the very least, once there was a problem with the world tree, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Then, why didn't they attack? Feng Zichen's heart raced as he figured out the key point. Now, the world tree was unprotected. Wasn't it a great opportunity for the demon ancestor Rahu to attack? What a mistake! How could he forget the world tree at the critical moment? Something was wrong. Someone must have done something. Otherwise, how could Feng Zichen ignore the world tree so easily, given how important it was? Moreover, the person who did this must have a very strong cultivation. If not, even if Feng Zichen ignored the world tree, the rest of the people and the saints would not collectively ignore the world tree, right? To be able to make Feng Zichen and the other saints ignore the world tree at the same time, this kind of power was definitely not something an ordinary primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian could do. He directly blurred the concept of the world tree and made people subconsciously ignore it. This kind of method, this kind of power, almost surpassed that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. In the primordial world, apart from Dao ancestor Hong Jun who was far away in the sky screen, only the demon ancestor Rahu could do this. Who was the person who attacked? It was obvious. Demon ancestor Rahu. He was going to cut off the world tree. The old man was an old man. He aimed at the lifeline of the primordial world the moment he attacked. If he really succeeded, then the situation could really be completely reversed. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was shocked. He could not care less about suppressing the four ferocious beasts. He quickly turned his head to look at the tree of world. However, as far as he could see, everything around the world tree was still the same. There was nothing wrong with it. However, Feng Zichen's heart did not relax because of this. Instead, it gradually sank. Because the worry in his heart did not lessen. Instead, it became more intense. Sudden inspiration. It had been a long time since he had a sudden impulse. This meant that Feng Zichen's guess was correct. The goal of Rahu, the demon ancestor, was never Haotian, but the world tree, the first spiritual root of the primordial world. From the very beginning, fiend ancestor Rahu had planned on severing the world tree. However, he also understood that the tree of world was another root of the untainted land after Mount Buzhou. It had gathered the attention of too many experts in the untainted land. Once he revealed his intention to attack the tree of world, everyone would set up an inescapable net around the tree of world in an instant, waiting for him to fall into the net. At that time, even if fiend ancestor Rahu attacked the tree of world desperately, he would not be able to get close to the tree of world, let alone cause any harm to it. Because halfway, he would be stopped by the experts of the untainted land who were risking their lives to stop him. The great mediums of the untainted land were very strange. Usually, they cherished their lives very much. Who knew how many life-saving methods they had on them? However, for the sake of the illusory righteousness and the safety of the untainted land, they immediately became desperate. Even if they died for it. They were not afraid or regretful at all. It was because of this that fiend ancestor Rahu did not directly attack the tree of world. Instead, he secretly used his supreme magic to slowly fade the presence of the tree of world in everyone's hearts. It was not until everyone forgot about the tree of world and shifted their attention to something else that fiend ancestor Rahu revealed his fangs. This plan could be said to be perfect. Because no one would have thought that fiend ancestor Rahu's strength could actually reach such an extent. And in fact, that was indeed the case. Looking at the current situation, fiend ancestor Rahu was almost completely successful. At the very least, all the great mediums of the untainted land had ignored the existence of the tree of world. Unfortunately, fiend ancestor Rahu had met Feng Zichen, a person who could not be judged by common sense. In terms of cultivation, Feng Zichen was not ranked at all in the untainted land. As far as he knew, excluding the Chaos Fiend God, there were more than 5 people in the untainted land whose cultivation was higher than his. Of course, in the untainted land, cultivation was only cultivation. It could not determine a person's true strength. After all, there were too many external forces in the untainted land. With the support of all kinds of external forces, it could often allow a person to erupt with strength that far exceeded their own cultivation. And Feng Zichen was one of the best. Under normal circumstances, under the envelopment of fiend ancestor Rahu's magic, even saints would be affected. Feng Zichen was naturally no exception. In fact, that was indeed the case. Feng Zichen was indeed affected. In the beginning, he was the same as the saints, or even faster than them, completely ignoring the existence of the Tree of World. Until he accidentally saw the Tree of World when he scanned the untainted land. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. Although Feng Zichen's cultivation was not ranked in the untainted land, he had many treasures on him. Whether it was the fragment of the jade disc of good fortune or the extremely mysterious primordial treasure Hongmeng Daozhong, they were all treasures beyond the imagination of the world. It was precisely because of these two treasures that Feng Zichen suddenly realized that something was wrong when he saw the Tree of World. The two treasures played a role at the first moment, eliminating the influence of fiend ancestor Rahu's magic on Feng Zichen, making him remember the importance of the Tree of World. Therefore, fiend ancestor Rahu was a little unlucky. He did not fall into the hands of a powerful saint, but instead fell into the hands of Feng Zichen, who was slightly weaker. Unfortunately, fiend ancestor Rahu did not know that Feng Zichen was the variable of the untainted land that Pangu had decided on. In the untainted land, anything that was destined would change as long as it met him. And the deeper the involvement, the greater the change after that. From then on, he would completely walk into the unknown. If fiend ancestor Rahu knew this, he would not have attacked the Tree of World. Instead, he would have turned to deal with Feng Zichen and taken advantage of his unpreparedness to completely solve this variable. It was a pity. Fiend ancestor Rahu did not know anything. Of course, other than himself, only Pangu knew about Feng Zichen's identity. In fact, Pangu might even know more than Feng Zichen himself. After all, Feng Zichen had many secrets about himself that he did not know. It was really interesting. The saint treated Haotian as a fool and manipulated his life and death. And fiend ancestor Rahu? He treated everyone, including the sages, as fools and toyed with them wantonly. Truly, there was always a mountain taller than the one before. From this, it could be seen that when one's strength reached a certain level, they could really do whatever they wanted. After this, Feng Zichen's heart towards the Tao became even more determined. However, now was not the time to think about this. How to stop fiend ancestor Rahu from destroying the Tree of World was the key. Retrieve. Feng Zichen's heart stirred slightly. The Gaochen, who was pulling the four great beasts, suddenly put down the chain in his hand and threw it directly to Feng Zichen. Then, he broke through the void and headed directly below the heaven realm, where the ruins of Mount Buzhou were. And the Tree of World was rooted there, supporting the vast heaven realm. Although fiend ancestor Rahu was troublesome, the four great beasts were also troublesome. Feng Zichen needed to suppress the four great beasts and could not leave for the time being, so he sent the Gaochen incarnation to look after the Tree of World. As for why it was Gaochen and not Luai's, that was because among Feng Zichen's many incarnations, only the fall of Gaochen would not affect Feng Zichen's interests. Instead, it would be beneficial to him. After all, the Gaochen incarnation was supposed to hide in the dark to be used as a deterrent. However, for the prosperity of the human race and the safety of the primordial world, the Gaochen incarnation had no choice but to walk out of the dark and walk in the primordial world with his true appearance. Now, the great calamity of the primordial world was coming to an end. Gaochen could use fiend ancestor Rahu to fake his death and escape again. Besides, did he really think that it was that easy to deal with fiend ancestor Rahu? Even if Feng Zichen did not have the intention to fake his death, Gaochen had no hope of surviving against fiend ancestor Rahu. The difference in strength was too great. Not to mention Gaochen, even Feng Zichen's original body would most likely die if he went. Since that was the case, Feng Zichen thought that since he was going to die anyway, he might as well fake his death. In that case, if word got out in the future, it would be better to fake his death than to be beaten to death. This time, with the help of fiend ancestor Rahu, he could set things right and let the great Daoist priests die once again. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that it was not safe for Gaochen to go alone. After a short hesitation, he sent Luai's incarnation out again. Although he wanted Gaochen to fake his death with fiend ancestor Rahu's hands, it did not mean that he wanted to see the Tree of World destroyed by Rahu. Faking his death was important, but compared to the safety of the Tree of World, the Tree of World was obviously more important. At this point, Feng Zichen was clear about which was more important. With Luai's departure, the current situation had evolved into Feng Zichen suppressing the three ferocious beasts alone. In the face of such a situation, even if he was powerful, he could not help but feel a little pressured. But that was all. Although the four ferocious beasts were powerful, they were only at the beginning of primordial chaos. Feng Zichen alone could beat them up. Moreover, he also had the help of Haotian and Wang Shu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the void quietly split open, forming a huge spatial passage. In this passage, four chains surrounded by starlight were binding the four struggling ferocious beasts and pulling them toward the boundless starry sky. With the efforts of Feng Zichen and the others, the four ferocious beasts were getting closer and closer to the boundless starry sky. But halfway through, a sudden change occurred. 9 terrifying demonic shadows suddenly walked out of the void, broke through the void passage, cut off the chains that bound the four ferocious beasts, and rescued them. Chaos Demon Gods. These 9 people were all Chaos Demon Gods. 6 of them were the 6 people who had been severely injured by Feng Zichen and Haotian earlier. And, looking at their auras, it was obvious that they had obtained some opportunity. They had already recovered from their injuries. One had to know that back then, in order to eliminate the demons, Feng Zichen and Haotian had used the power of the Celestial Emperor to severely injure them. Logically speaking, with their injuries, they would not be able to recover without millions of years of recuperation. But now, not only had the 6 of them recovered from their injuries, but their strength had also increased a little. It was obvious that he had obtained some incredible fortune. If not for that, their injuries would not have healed so quickly. Perhaps it was the demon ancestor Rahu who had done it. The other 3 Chaos Demon Gods were 3 new faces. They were probably new Chaos Demon Gods who had successfully taken over the body. However, looking at the 9 Chaos Demon Gods, Feng Zichen had a vague feeling that it would not be long before the great masters who were fighting with the Chaos Demon Gods for control of their bodies would break out of seclusion. These were the true combat power of the primordial world. Once the great masters of the primordial world broke out of seclusion one after another, the demonic calamity that had almost brought a disaster to the primordial world would almost be over. No matter how powerful the demon ancestor Rahu was, he would not be able to do anything under the joint forces of so many great masters. However, that was all in the future. Now, Feng Zichen was most worried about the Tree of World. The Chaos Demon God had already made his move. Would it be far before the demon ancestor Rahu made his move? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was extremely worried. He did not care about the Chaos Demon God in front of him and the 4 great ferocious beasts that had escaped. He quickly switched to the vision of the North Star incarnation to observe the situation around the Tree of World. However, the result was still the same as before. There was nothing unusual. Obviously, the demon ancestor Rahu was still waiting for the opportunity. Seeing that the demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move, Feng Zichen looked much calmer. He mobilized the power of the galaxy cosmic light formation and continued to attack the 4 great ferocious beasts. The Chaos Demon God had come here to save the 4 great ferocious beasts. How could he allow them to continue being suppressed by Feng Zichen? Therefore, after seeing Feng Zichen make a move, they did not hesitate to join forces and attack. Boom! 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 The starlight was dazzling. It fell from the galaxy like a meteor, blooming with the most beautiful light. Before the Chaos Demon Celestial could go far, he was blasted back by the endless meteors. After the meteor shower disappeared, they could no longer get close to Feng Zichen. This was because the incarnations of the saints hidden in the dark had all made their moves. The 12 top primordial chaos experts attacked the 9 chaos demon gods with their strongest killing moves. The chaos demon god was not afraid at all. He went up to them with his strongest stance. However, from the very beginning, this battle was destined to be unfair. Chapter 587. On the Emperor Star. Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and activated the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array with all his might. He formed the Wheel of Time and Space and blasted it toward the 9 Chaos Demon Gods. Being attacked from both sides was the current situation that the 9 Chaos Demon Gods were facing. In front of them were the Saints' clones and Haotian's joint attack, and behind them, Feng Zichen was controlling the Zhouxing to interfere with their actions. In such a situation, even if the 9 Chaos Demon Gods were powerful, they were gradually at a disadvantage. On the other side, Wang Shu was not idle. He took the opportunity when the Chaos Demon Gods were fighting with everyone and continued to activate the origin power of the lunar star to wrap around the 4 ferocious beasts. In response, the 4 ferocious beasts naturally struggled with all their might. However, Wang Shu was not the only one on the lunar star. There was also the lunar laurel tree. Although the combined strength of these 2 people could not completely suppress the 4 ferocious beasts, they could still wrap them up and slowly approach the boundless starry sky. Friends, be careful of the world tree. At this moment, taking advantage of the outbreak of the chaotic battle, Feng Zichen finally had a chance to hide from the eyes and ears of the demon ancestor Rahu. He transmitted his voice to everyone and told them about the world tree. This matter could not be publicized at all. Otherwise, when the demon ancestor Rahu saw that the situation was not right, he would definitely be alert and give up this plan. That would not do. Everyone was waiting for the demon ancestor Rahu to make a move. They could not let him give up so easily. The demon ancestor used his supreme magic to deceive people and make them ignore the existence of the world tree. After Feng Zichen saw through the demon ancestor Rahu's plan, of course, he could use this plan as bait to plot against the demon ancestor Rahu. When everyone's eyes were focused on the world tree, it would be fine if the demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move, but once he made a move, what was waiting for him would be the siege of everyone. What? The world tree. With Feng Zichen's reminder, ancestral fiend Rahu's divine ability gradually lost its effect. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they suddenly broke through the fog that covered their hearts. They understood some of the inconsistencies that they had overlooked. They had been schemed against by the demon ancestor Rahu. For a time, everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. To think that they usually boasted that they were invincible in the primordial world. In the end, they did not know that they had been schemed against. They had really embarrassed themselves. Demon ancestor Rahu. What a good move. Although everyone was ashamed and angry, they didn't show it on their faces. They didn't stop attacking the Chaos Demon God. But in the dark, they quietly shifted their attention to the Tree of World, carefully sensing the movements around it. Once they found something out of place, they would definitely destroy it with lightning speed. Rumble. In the sky, the battle became even more intense. The Heavenly Emperor, the Saints, the Star Lord, the Moon God, the Chaos Fiend God, the 4 ferocious beasts, and all the experts charged at their opponents without holding back, trying to finish them off as quickly as possible. Is this the world tree? Supporting the myriad of worlds and communicating with the endless dimensions, as expected of a rare chaos spiritual root. If you're given enough time to grow, it's not impossible for you to become an existence like the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Green Lotus. Or, you can become a great Chaos Fiend God and amaze the entire chaos. Along with the whispers, a transcendent figure filled with supreme Daoist rhymes quietly appeared beside the Tree of World, carefully sizing it up. Demon Ancestor Rahu. The person who came was the former number 1 in the Eldritch world, Demon Ancestor Rahu. Seeing the person who came, the Gaochen and Luai's pupils shrank. An indescribable sense of oppression suddenly attacked their hearts, causing their bodies to tense up unconsciously. Danger. Extreme danger. Although Demon Ancestor Rahu looked no different from an ordinary person, the Gaochen and Luais still felt great danger from him. This was the realm of returning to one's original state. Those with low cultivation might not feel anything, but the higher one's cultivation was, the more they could feel how terrifying it was. Luais and the Gaochen stared at Demon Ancestor Rahu, but they didn't dare to move. They were waiting. Waiting for an opportunity to attack. Facing Demon Ancestor Rahu, the two of them truly understood how terrifying the ancestor of the demonic path was. With their strength, in front of Demon Ancestor Rahu, they only had one chance to attack. After that attack, regardless of whether it worked or not, the two of them would be killed by Demon Ancestor Rahu. Although he had tried his best to overestimate Demon Ancestor Rahu's strength, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that he had underestimated Demon Ancestor Rahu's strength when he saw him in person. The feeling Demon Ancestor Rahu gave him was something he had felt from the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. That was the power he felt when he joined forces with Haotian and saw the true Celestial Emperor's incarnation. That realm was the 12th heaven of primordial chaos. The realm of primordial chaos. Demon Ancestor Rahu had reached the end of the primordial chaos Dao realm and was about to reach a higher realm. The limitless Dao realm. That's right. The realm after primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was called the limitless Daoyuo Jingxian. Limitless. 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 It was invisible, silent, colorless, without beginning or end, without name, so it was called limitless. After knowing Demon Ancestor Rahu's true strength, Feng Zichen could not help but worry. Could they really stop Demon Ancestor Rahu if they joined forces? Moreover, Demon Ancestor Rahu's probing was probably not because he was worried about them, but because he was looking for the backup plan left behind by Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Now, since Demon Ancestor Rahu had already appeared, it meant that the primordial world no longer had any means to threaten him. The backup plan left behind by Dao Ancestor Hongjun had all been taken care of by him. Since Gaochen and Luais could see Demon Ancestor Rahu, Demon Ancestor Rahu naturally saw them too. However, Demon Ancestor Rahu did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he looked at the world tree with an extremely conflicted expression. It seemed that he could not bear to attack it. I really can't bear to destroy you. After sizing up the world tree for a long time, Demon Ancestor Rahu said reluctantly. He, who had the inheritance of the Chaos Fiend God, knew better than anyone what the Chaos Spirit root represented. It was the embryo of the Chaos Fiend God, the embryonic form of the Chaos Treasure. With the vastness of the chaos, there were naturally many Chaos Spirit roots. Among them, the most famous was the Chaos Treasure, Chaos Green Lotus. That's right, the Chaos Green Lotus was also a Chaos Spirit root. However, unlike the World Tree, which was still in the growth stage, the Chaos Green Lotus had already entered the mature stage. Therefore, the Chaos Green Lotus was the Chaos Treasure. The World Tree was at most a connate treasure. To become an existence like the Chaos Green Lotus, it still needed endless years of growth. Other than the Chaos Green Lotus, the other chaos spirit roots were able to take form for various reasons. They could walk in the vast chaos in the name of the chaos fiend god. For example, the predecessors of Zhuan-Ti, the wisdom fiend god and the clear heart fiend god. These two great existences were born from the chaos spirit roots. The chaos spirit roots had such a great background. From this, one could see the potential of the world tree. Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu did not want to destroy it. If he could take it for himself, whether it was used to breed the chaos fiend god or to cultivate it into a chaos treasure, it would be excellent. Unfortunately, because the world tree supported the sky, he couldn't allow others to take it for themselves. Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu decided to destroy the world tree and trigger the calamity of heaven to fight for another opportunity for the demon sect. What a pity! Looking at the world tree again, demon ancestor Rahu shook his head regretfully and was about to cut down the world tree. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Gaochen and Luai's. Obviously, he did not take them seriously. Whoosh! A blood-red light bloomed from demon ancestor Rahu's hand and gradually formed a blood-red longsword in front of him. Boundless killing intent spread out, sending chills down one's spine. Slash! With a light flick, the blood-red longsword moved in response and shot toward the world tree. It was also at this moment that Gaochen and Luai's attacked together. Whoosh! Two huge scrolls, the myriad sword illustration and the myriad god illustration, appeared from their bodies. They tore through the air and collided with the blood-red longsword. Bang! The blood-red longsword was destroyed, but the myriad sword illustration and the myriad god illustration did not fare well either. The spiritual light on them dimmed, the swords were broken, and the myriad god illustration died. They had clearly suffered heavy injuries and could not be used again in a short period of time. So powerful. Luai's and Gaochen were shocked when they saw the damage on their treasures after retrieving them. Demon ancestor Rahu's casual attack had forced them to fight with their full strength. The difference between them was obvious. Not bad. Not bad. You can actually block my attack. No wonder my demon gate did not dare to appear in the world. I don't know if you can take the next attack. Demon ancestor Rahu turned to look at the two and waved his hand again. Four long swords suddenly appeared in the void and pointed at the four of them. The four swords were so familiar. Luai's and Gaochen, who were of the same mind as Xianqing, immediately recognized the origin of the four swords. They were the connate cardinal treasures, the four immortal slaying swords. However, it was not the actual body, but a wisp of sword intent. It was an extremely pure sword intent that was sharper than the four immortal slaying swords. There was nothing wrong with it. The four immortal slaying swords did not have such powerful power in the beginning. It was demon ancestor Rahu who collected the resentment of all living beings on Mount Meru and refined it again that created his peerless reputation. The concept behind demon ancestor Rahu's creation of the four immortal slaying swords was based on his understanding of the path of slaughter. What was in front of Gaochen and Luai's was the sword intent used to create the four immortal slaying swords. After countless years of refining by demon ancestor Rahu, its power had increased by more than several times. The purity of the sword intent was even higher than the sword intent of the four immortal slaying swords. Go! With a gentle wave of his hand, demon ancestor Rahu's four immortal slaying swords were about to end the two of them. However, he did not get what he wanted. It was not that Gaochen and Luai's blocked it, but that the people who had been paying attention to this place had made their move. They first forced away the chaos demon gods who were fighting with them. Then, they took out their treasures and attacked demon ancestor Rahu. Rumble. In an instant, all kinds of brilliance bloomed between heaven and earth, drowning demon ancestor Rahu. It was Tao light. It was an invincible divine ability. Each divine ability was enough to severely injure primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, and there were 16 of them. Even a saint would be severely injured if he faced such an attack head-on. Unfortunately, it was useless against demon ancestor Rahu. When the light faded, the aftermath of the divine ability dissipated, and the world returned to normal, demon ancestor Rahu's figure finally appeared. However, other than looking a little wretched on the outside, but he didn't suffer much internal damage. This all-out attack from everyone did not severely injure demon ancestor Rahu. Instead, it aroused his ferocious nature. So, all of you are here. Then die together, so that I don't have to look for you one by one. Demon ancestor Rahu turned his head to look at everyone and smiled coldly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of immortal slaying sword intents were condensed and whizzed toward everyone. At the same time, the chaos demon gods who were forced away by everyone also seized the opportunity to use their strongest divine ability to attack everyone. You're courting death. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen saw this scene, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His mind merged with Pangu's divine being, and he took out the connate cardinal treasure Zhouxing painting and swept it toward the 9 chaos demon gods. Bang, 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 in the boundless starry sky, Pangu's divine being could exert power comparable to a 9th-level chaotic prime. Coupled with the connate cardinal treasure Zhouxing painting, the power that erupted was terrifying. With just one blow, the 9 chaos demon gods were all swept away, greatly relieving the pressure on everyone. But even so, the immortal slaying sword intent from demon ancestor Rahu still brought them a lot of trouble. But it was not a big deal. Among the saint incarnations present, apart from Zhuandi's incarnation, the rest were all rich and did not lack connate spiritual treasures at all. They were even armed to the teeth. Although demon ancestor Rahu's attack was strong, with these connate spiritual treasures, everyone was able to handle it with ease. Fellow Daoists, I'll leave the 9 chaos demon gods and the 4 ferocious beasts to you. Fellow Daoist Haotian and I need to go to the Tree of World to support our fellow Daoists of the South Pole and North Star, and fight against the demon ancestor together. In the starry sky, Feng Zichen's figure appeared. He first bowed to everyone, then called out Haotian and rushed to the Tree of World together. In the current untainted land, only the Celestial Emperor's incarnation could deal with demon ancestor Rahu. Even God Pangu could not do it. The gap between 9th-level chaotic prime and 12th-level chaotic prime was still too big. That was why Feng Zichen called Haotian. He planned to gather the power of the 4 to jointly summon the Celestial Emperor's incarnation to fight against demon ancestor Rahu. Haotian naturally understood this, so he did not hesitate to follow Feng Zichen after Feng Zichen joined him. Everyone was a little confused. They did not know where they got the confidence to deal with demon ancestor Rahu. It was not their fault. Far away in the sky screen, they were inevitably a little uninformed. They had not seen the scene of Feng Zichen and the others jointly summoning the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be surprised. The 5 emperors had a joint attack. The 6 saints naturally had one too. The former summoned the Celestial Emperor, while the latter summoned the Heavenly Tao. After Feng Zichen and Haotian left, without the suppression of the boundless starry sky, the pressure on the Chaos Demon God was reduced. He became stronger and continued to fight with the saint incarnations. However, compared to the Chaos Demon God, the saint incarnations had an obvious advantage, and that was that they were not afraid of death. Chapter 588. As incarnations, how could they be afraid of death? As long as their original bodies were unharmed, these incarnations could be reformed even if they were smashed into nothingness. Therefore, when these incarnations fought with the demon celestial of chaos, they did not care about their own safety at all. They did not hesitate to use the method of exchanging lives to severely injure the demon celestial of chaos and even keep them here. Although the strength of the 2 sides was equal, one side had scruples while the other side did not care about life and death. Wasn't it obvious who had the upper hand? Under the fierce attack of the incarnations of the saints, the demon celestial of chaos gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He was even more miserable in his heart, but in order to stop them, he had to hold on bitterly. The demon celestial of chaos was suffering, and so were the four ferocious beasts. It was not that Wang Shu and the lunar laurel tree were too ferocious, but that in order to face such a complicated situation, Feng Zichen had to reveal a trump card in advance. On the sun star, the Fusang tree, which had been hidden for a long time, walked out of the dark and activated the power of the sun star to suppress the four ferocious beasts. In the early years, the Fusang tree came out in order to transform. At the price of surrendering, Feng Zichen agreed to condense an embryo of the god of the sun for it to transform into a human form. It had been a long time since Feng Zichen made the deal with the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree had already fulfilled its wish and was able to transform into a connate Daoist figure. However, in order to keep a trump card for himself so that it would be convenient for him to trick others in the future, Feng Zichen used the cosmic light formation of the Milky Way to isolate the anomaly when the Fusang tree was born. He also told the Fusang tree to hide its identity and try not to expose its existence. Therefore, except for Feng Zichen and the Fusang tree, no one in the untainted land knew about its existence. This was a chess piece that Feng Zichen had set up long ago to prevent anyone from having designs on the sun star. But now, the situation in the untainted land suddenly deteriorated. Feng Zichen was concerned about the safety of all living beings in the world, so he had no choice but to reveal his hidden trump card, the connate Fusang tree. After all, at this time, every extra combat power that was sent out would give him an extra advantage. Although the innate Fusang tree's strength had only reached the half-step primordial chaos realm and was still some distance away from the true primordial chaos Dao realm, things weren't that simple. Although the innate Fusang tree wasn't strong, the sun star was. As a connate god-fiend nurtured by the sun star's origin, and as one of the top 10 spirit roots of the primeval universe, it had been suppressing the sun star for many years. Therefore, its mark had long been closely connected with the sun star. Therefore, the innate Fusang tree had the ability to control the origin of the sun. With the support of the sun star origin, it was enough to allow the innate Fusang tree to unleash a power comparable to that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Of course, this was not the reason why Feng Zichen asked the innate Fusang tree to take action. As the saying goes, the great yin, the mature weak, the mature strong. Yin and yang coexist, and the world reigns supreme. The extreme yin and extreme yang were the most fundamental forces in the world. Once they merged, they would unleash an extremely terrifying power. In the untainted land, the lunar star and the solar star were the ones who had described the power of yin and yang to the extreme. Coincidentally, there was a supreme-grade connate spiritual root growing on each of the two supreme stars. The innate lunar osmanthus tree and the innate Fusang tree. Back then, Di Jun and Shihi joined forces and evolved the scene of the sun and moon appearing at the same time. The power of the great yang and the power of the great yin surged out, and their power could be said to be shocking. Even saints had to avoid them. But now, Feng Zichen sent out the innate Fusang tree to let it join forces with the innate lunar osmanthus tree to develop the power of the sun and moon wheel and recreate this great power. These two innate divine trees had been rooted here since the birth of the sun star and the moon star. It could be said that they had grown up together and had a deep connection. It was easy for them to mobilize the power of the origin of the two supreme stars. When the two of them joined forces, the power they unleashed might not be weaker than that of Di Jun and Shihi. If not for that, Di Jun and Shihi wouldn't be afraid of the innate Fusang tree and the innate lunar osmanthus tree and be unwilling to help them transform. As soon as the innate Fusang tree took action, the innate lunar osmanthus tree on the sun star immediately sensed it. This was also a very normal thing. The Fusang tree and the lunar osmanthus tree, one represented the path of the sun, and the other represented the path of the moon. They were the two extremes of yin and yang, and they were both the 10 great spiritual roots of the primordial world. They must have sensed each other. Moreover, the thought of a quasi-saint was boundless. Although the distance between the sun star and the moon star was far, it was not greater than the range of the quasi-saint's thought. Since the creation of the world, the two innate divine trees had been able to sense each other. The two of them must have communicated and formed a deep friendship. It might be possible if the two of them had not communicated when their cultivation levels were low. However, it would be ridiculous if they had not communicated with each other after their cultivation levels had increased. Therefore, the innate Fusang tree and the innate lunar osmanthus tree, they could be said to be old friends. There was a tacit understanding between them. Therefore, the moment the innate Fusang tree activated the sun star, the innate lunar osmanthus tree also made a move. He took over the control of the moon star from Wang Shu's hands and activated the moon star with all his might, resonating with the sun star from afar. Rumble. At some point, the sun star and the moon star achieved some kind of resonance and stimulated a great power. In an instant, the entire primordial world was covered by the radiance of the sun star and the moon star. The sun and the moon shone together. At this moment, all living beings in the primordial world saw a rare scene that was hard to come by in hundreds of millions of years. All the stars were covered by the radiance of the sun star and the moon star, and it was difficult to see their traces. It was as if the sun star and the moon star were the only two stars left in the boundless starry sky. Rumble. The scorching and domineering power of the sun star flowed out from the sun star and covered half of the starry sky. The bone-chilling power of the moon star flowed out from the moon star and covered half of the starry sky. Bang! The two most extreme powers of the world, the moon star and the sun star, met in the void. They seemed to fuse and converge, the two extreme powers entangled with each other in the starry sky. Sizzle, yin and yang combined, and creation was born. Yin and yang circulated, and thunder surged. Terrifying thunderbolts were born at the place where the power of the sun and the power of the moon star converged. They carried the mighty power of destroying creation and struck fiercely at the four ferocious beasts. The thunderbolts struck down, and it was as if the sea of thunder was tilting. Billions of thunderbolts struck down. Rumble. It was as if the world was beating a drum. It was as if the great Tao was vibrating. The area where the four ferocious beasts were turned into a sea of thunder in the blink of an eye. The four ferocious beasts that were struggling with all their might were bathed in the sea of thunder. In an instant, their bodies were charred black and they gradually gave up struggling. They were electrocuted until they had no strength left. Whoosh, the power of yin and yang was changing. It gradually changed from the endless rotation to slowly fusing. Thus, the sea of thunder disappeared, and the boundless creation chi was born. It turned into four huge chains that firmly trapped the four ferocious beasts and pulled them into the boundless starry sky. This time, the four ferocious beasts were seriously injured by the sea of thunder and had no strength to resist. Therefore, they were soon pulled into the boundless starry sky. Before entering the boundless starry sky, they were powerless to resist, let alone after entering. They had completely lost their freedom. In the boundless starry sky, little Mount Buzhou, which stood in the center of the stars, trembled slightly. A terrifying aura that suppressed the past, present, and future was released from its body, firmly suppressing the four ferocious beasts. As the largest fragment of Mount Buzhou, with the power of Zhouxing and the nourishment of Pangu, little Mount Buzhou could be said to have perfectly inherited everything from Mount Buzhou except for its lack of power. Therefore, the suppression of little Mount Buzhou not only restricted their freedom, but also suppressed their spacetime, will, and everything else. In other words, from now on, everything about the four ferocious beasts stopped at the moment before they were suppressed. There was no change. Time stopped flowing on their bodies, and their will also stagnated. Struggle? It did not exist. In the boundless starry sky, the four ferocious beasts had lost everything. Actually, that was not right. After the 4 ferocious beasts were suppressed by the boundless starry sky, it was not that they had no way to save themselves. At the very least, the evil thoughts that originated from the hearts of all living beings. They were still gathering on the 4 ferocious beasts to increase their strength. If such a situation was not stopped and allowed to continue developing, it would be a mistake. Then, one day in the future, the strength of the 4 ferocious beasts would increase to an unimaginable level and break through the suppression of the boundless starry sky. Unfortunately, such a situation would never happen. Because, after suppressing the 4 ferocious beasts, the galactic cosmic ray formation and the Pangu god began to operate. Among them, the ones with the greatest movements were the 4 mansions of the Big Dipper system. Roar, as the stars rotated, Old Man, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, the phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts slowly appeared. Each of them chose a ferocious beast and suppressed it. After that, endless starlight gathered. It turned into 4 huge cauldrons. They slowly devoured the 4 ferocious beasts. At the same time, the god Pangu took the chaos chi from the chaos outside the realm and used it as a material to ignite a raging fire. He burned it towards the 4 great cauldrons and began to refine the 4 great ferocious beasts. This fire, extraordinary fire, it was not an immortal fire either. It was not an innate fire either. It was the fire of chaos. A powerful flame that came from the vast chaos. This flame, it was extremely powerful and difficult to find in the primordial world. Back then, Feng Zichen tried to deduce this fire, but he failed. In fact, not to mention him. Even someone as powerful as the ancestral witch Zhurong, who was known as the ruler of fire, could not use the fire of chaos. From this, it could be seen that, it was difficult to refine the fire of chaos. But this was only for others. In the hands of the god Pangu, even the fire of chaos could be controlled by his heart. It could change as he wished without any difficulty. After all, to a certain extent, the god Pangu was equivalent to the projection of Pangu. He basically possessed all his abilities. A mere flame of primal chaos was nothing. It was the other treasures. For example, innate spirit treasures, chaos divine water, and so on. As long as Feng Zichen was willing to pay the price, he could use the god Pangu to condense them. Everything in the primordial world was transformed by Pangu. As his projection, the god Pangu could transform matter at a certain price. Naturally, he could nurture some extremely precious treasures. It was just that the price was a little high. Boom boom boom. The fire of chaos burned fiercely, causing the refining power in the cauldron to greatly increase. Soon, a large amount of origin energy was refined from the bodies of the 4 great ferocious beasts. Then, it was refined by the god Pangu and turned into the purest origin energy. It fused into the Zhouxing and repaired its damaged origin. The 4 great ferocious beasts, whose wills had fallen into a stagnant state, could not even sense anything, let alone struggle or resist. They could only be refined by the boundless starry sky. Pop, under the refining of the boundless starry sky, the power of the 4 great ferocious beasts decreased rapidly. It did not take long for them to fall from the level of origin to that of the great perfection of sage to be. At this moment, the threat of the 4 great ferocious beasts was greatly reduced. The fire of chaos began to shrink gradually, and the refining power was greatly reduced. When the refining speed of the boundless starry sky and the power of the 4 great ferocious beasts were gradually equal, the fire of chaos finally stopped shrinking and the refining power stabilized. At this point, every time the power of the 4 great ferocious beasts increased, the boundless starry sky would refine them a little. Thus, the power of the 4 great ferocious beasts was maintained at the level of the great perfection of sage to be. This level was just right. It was neither too weak nor too strong, and would not threaten the stability of the boundless starry sky. When the 4 great ferocious beasts were completely suppressed by the boundless starry sky, the innate Fusang tree and the innate lunar Kasha tree were free to drive the Sun Star and the Sun Star to attack the demon celestial of chaos. With this help, the pressure on the incarnations of the sages was greatly reduced. In the battle in the boundless starry sky, the primordial world had gained a huge advantage and completely suppressed the demon celestial of chaos. However, the key to determining the outcome of this battle was not here, but at the Tree of World. There, the battle between Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the demon ancestor Rahu was the key to determining the future of the primordial world. Why did the demon ancestor Rahu need humans? The number one expert of the primordial world suppressed Dao ancestor Hongjun in every way, forcing him to invite many experts to join forces to besiege the demon ancestor Rahu. Only then did he win a Pyrrhic victory. Such an expert naturally had his pride. Therefore, when he saw Feng Zichen and Hao Tian rushing over, although the demon ancestor Rahu guessed their thoughts, he did not stop them. Of course, it was not only because of his pride, but also because he felt the pressure. The current demon ancestor Rahu needed the pressure too much. When one's strength reached his level, it was almost the peak. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to take another step forward. Therefore, the demon ancestor Rahu needed enough pressure to force him to take another step forward. In the past, with Dao ancestor Hongjun, the demon ancestor Rahu could feel enough pressure to compete with him. That was why the two of them could stand out among the Khanate godfiends. Unfortunately, after the Daoist Fiend War, although both of them had taken a step forward and advanced to the primordial chaos Daoyo Jingxian, it was difficult for them to fight again. It was because Dao ancestor Hongjun had integrated the Dao. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.